Cosmin Wanderer, Part 1.
Lin Mu, stop dawdling. We still have a lot of trees left to harvest. We barely met our quota yesterday, and I don't want to anger the supervisor again. He'll definitely cut our wages this time. A sharp voice jolted Lin Mu from his thoughts. Turning around, the 16-year-old boy, with his short hair damp from sweat, met the stern gaze of Yuan Tuesday. Seeing the man's tense expression, Lin Mu swallowed nervously before replying. I'm not slacking, Uncle Yuan Tuesday. I'm just being careful not to damage the spirit apples while picking them. Yuan Tu's brows twitched in irritation. He thought the boy was just making excuses. Yesterday's scolding from the supervisor still burned in his mind. His group had been the slowest among 100. If they didn't exceed their quota today, their hopes of earning the weekly bonus would be dashed. Stop making excuses and pick up the pace. If we fall short again, you'll be the one to bear the penalty. Without waiting for a reply, Yuan Tu strode away to another tree. Lin Mu bit his lip and quickened his movements, carefully plucking the glowing red spirit apples and placing them into his basket. Once full, he transferred them to the wheelbarrow, which would later be sent to the main collection cart. Spirit apples were the lifeblood of the northern town, a prized commodity sent to Wu Lim City, the region's thriving hub. Each apple was worth a gold coin, far beyond the reach of common peasants who harvested them for a mere 4 silver coins a day. A single scratch or bruise would cause the apple to lose its spiritual essence, reducing its value. Thus, careful handling was essential. 2 hours passed, and Lin Mu had already made 4 trips to the collection cart. The wheelbarrow was nearly full when Yuan Tu walked over, emptying his own basket and filling it to the brim. He exhaled in relief. They had finished the day's quota with 2 hours to spare, leaving ample time to harvest more and secure their bonus. A rare smile flickered across Yuan Tu's face as he turned to Lin Mu. Seems like you finally got the hang of it. Now, take the wheelbarrow to the main collection cart. The rest of us will keep harvesting. Lin Mu frowned at the heavily loaded wheelbarrow. It was far too heavy for him alone, and the trip would take him at least 45 minutes. By the time he returned, the others would have earned more, while he'd have little chance to increase his share. Uncle Yuan Tu, this is too heavy for me. Can't you take it instead? Yuan Tu's expression darkened. His mind was set on earning as much as possible, and wasting time on delivery wasn't an option. Just do as I said, Lin Mu. If you keep avoiding hard work, you'll never grow stronger. In the time you spent talking, you could already be halfway there. Seeing the impatience in Yuan Tu's eyes, Lin Mu knew arguing further was useless. Sighing, he gripped the wheelbarrow's handles and started pushing it towards the main collection cart. Disaster strikes. 5 minutes into the journey, exhaustion set in. His arms ached, and his legs felt heavy. He was just about to slow down when his foot struck a loose stone. The wheelbarrow lurched violently, tilting to one side. Lin Mu's eyes widened in horror. He struggled to regain control, but the weight was too much. The wheelbarrow tipped over, spilling its precious cargo onto the dirt with a sickening crash. The once pristine spirit apples tumbled across the ground, some rolling into the dust, others bruised and cracked. For a moment, Lin Mu stood frozen in disbelief. The commotion drew the attention of nearby workers, who gathered around in shock. Murmurs spread like wildfire. The supervisor, Li Peng, arrived, pushing through the crowd with an increasingly furious expression. Why is everyone standing around? What happened here? Silence fell. The workers, unwilling to be implicated, quickly pointed at Lin Mu. The boy's heart pounded as the supervisor's glare locked onto him. You fool! Do you have any idea what you've done? This is a loss of over 1,000 gold coins. Where is your group leader? Bring him here, now. The crowd hastily called for Yuan Tuesday. The man, already approaching, paled when he saw the mess. The supervisor's face was flushed with rage, and Yuan Tu hesitated, his legs nearly giving out beneath him. Look at this disaster. A whole wheelbarrow worth of spirit apples, ruined. Li Peng's voice roared through the field. How will this loss be compensated? Yuan Tu's hands trembled. My lord, not all the apples are damaged. Some can still be sold. Please, spare us this once. We won't make such a mistake again. The supervisor's anger simmered, and he inspected the scattered apples. Some were salvageable, but the loss still amounted to at least 700 gold coins. Even if we save a few, the loss is still massive. When the mayor hears of this, there will be consequences. Compensation is required. Li Peng's eyes scanned the workers, calculating the punishment. Every peasant here will forfeit 1 month's wages to make up for the loss. And as for the boy who caused this mess, his property will be seized and sold to cover the remainder. A wave of horror rippled through the crowd. Despair turned to anger, and Lin Mu felt the weight of their hateful stares. Tears welled in his eyes. He wasn't just losing his wages, he was losing everything. His home. The last piece of his parents' legacy. Guards, seize the boy and his group leader. Strip the boy of all possessions and throw him out of town. The group leader will receive 10 lashes in the square. Lin Mu barely had time to react before rough hands grabbed him. Yuan Tu was also restrained, his face twisted in rage as he glared at Lin Mu with venomous hatred. This is all your fault, Yuan Tu spat. You'll pay for this. The guards dragged Lin Mu away. He struggled, but he was no match for a soldier at the 6th stage of body tempering. He was only at the 2nd stage, having never trained seriously in his life. They reached his small home, his last refuge. The guards ransacked it, seizing whatever little remained. Most valuables had already been sold during his mother's illness last year. The only true asset left was the house itself and the land it stood on. As the guards sealed the courtyard entrance, Lin Mu's chest tightened. His home, his past, it was all gone. Then, without ceremony, he was dragged to the town's edge and thrown out. Lin Mu lay there in the dirt for hours, motionless. The weight of his loss crushed him, but eventually, his tears dried. His body ached, but the numbness in his heart was worse. Slowly, he rose and walked, aimlessly, towards the forest. The sun had set by the time he arrived at an old apple tree, a place from his childhood. A small stream trickled nearby, where he once caught fish and played with friends. But those days were long gone. Exhausted, he slumped against the tree trunk, staring at the night sky. The moon, veiled by drifting clouds, offered no solace. As sleep claimed him, Lin Mu had no idea that this moment, this ruin, was the beginning of a new fate. Lin Mu found himself in a dark place once again, but this time he can see his body clearly even though there was no source of light present there. Lin Mu, clearly having no idea how he ended up there, felt scared and couldn't help but ask himself if he was back in a dream. How do I get out of here? Should I just wait till I wake up naturally? Since I'm here, I may as well walk around and check this place out. After being in the dark place for a couple of minutes now, Lin Mu's eyes start to adapt to the darkness and could see things more clearly. Looking around in all directions, he found a pale glow of lights coming from one position and decided to walk towards it, trying to find out what it was. While walking towards the pale glow, Lin Mu observed some changes to the dark sky. What are those faint streaks of light in the sky? I've never heard a phenomena like this before, guess I'm definitely in a dream. There were silver and gray faint streaks of light in the sky, which would fade away into darkness and then appear again. Thousands of them could be seen, as if they were dancing in a mysterious harmonic pattern. After a few minutes, Lin Mu reached the source of the pale glow that he observed from far. Finally seeing the object, he found it to be an altar, but it was made up of faint glowing runes and mysterious scripts which were floating in the air, forming the shape of an altar, not having a physical presence itself. Those runes and scriptures looked similar to the ones that were carved on the outside of the ancestral temple of Wu Lim City. But aren't they used by cultivators to make chi formations? Why would they appear in my dream? Lin Mu still remembered when he visited Wu Lim City with his father during the New Year's festival 2 years ago. His father brought him to the ancestral temple to pay their respects, but commoners could not go inside the temple, so they paid their obeisance from outside. He remembered his father finding him staring at the carvings on the ancestral temple. His father explained that those carvings were used to create chi formation by chi cultivators, which were used for various things such as fortifying, strengthening, offense, defense and many more. As Lin Mu approached the altar, the various runes and scriptures became more vibrant. Feeling an urge to touch it, Lin Mu placed his hand upon the altar and found it to be solid even though it had no physical body. A moment later he felt a sharp pain in his head, then felt a rush of information in his brain. Mysterious chants filled his mind, creating an imprint in it. The 9 Divine Heart Sutras, assimilate the essence of the 9 paths, understand 1,000,000 hearts as one and ascend the path of the great cosmos. As soon as the chant stopped in his mind, Lin Mu found himself back in the old hunting shack. For a moment, his eyes lost focus and he remembered where he was. Checking his body and finding everything normal, he tried to remember the chants that filled his mind, only able to remember one part of them. He tried to remember the rest of the chants but felt as if there was a fog obscuring his memories. I can only remember the first part, the Calming Heart Sutra. Should I recite it? There should be no harm in trying. Lin Mu started chanting the Calming Heart Sutra. At first he felt nothing, but after completing the first chant he felt a calming wave spreading all over his body, as if all his worries were washed away. This incredible feeling lasted a couple of minutes before fading away and the normal sense of self returned to Lin Mu. What an incredible feeling! I felt as if I could sense every part of my body clearly, the blood flowing and the small waves of energy in my muscles. I need to try this again. Reciting the chant once again, Lin Mu felt the calming feeling washing over his body. This time he tried to sense the waves of energy that were moving in his muscles. As he focused on the waves of energy, they intensified and then he felt a great feeling of strength filling his body even more than this morning when he put on the mysterious ring. I broke through to the 4th stage of body tempering. What luck, 2 breakthroughs in one day. This chant is definitely a body tempering technique, and sensing the similar wave of energy when I put on the ring, I guess that is where it originated. This ring is definitely a treasure, or could it be a spatial storage ring that chi cultivators use? Now, Lin Mu did not want to sell the ring at all. Only a fool would let go of an opportunity like this which he knew would only bring benefit to him. As for whether the ring was a spatial storage ring, he could not verify it as he was not a chi cultivator yet, nor did he know how he ended up in the dark place with the altar made of glowing runes and scriptures. Thinking that he may be able to fulfill his long-lost dream of becoming a chi cultivator one day, he felt excitement he had not felt ever before and all the feelings of sadness and despair from yesterday's events washed away. If I become a cultivator, I'll be able to buy back my house and I will no longer have to live with my head down. I'll be able to walk proudly with my head held high, and the townsmen will have to treat me with respect. Now knowing the direction in life that he was supposed to walk, Lin Mu was filled with determination. Still, he knew that if he wanted to become a chi cultivator he would need a lot of resources like herbs and fierce beast meat rich in vital energy. He could not hunt beasts which had rich vitality in the forest as he was not strong enough and would simply be courting death. He could trap smaller beasts, but they will only fill his belly and would not be of much use in tempering it. I guess I'll just have to make some traps and catch some small fierce beasts like the black-horned rabbits and thorn-tailed rats. Even though they don't sell for much, I can still exchange them in town. I'll need to start somewhere so I can save at least until I have enough coins to buy a weapon sturdy enough to kill stronger beasts. Lin Mu went in search of small animal trails where he could set up some traps. Upon finding one, he used the vines growing nearby and some slender, flexible trees to set up snare traps. Now he just had to wait until something was caught. Feeling hungry again, Lin Mu saw the position of the sun in the sky and felt that he had 2 hours until sunset. Walking back to the apple tree, he plucked a few more apples for his dinner as he doubted whether he would be able to catch anything in the traps, and even if he did, going to the forest at night time would be dangerous even in the outskirts. If a stronger, fiercer beast decided to wander off, it could mean his death, so he thought it would be better to just eat the apples again. Walking back to the shack, he once again filled the pot with water, put the chunks of apples in them, and set it on the stone stove to cook. While waiting for the apples to cook, Lin Mu decided to chant the Calming Heart Sutra once again. He felt the feeling of calmness spreading through his body, but did not feel the waves of energy that flowed through his muscles increasing. No matter how much he focused, they stayed the same. I guess the Calming Heart Sutra only helps if I have the necessary vital energy in my body. It only helped me break through because I had the surge of energy that was released from the ring in the morning. Now that it's depleted, I'll have to train and eat more food to slowly accumulate vital energy. Thinking about the mysterious ring, he lifted his right hand to look more closely at the ring and its peculiar design. As Lin Mu focused on the ring, he suddenly felt a force pulling his hand. Shocked at this, his right hand was pulled towards a direction, forcing him to walk towards there. Finally, Lin Mu's eyes went wide as his hand was pulled up in the air where a rift opened and his hand was pulled in. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from Wulim City stood a sky-piercing mountain surrounded by hundreds of smaller mountains. Hidden within a mystifying fog, a paradise exists filled with the cries of beasts, enchanting fragrance of spirit herbs, and dense clouds of spirit chi. On the smaller mountains one could see thousands of disciples moving about. Some were training on the fields, some selling precious materials, pills, and weapons in the market, and some silently cultivating in their pavilions. This place was the biggest sect in the Great Zhou Empire, having millions of disciples and an area bigger than that of any country in the empire. Even the grand capital being 10 times smaller than it. It was also one of the only few sects in the Great Zhou Empire that had Tao-treading realm elders cultivating within, and was also rumored to have an immortal Ascension stage ancestor living in seclusion. On the tallest peak of the sect stood an elegant palace decorated with auspicious statues, gilded gates, and beautiful ponds filled with charming carps dancing within them. This was the grand palace of the sect, where the sect patriarch and the top elders lived and pondered upon the matters of the sect. Within an enormous hall sat a middle-aged man clad in a white Taoist robe. His long hair was held up with a silver pin, beard well groomed and straight. The man had a calm demeanor, yet his eyes held an imposing presence. Within his left hand he held a jade seal, while in his right he held a scroll. This man was engrossed in reading when the doors of the hall opened and a black-robed elder walked in. The black-robed elder was old, having long white hair and a similarly long white beard, yet not a single wrinkle present on his face. The sleeves of his black robe had gold etchings denoting his rank of a head elder. The elder walked towards the sect patriarch who was reading a scroll and waited for 15 minutes until the patriarch finished reading it. Once the patriarch finished reading the scroll, he held up the jade seal and waves of intense spirit chi erupted from it. Then the patriarch pressed the jade seal upon the scroll, whereupon the waves stopped and on the scroll was left with a golden seal mark made of pure condensed chi. The sect patriarch rolled the scroll and placed it on a table beside him, where 6 more scrolls lied. Looking towards the black-robed elder, he asked, "What did you have to report, Elder Han?" "Something important, I presume, otherwise you would have just sent the regular report with a disciple instead of coming in person." The black-robed elder named Han with a slight smile on his face replied. "The patriarch is as perceptive as always. Indeed, I do have something to report, which I believe you may find intriguing. The common reports are within the scroll, while I wanted to tell you about 2 matters. The first being the crown prince breaking through to the core condensation realm at the age of 20 years old, becoming the youngest person to break through to the core condensation realm in all the countries of the Great Zhou Empire, of course not counting the core disciples of the top 3 sections. In celebration of this, the emperor is organizing a grand festival and has sent invitations to all the noble families and the top sects of the empire." With an unimpressed look, the patriarch spoke. That is indeed a cause for celebration for the emperor, especially after the first prince gave up his claim to the title of the crown prince all those years ago, letting the second prince become the crown prince instead. Now that the second prince has achieved this, his position as the crown prince is more secure. I wonder what price the empress paid to let her son reach the core condensation realm this fast. Elder Han gazed at the middle-aged patriarch, thinking to himself, it's been over 30 years since he became the Sect patriarch and yet he still has his youthful inquisitiveness left. It was a right decision the previous Sect patriarch made in choosing him over the other candidates, then spoke. The disciples from the Shadow Pavilion reported that the Empress had some dealings with the Rainbow Pill sect. The exact nature of which is unknown. If you would like, I could ask the Shadow Pavilion disciples to investigate more into it. Also, there's going to be a tournament held during the festival for the youths to demonstrate their skills. The Sect Patriarch, now looking slightly interested, said. Yes, ask the Shadow Pavilion to investigate more into it. Also, choose some suitable disciples and send an elder as the representative of our sect to take part in the festival as well as the tournament. Taking a momentary pause, the Patriarch continued. And the second matter, what about it? Now Elder Han had a serious look in his eyes, and with a stern face replied. The star-catching peak detected spatial disturbances coming from the Empire. Having a calm look, the Patriarch replied. That is indeed uncommon, but I don't understand how it's a cause for concern. Meteors fall every year randomly all over the Empire. Even when the star-catching formation is active, it can't attract all of them with the formation. Elder Han answered. It would not matter if it was just a meteor, but we do not know what, or who, this was. It caused a spatial disturbance, but it never even touched the world boundary, just passing through it as if it did not even exist. We also could not detect where it fell. The Sect Patriarch now had a shocked look in his eyes as he knew what it meant if the world boundary was never breached yet there were still spatial disturbances detected. It would be fine if it was just a precious material or perhaps even a treasure, but if it was a person, then the situation would become 100 times more complex. Elder Han, you know what this could mean, right? If it does turn out to be as serious as we're thinking, we will have to inform the other sects and the Emperor. Things have only become calm in recent years. We do not want the unrest this could bring, or we would have to cancel a lot of our long-term plans. The Patriarch spoke. The black-robed elder heard him with an understanding look and then continued. That would be true, let's hope it does not come to that. In the meantime, I'll ask some elders from the star-catching peak to personally investigate the spatial disturbance, as we still do not know where it fell to. Just as Elder Han spoke this, he felt the communication jade hanging on his waist buzz. Holding it in his hand, he listened to the message and then spoke to the Patriarch. The disciples at the star-catching peak just detected another spatial disturbance. It was much fainter than previously and we don't know if it was caused by the same thing as before, but we now know that it came from the northern lands. After listening to what Elder Han had to say, the Sect Patriarch pondered for a minute before answering. Send an elder and some disciples to the northern lands to investigate the disturbance. Also send a report about this to the external elders, located in all the regions, and ask them to keep an eye out for such a disturbance in their designated areas, in case the spatial disturbance in the northern lands was an isolated incident, and the actual anomaly that caused it is located somewhere else. Cupping his hands, Elder Han replied. As you command, Patriarch. Should I also issue a common mission to all the disciples of the sect to inform us about any spatial disturbance or anomaly they hear about or observe? Yes, do that too. We may find information about it from some mundane or obscure lead that a disciple may find while they are out of the sect. Still cupping his hands, Elder Han continued. Maybe we should also inform our allied sects to keep an ear out for any rumors they may hear. Now with a tired look the Sect Patriarch said. No, don't inform them just yet. Not at least until we have some more substantial information about it. We must not muddy the waters when there is nothing to gain from it. Elder Han nodded and turned around to leave, and the patriarch spoke once more with a gloomy tone. Just in case, tell all the disciples that are going for investigation to leave a wisp of their chi in the Hall of Souls, and issue all the disciples with 2 distress talismans, one a common distress talisman, while the other the sect alerting talisman. If it comes to it, at least we will know what kind of situation we are up against. Elder Han had an understanding look in his eyes, knowing that if a situation as bad as they thought occurs, these measures may be the only way of knowing it, as it could be likely that the disciples and the elders may never return. As you wish, Patriarch. It will be done as you said. Elder Han strode out of the hall towards the missions pavilion to select which disciples to send for investigations, and also inform the star-catching peak on how to proceed. As the doors of the great hall closed, the sect patriarch placed his hand upon his chin and closed his eyes to think of all possibilities that he could, for he knew that even the smallest of events could bring about a great change. Change could harm his sect, which he wished to avoid, so could keep his promise to the previous patriarch when he was appointed. Lin Mu's hand was pulled into the rift. He felt as if it was dipped in water, yet it did not feel right. It was neither cold nor warm, leaving him unable to tell what kind of substance it was. He moved his hand around, trying to pull it back out, but it felt like it was stuck. Lin Mu could move it around inside the rift with no restrictions, but could not pull it backwards. His mind was going crazy at not understanding the situation he was in. Never having seen or heard about such a thing, he thought his hand may become stuck there permanently if he did not pull it out quickly. He tried shouting for help, but was very far from the town and there were no people nearby. He could only hope that a hunter passes nearby and hears his cries. How do I pull my hand out? I can't just keep it like this, and it doesn't look like anyone will come help me anytime soon. I'm much too far from the town and hunters don't come to this section of the outskirts to hunt either, since there aren't any beasts worth their time here. I'll just have to keep trying. Lin Mu was unaware that if any other cultivator saw his condition, they would be even more shocked than him. The spatial rift that was swallowing his hand could have barely even been opened by a Dao Shell Realm cultivator with the help of a spirit treasure and all their strength. Yet, here he was not even a cultivator and had barely just reached the 4th stage of the body-tempering realm. Neither did he know that tens of thousands of kilometers away from where he was, in the Sky Precepts sect, the Star-Catching Peaks disciples were in an uproar trying to find the location of the spatial disturbance they were detecting, since it had already been 10 minutes after they detected it and it had not disappeared yet. Lin Mu kept on moving around his hand in the rift, struggling to pull it out, when he felt his fingers touch something, being the first time he felt something solid in the rift. He tried to touch the object again but could not find it. It had now been 15 minutes since his hand had been stuck inside the spatial rift, and now he could see that the rift was getting narrower as if it was closing. Getting even more worried, he thought if he did not pull his hand out now it may be severed. Frantically struggling, Lin Mu did all he could to try to save his hand when he felt his hand touch something once again. This time, he gripped the object firmly. As he held the object in his hand, he felt the hold of the spatial rift on his hand getting loose. Taking the initiative, he pulled violently one last time with all the strength of his body, and finally his hand was pulled out. Looking at his hand, Lin Mu ensured that it was fine and not harmed at all. Scrunching his eyebrows, he looked at the source of his current trouble, the spatial rift, and found it to be closing. The black tear in the spatial fabric slowly mended itself and closed, leaving no trace that it ever existed. Sighing with relief, Lin Mu slumped down on the ground and closed his eyes to rest, for this 15-minute-long struggle had thoroughly tired him out. Standing up after 10 minutes, Lin Mu dragged himself back to the hunting shack to eat and then sleep. The sun had already started to set and it would not be long until it would be dark. Reaching the shack, Lin Mu picked up the pot that was cooking the apples and started to eat, gulping down every last morsel in the pot. He lied down on the bench thinking about all the things he had experienced today. The day had been full of ups and downs. First, he found himself in a black space where an ethereal altar existed, then received the calming Heart Sutra which allowed him to break through to the 4th stage of the body tempering stage. He became excited over the prospect of him becoming a cultivator and fulfilling his dreams, when he suddenly found his hand dragging him away and then being swallowed by a spatial rift. He then felt the terror of his hand getting stuck inside the rift and the potential of it getting severed until he felt an object inside it, up until he could finally pull his hand out. Speaking about the object, he did not find it in his hand when he pulled it out. It had somehow disappeared with him, not understanding where it went. Pushing the thoughts to the back of his mind, he decided to sleep and deal with everything tomorrow. Sky Precepts Sect, Star Catching Peak. The disciples were working tirelessly to find the location of the spatial disturbance. Even after 15 minutes, they were not able to narrow down to an approximate location. There were 25 disciples sitting at their respective positions on the formation array, controlling it to trace the spatial disturbance, all with sweat on their foreheads after trying their hardest, especially after Elder Han personally asked them to do their best in finding the location. That, too, at the behest of the sect patriarch himself. All of the disciples were the cream of the crop in the sect, having been chosen for their position after rigorous tests. A gray-robed disciple sat at the helm of the array. He had a crest sewed on the left side of his chest showing a mountain with a flat disk above it and a meteor striking it. This was the crest of the star-catching peak. Every disciple had it sewed on their robes, with the head disciple having it in silver thread while all other disciples had it in black thread. Suddenly, the formation array started to dim down, prompting all the disciples sitting on the array to put all their chi into the formation to make it last just a few minutes longer. Alas, it completely vanished and the spatial fluctuations disappeared. The head disciple took a lengthy sigh, looking at all the disciples who were now tired and drained of their chi. A junior disciple stood up from the array and walked toward the head disciple, cupped his hands in greeting, and said, "Senior Li Jing, we were unable to find even an approximate location of the spatial disturbance, please punish us for this failure." The head disciple, having a look of disappointment, let out a sigh again and said, "You all are not at fault here. This was a very difficult task. Whatever the anomaly was, it could evade the world border. It's already a miracle we were even able to keep the formation active for 15 minutes. I'll report everything to Elder Han myself, I'm sure he'll understand our circumstances." The other disciples also stood up and cupped their hands in gratitude to the head disciple Li Jing. Li Jing pulled out his communication jade and contacted Elder Han about their failure in determining the location of the spatial disturbance and also informed him of the approximate area in which the disturbance may have originated. At this time Elder Han was in the mission pavilion, talking to the pavilion elder in charge about issuing the new mission to the disciples and also to select suitable disciples who would be going to investigate the spatial anomaly. Elder Han felt the communication jade hanging on his waist buzz again. He held it and listened to the report from the star-catching peak's head disciple Li Jing and his apology for not being able to find the exact location. Honestly, he was surprised they could even keep the formation active for as long as 15 minutes and still be able to detect the fluctuations. Although all the disciples of the star-catching peak were at core condensation, with the head disciple being at the peak of core condensation realm, controlling the star-catching peak formation array for so long would have completely drained all the disciples of Qi. He told Li Jing not to worry about any punishment and told him that they did well. Even though the approximate area they narrowed down was still 3/4 the size of the northern lands, it would still reduce the time required to investigate the anomaly. Neither Elder Han nor the star-catching peak disciples knew that the formation stayed active for over 15 minutes not because of the disciples' effort but because the spatial rift that tore open lasted for that long, otherwise they may have found nothing at all. Lin Mu, completely oblivious to the machinations happening tens of thousands of kilometers away from him at the top-tier sect of the Great Zhou Empire, was currently deep in sleep. As Lin Mu slipped into deep sleep, he once again found himself in a familiar dark space. Why am I here again? Lin Mu looked around, but all he could see was darkness. He could not see his arms or legs either. This differed from when he went to the other dark place where the altar existed. At least there he could see his body and even the sky had silver and gray streaks of light moving around, but here nothing existed, only emptiness. Looks like I'll just have to wait till I wake up, same as yesterday. Lin Mu decided to just sit down and wait. While sitting, he felt the ground. It was a plain flat surface, possessing no bumps or grooves. Having no idea whether minutes went by or hours, Lin Mu eventually woke up. Somehow feeling well rested, he stretched and heard a grumble coming from his stomach. Knowing it must have been quite late in the morning, he stood up. Walking out of the shack, he looked up at the sun glaring at the top of his head. He had indeed been late waking up, since it was already noon. Deciding to check on the snare traps he set yesterday, he walked towards the forest. Following the same animal trails as before, he found his traps. Out of the 6 that he set, 2 were never triggered, 3 were broken, probably by a bigger beast dash, and the last one was the only one which was successful. Lin Mu found a black-horned rabbit hanging upside down from the snare. Pulling on the snare, he found the rabbit to be still alive and moving. With familiarity he twisted the black-horned rabbit's neck, careful not to cut himself on the horn, and ended its life. Before going back to the hunting shack, he reset the snares so that he could catch some more beasts till evening if he's lucky. Now that I have caught a black-horned rabbit, how am I going to skin it? I don't have a knife or blade with me. I'll need to figure something out quickly or the meat will spoil fast if I don't drain the blood. While walking back to the hunting shack he picked up a fallen branch and broke it from one end so that there was a sharp edge left. Deciding to drain the blood near the stream and also pick up some apples, he instead changed directions and walked towards the stream. Reaching the stream, he knelt down at the edge of the water and used the sharp edge of the broken branch to stab the neck of the now dead black-horned rabbit, letting the blood drain in the water, careful not to stain the fur with blood. After no more blood came out from the neck of the rabbit, he pushed his fingers inside the hole and used both his hands to pull it apart. Slowly applying force he ripped away the pelt, turning it inside out in the process. In the end, he was left with a full pelt, leaving behind some fur on the rabbit's head and the bloodied, but hairless, body. Washing the pelt in the water, he left it aside to dry out while he gutted and cleaned the insides of the rabbit. Lin Mu walked to the apple tree and plucked some more apples, then picked up the skinned rabbit and its pelt and walked back to the hunting shack. He hung the pelt outside the shack from a nail and walked inside. Feeling a pang of his growing hunger, he lit the stove and skewered the raw rabbit over it with the same sharp branch he used before to roast it, then sat down to wait for it to cook. He looked at the ring on his right hand and thought about all the events that happened yesterday and wondered whether they occurred because of the ring. Seems like the idiom, misfortune accompanies fortune, is indeed true. I was able to break through, but I also experienced the scary rift and almost got my hand severed, probably. Then he thought about the object he caught in his hand while it was in the rift, and how it disappeared when he pulled it out. As soon as he thought about that object, suddenly, a wooden slip appeared in his hand. Surprised about where the wooden slip came from, he got a similar texture feeling to that of the object in the rift and determined that it was most likely the same. Is this the object I felt in the rift? How did it suddenly appear in my hand? The only way it would be possible is if this ring is a spatial storage ring. Lin Mu tried to understand how the ring worked. He thought of putting the wooden slip inside the ring and it once again disappeared. Now wanting to bring it back to his hand, he thought of it appearing in his hand and it did. Yes. It's indeed a spatial storage ring. Can I store other things in it? I should try. Lin Mu tried storing various objects and then withdrawing them and found that he could do it effortlessly. Experimenting with the ring as if he had found a new toy, time passed quickly until the rabbit was finally cooked. Putting a stop to playing with the ring he started to eat the rabbit, feeling a much greater appetite than ever before. He finished the whole rabbit only leaving behind bones. With his hunger sated, he withdrew the wooden slip from before and opened it to take a look. But when he opened it, he found it to be blank with nothing written on it. Confused with this discovery, he flipped around the wooden slip but found nothing there either. Feeling the texture of the wooden slip, he found it to be of an exquisite quality, like the ones used by high officials and imperial scholars. Having satisfied most of his curiosity about the wooden slip, he stored it back in the ring. Now that there were only bones left of the rabbit, Lin Mu was able to easily break off the black horn from the skull of the rabbit. He stored it in the ring, intending to sell it in the town along with the pelt. He would not get much for it, probably 40 or 50 copper coins, but he would be able to save up enough to buy a small knife or dagger so that he can hunt bigger beasts. It had been about 4 hours since he set up the snare traps. It would take him an hour to walk there and another to come back, but it should still leave him enough time to come back before becoming completely dark. Walking out of the shack, he stored the black-horned rabbit's pelt in the ring and made his way towards the traps. Halfway to the traps, he felt a buzzing coming from the ring and had a grim feeling of what was about to come. Cursing his luck that he was right, he felt his hand being dragged. Not again. No. This time he was not dragged far, only a couple of feet before the fabric of space tore and a pitch-dark rift appeared. As his hand was sucked inside, he braced his legs ready for whatever was to come. This time he got a significantly different feeling than before. Where before it felt like his hand entered still water, this time it felt like he had dipped it in a fast-flowing river. His hand felt the strong force, yet it stayed steady and did not move. I don't know how long I'll have to struggle before I will be able to pull my hand out, heck I don't even know if I'll be able to pull it out in the first place. But before Lin Mu could start pulling his hand, he felt a rectangular object slam into it. As soon as he felt the object, it got loose and he was able to easily pull it out. It had not even been a minute, and he could pull his hand so quick out this time. Thinking of the object that slammed his hand, a rectangular box, slightly larger than the size of his palm, appeared in his hand. As I thought, whenever I touch or hold something in the rift, it is stored in the ring. But it wasn't exactly the same with the wooden slip. I wonder why. I guess I'll figure it out eventually. Still, my understanding of the ring is better than before. Lin Mu looked at the closing rift and decided to test something. He picked a stone and a stick off the ground. He threw the stone inside the rift with the finesse of a toddler and held half of the stick inside the rift, and half outside. After a few seconds the rift closed, but right before it completely closed the stick that he was holding was pushed out. So if I'm holding something, it would not be harmed. I guess that solves one of my fears. At least I won't have my hand severed if it's pulled into another rift. He looked around to see if the stone was anywhere but could not find it, convincing Lin Mu that it was lost in the rift. Now finally done with all that, he put his attention on the rectangular box he pulled out. It was made of brown wood and had a faint fragrance. There were 3 cauldrons and a peony carved on the lid of the box. He didn't know what kind of wood it was, but any fragrant wood was usually expensive. He thought he had seen the symbol of cauldrons and a peony before but could not remember where. I can sell this box during next week's market when the traders come. It should sell for a good amount. If I'm lucky, I may even be able to buy a sword or axe with the coins I get. Content with his thoughts, Lin Mu opened the lid of the box and found a small glass bottle placed in the box. He opened the glass bottle and smelled a powerful aroma of herbs wafting out of it. Tilting the bottle on his palm, 3 yellow pills fell out. The pills had swirls of different shades of yellow on its surface. Lin Mu's pupils went wide for he knew what he held in his hand. These are alchemical pills. Aren't these used by Qi cultivators? How did they end up in that rift? A new question popped in Lin Mu's mind: how did these things end up in the spatial rift, and how was the mysterious ring able to open them? Putting the pills back in the bottle, he stored it in the ring along with the wooden box. I don't know what these pills do. If I can find out I'll be able to use them for my own cultivation. I absolutely cannot reveal these to people. There will always be people who will be greedy and will want to snatch them from me. I must find out what these pills do without alerting others or exposing them. Feeling both excited and slightly worried about his prospects now, Lin Mu walked towards the traps to check for any prey that may have been caught. Lin Mu reached the trail where he had set up the traps. He checked the first 3 traps which were not triggered, then moved ahead to check the other traps when he heard the sound of leaves rustling and then a loud screech echoed. Lin Mu rushed to check and found it to be his trap which was triggered. The snare trap had caught a thorn-tailed rat. Thorn-tailed rats were the size of a person's arm, gray or black in color and had a characteristic ash-colored tail with short thorns made up of hardened skin on it. They were a common beast found nearly everywhere in the forest and made up the lower part of the food chain. Though they were low-tiered beasts, the sharp thorns on their tails could give nasty cuts to anyone who was careless in handling them. Lin Mu picked up a large rock and slowly lowered the snare from which the squirming thorn-tailed rat was hanging. Careful not to get hurt from the whipping tail of the rat, Lin Mu put his foot down on the tail and used the rock to crush the rat's skull. Picking up the carcass, Lin Mu went on to check the remaining traps. He found another trap which was not triggered, but the last trap was a surprise to Lin Mu. The trap and its surrounding area was utterly destroyed. Looking around, Lin Mu found the larger trees to have claw marks on them while the smaller, and thinner, trees were directly snapped at the base. There were paw prints which were much larger than an adult male's hands everywhere. Darting his eyes around, Lin Mu searched for any beast that could be lurking, waiting to pounce on him. Not finding any signs of a beast, Lin Mu backed away and ran back to his shack. That was terrifying. Those paw prints were definitely from a middle-tiered beast at least. What is a beast of that level doing here in the outskirts of the forest? They rarely wander this far out. Lin Mu thanked his stars, feeling lucky that he did not encounter a mid-tiered beast as that would most likely end in his demise. Lin Mu then headed back to the stream to skin the thorn-tailed rat. He used his previous method of poking a hole with a sharp stick to drain the blood, and then ripped the skin from its carcass. The flesh of the thorn-tailed rat was tough and had an unpleasant taste, so Lin Mu discarded it and only took the pelt. The pelt would not sell for much, at least not as much as the black-horned rabbit's. It could only be used to make some hard leather, unlike the black-horned rabbit's pelt which could be used to make pouches or soft gloves. Lin Mu stored the pelt in the ring and walked back to the hunting shack to rest and eat his supper. He cooked the apples and ate them, while planning for the next day. Lin Mu decided that he would go to the town to sell the pelts and buy some rice, as he did not want to eat the sour apples for his every meal. He would also inquire when exactly the merchants would be coming next week, so that he could sell the fragrant wooden box. There was still the question of how he would find out more about the alchemical pills he found in the spatial rift. He could not exactly just show the pill to people, nor would describing the appearance of the pill to people work unless they themselves were cultivators or were of a prominent position. From what he knew, there were only a handful of chief cultivators in the northern town, namely the town head, the captain, the 2 vice-captains of the town's guard, and also the 2 top hunters of northern town, all of whom he could not come in contact with. The only other way he could think of was to try his luck in Wu Lim City and find an itinerant cultivator who would be willing to trade for information, but even that would be expensive, not to mention the tax he would have to pay upon entering Wu Lim City. Thinking about all the expenses he would have to incur made him sigh with helplessness. Selling the fragrant wood box is the only way of getting a significant amount of money for now. I hope I get a good enough price. Till then, I can only slowly accumulate money by selling the pelts I get from trapping some small, low-tier beasts. Having sorted his plans for tomorrow, Lin Mu decided to practice chanting the Calming Heart Sutra. As he chanted the sutra, a calming feeling washed over his body and mind, making him able to sense the flow of blood in his veins and the faint waves of energy in his muscles. Focusing his mind on the waves of energy, he could feel them slowly increase and then decrease, softly pulsating back and forth. Eventually, Lin Mu fell asleep and found himself back in the familiar dark place. Am I going to come to this place every time I sleep now? What exactly is this place? I may as well just explore and see if this place has an end. Lin Mu started walking straight in a random direction while counting so he could get an idea of how much time he spends in this place. He walked for a count of 15,000 before he got bored from it. Everywhere he looked was the same, dark. At one point he thought whether he was even moving or just walking in the same place. The only other thing he noticed was that his thoughts were more clear than normal. He felt his mind being less cluttered than normal, his thoughts much faster than usual. And he did not know why. As he kept on walking, he felt his consciousness fade for a moment, and when it came back, he found himself awake. I guess I should get ready to go to the town since it will take me an hour. I don't feel as hungry, so I'll just eat something in the town after I get some money. It would be good to eat something different from sour apples, even though I had the rabbit, but it did not have any spices on it, so it tasted a little bland. I definitely need to buy some spices as well while I'm there. Lin Mu walked towards the stream to wash up and then continued on towards the town. On the way, he saw some carriages on which armed men were sitting and a few which were walking along guarding it. Getting closer to the carriages, Lin Mu could see what was inside one of the carriages but not the rest as they were covered. Beast corpses. Wait, those are steelback wolves. But they're mid-tiered beasts. Average hunters would not be able to hunt those easily even if they're in a group, since steelback wolves hunt in packs of 20 or more. That means they have a cultivator in their group. Lin Mu looked at all the hunters, but could not spot any particular person who looked like a chi cultivator. Even the hunters themselves were unfamiliar to him. If they were from the northern town, he would be able to identify at least one person amongst them, as most hunters were well known. That could only mean that they were from another town, or were from a completely different county. Looking at their weapons and armor, he leaned towards the latter. Lin Mu decided to talk to one of the hunters. He had walked just a little closer when one of the hunters shouted at him. "Don't come closer, kid, you've no business here." Lin Mu abruptly halted in place and replied. "I just wanted to ask, what hunter group are you all from? I don't think I've seen your group hunting in these parts." The hunter, with a hint of annoyance, answered. "Does it look like we're hunters to you, kid? We are the Crimson Fong mercenaries. Now move along before I make you." Walking away from mercenaries, Lin Mu furrowed his brows and wondered who would be able to employ a mercenary group to come to northern town and hunt steelback wolves. It would be much cheaper to employ a local group of hunters, even though multiple groups of them would be required to hunt the wolves. It would still be cheaper than employing a whole mercenary company. Unless it was something other than the steelback wolves they were hunting, something much stronger. As Lin Mu could not see into the other carriages, he could not verify his claim. However, looking at the mercenaries which were guarding the covered carriages, who looked much stronger and had better weapons and armor than the mercenaries from the last carriage, he figured they were transporting something much more valuable than the steelback wolves' carcasses. Continuing on to his journey 20 minutes later, he spotted the spirit apple orchards and along with it the hundreds of peasants that were harvesting the spirit apples. As he got closer, he spotted a familiar face looking at him. Looking at the person, Lin Mu's face became pale. Yuan Tu had been in pain for 3 days now, ever since he got flogged because of the spirit apples that were damaged by Lin Mu. Not only did he get physical punishment, but all the wages of the peasants for this month were cut to compensate for the damages. He had been watched with eyes of dislike by a lot of the peasants because of that. At least I did not have to pay it from my own savings, or worse, having to use my property to compensate for it. It was a saving grace that only Lin Mu had his property seized. Though, now, each and every peasant hates Lin Mu. The key harvest period for spirit apples was a major part of the peasants' earnings for the year. During this period most of the peasants, and even their children, would help out to earn more for their families. The mayor allowed any willing person to be employed for the harvest, and at least one person from each family worked in the orchards during this period. Even though spirit apples grew all throughout the year, they were most abundant a few months before winter and usually started at the end of summer. It was one of the chief exports of Wu Lim City and brought a large revenue for the city mayor each year. But at present there were fewer people because of the plague that spread last year, delaying the process. The supervisor was under pressure from the city mayor to speed up the harvest and complete it before winter comes, so that the spirit apples could be exported to other cities in the south. The supervisor, Li Peng, in turn put pressure on the peasants to hasten the speed of harvest, especially since from the incident 3 days ago he wanted no more accidents. Yuan too was working in the orchards, along with his group, in the morning. They were assigned the area at the very end of the orchard along the transport road. He was working when he saw carriages and a lot of armed men coming from the forest, not recognizing either carriages nor the men having gone into the forest. The only other way for them to come to this part of the forest would be to go through the other route, which passes from inside the western part of the forest. The route from the western forest was dangerous, and the area was populated with mid-tier beasts. Even hunters would not take the risk if they could just use the safe route from northern town. Yuan too looked at the men, trying to find anyone familiar when he spotted a boy walking behind the carriages. As soon as he saw him clearly, his eyes filled with hatred, as it was the same boy who was the reason for his punishment and suffering. Lin Mu had come close to the orchards when he heard the man who was glaring at him shout. "How dare you show your face here, Lin Mu? After all that you've done." Before Lin Mu could reply, the man spoke again. "After the supervisor confiscated your property, why would you come here? You're not welcome to stay here anymore." By this time, the other nearby peasants had heard Yuan Tu's shouting and some had come to check what was happening. Lin Mu was getting nervous as more and more people gathered. He looked at their faces, and every person was looking at him with a repulsive look. Lin Mu gathered his courage to reply. "Uncle Yuan Tu, I'm not here to stay. I'm just visiting the town to sell and buy some things." Yuan Tu answered disparagingly. "What would you even sell after all your property was confiscated? And if you still have money, you should compensate us instead." The other peasants all agreed in an irritated melody. "Yeah. If you have anything to sell, you better compensate us first." Lin Mu did not even know what to reply, as he had no way to compensate them, anyway. Looking at the silent Lin Mu, the peasants kept on rambling, knowing there was no practical chance that Lin Mu could compensate them. They were simply venting their anger. Lin Mu decided to just walk away as he could not listen to the peasants anymore and wanted to do nothing with them. Lin Mu took a step back and turned around when someone grabbed his shoulder. "Where do you think you're going? Today we will settle our debts." Yuan too was gripping his shoulder hard. If Lin Mu had not broken through to the 4th stage of body tempering, his shoulder bones would be broken. Yuan too, who himself was in the 4th stage of the body tempering realm, was a little surprised seeing that Lin Mu was not hurt at all. Lin Mu squirmed and pushed away Yuan Tu's hand. "Let go of me, Yuan Tuesday. I've already paid by getting my property seized, you've no right to stop me." Yuan Tu, now furious, rushed to hold him once again while shouting. "Grab this kid. He'll compensate us with his bones and blood." The other peasants, who were standing there, also attempted to catch Lin Mu. He had been surrounded at this point on 3 sides by the indignant peasants. Lin Mu started running around, while all the peasants chased him. By this time, the town's guards had noticed the commotion and informed the supervisor, Li Peng. Hearing that the peasants were creating a commotion and had stopped working even when they were already behind in terms of completing the harvest, Li Peng's face turned red with anger and he ran towards the location the guards had mentioned. The guards were following behind Li Peng, unable to keep up with his speed. Li Peng was in the 8th stage of the body tempering realm. If he could learn a qi cultivation technique, Li Peng would have already become a qi cultivator since the minimum level at which one could become one was the 8th stage of body tempering. Only at the 8th stage was the body strong and durable enough to handle spirit qi. If anyone attempted to use a qi cultivation technique before the 8th stage, they would, in the best case, cripple themselves or possibly end up dying. Lin Mu, and the peasants who were chasing him, heard a thundering voice coming from behind them. "Stop right this second. What is this stupidity? Why have you imbeciles all stopped working? The thundering shout startled Lin Mu and the peasants, stopping them dead in their tracks. Turning around, they saw the supervisor sprinting towards them with the guards in tow. In a few seconds, Li Peng was right in front of them. "Explain to me right this instant why you are all not working before I sentence everyone to be flogged." The peasants were frozen with fear and could not speak. Yuan too was gritting his teeth as he was the one who wanted to take revenge on Lin Mu the most, but now that the supervisor had shown up he did not know what would happen. The supervisor looked at the silent peasants with a grim look and said, "What are you waiting for, omens? Speak." Before any peasant could utter a word, Lin Mu cried. "The peasants attacked me when I was passing by the orchard, I did nothing to provoke them." Looking at the boy, Li Peng found him to be familiar and then remembered him to be the same boy who caused the loss 3 days ago. Knowing that he could not let Lin Mu talk anymore, Yuan too spoke up. "He's lying, Sir Supervisor. He has come here with ill intentions. He has no reason to be here, yet here he is." With slight panic in his voice, Lin Mu shouted. "That's completely false, sir. I was just visiting the town to sell and buy some things. I had no intention to interact with these people." Yuan too was the first one to shout and attack me. "Lies!" Yuan too yelled. "Silence!" The supervisor shouted, looking at them with an irritated face. Li Peng felt something wrong with their statements, someone was definitely lying. Thinking about the boy's situation, he did not think the boy would be courageous enough to attempt something like provoking these peasants. He switched his gaze over to Yuan Tu's eyes and found him staring at Lin Mu with eyes filled with animosity. Yuan Tu sensed the supervisor looking at him, thus averted his gaze from Lin Mu and said, "The boy is clearly lying, sir. He says he is going to sell and buy things from the town, yet I don't see him carrying anything to sell and I don't think he has any money left after the punishment." With a sinister look in his eyes, Yuan Tu continued. "Sir Supervisor, I suspect he is here to take revenge by stealing the spirit apples from the orchard. I was just trying to stop him from attempting anything." At this point, Yuan Tu was just saying whatever that could get Lin Mu incriminated. Li Peng scanned the boy from top to bottom and indeed found him to be carrying nothing that could be sold. The dread within Lin Mu was increasing second by second, thus he did the only thing he could think of. He started to chant the Calming Heart Sutra in a silent voice. The fear and dread within Lin Mu was washed away by the calming waves, and his mind stilled, no stray thought arising. In Lin Mu's mind, minutes may have passed, yet for others it had been just a few seconds. With his mind free from fear, Lin Mu thought about how to find a solution to his current predicament. With lightning-quick thoughts, he found a solution that may work if he played his cards right. Lin Mu put his hand inside the empty, small money pouch that was tied to his waist and withdrew the black-horned rabbit's horn from the ring. Pulling his hand out from the pouch, Lin Mu showed the small horn in his hand to the supervisor and spoke. "Sir, I wanted to sell this horn in the town, so that I could buy some grain or rice to eat." Looking at the small black horn Lin Mu was holding, Yuan Tu was stumped, as he was sure that the boy was not carrying anything in the pouch. During the chase, his hand had also grazed the money pouch tied to his waist and he definitely felt nothing in it. The reason Yuan Tu was sure that he could incriminate Lin Mu was that he had felt like he had verified the boy had nothing to sell. This had put Yuan Tu in a quandary. Li Peng stayed silent while looking at the horn in Lin Mu's hand, then spoke. "Creators." Li Peng had pondered over the matter, yet could not determine which party was speaking the truth. The small horn in the boy's hand meant that he was not lying and was intending to sell it, but the horn would not have enough value to be sold alone. In the matter of Yuan Tu, he had been wrong when he said the boy had nothing to sell. However, considering the value of the horn, he may have had ill intentions, as Yuan Tu was implying. The only other way he could determine the truth would be to have a witness verify their claims. But looking at the peasants, they all seemed like they would side with you on Tuesday. Li Peng had looked around and the only other people that would have witnessed the incident would be the mercenaries. He knew they were mercenaries from Zhouhua City. The mayor had employed 3 mercenary companies last month for completing some secret tasks that he was not informed about. This was probably the first group coming back after completing their task. Snapping out of his thoughts, Li Peng spoke. "Guards, call the mercenaries over here. They will testify about who is telling the truth." Hearing the decision the supervisor made, Yuan too felt uneasy. If the mercenaries really witnessed everything and told the truth, I would be in much, much greater trouble. No. I cannot be punished. All us peasants know Li Peng is an impartial man, and if he found out that I deliberately accused Lin Mu of theft, the consequence would not be as simple as flogging. Even though the supervisor had confiscated Lin Mu's property and thrown him out of the town, Lin Mu was not legally exiled from the town. Rather, it was Li Peng's method of ensuring that the other peasants would vent their displeasure from losing all their wages onto Lin Mu. Li Peng had thought the boy would stay away from the town long enough for the peasants' anger to fade or move to Eastern Town. Eastern Town was 8 hours away from Northern Town if one walked there. The boy could have easily found work in its grain fields, since the peasants in Northern Town would most likely avoid him. Yet, the boy had come back after 3 days and had even been noticed by the peasants. If the peasants had not seen him it would be fine, but now he had this problem to solve, which was taking up the already limited harvest time they had left. Lin Mu was a little relieved that his method had worked, and the supervisor had not directly declared him guilty. He was still unsure whether the mercenaries would help him or not, though. Observing the mercenaries, one could tell they were unsociable kinds of people. He saw 3 mercenaries being brought over by the guards, one of them being the mercenary he had talked to before. The 3 mercenaries had a slight look of annoyance from being called over by the guards. They would have directly rejected them had it not been that they could not be rude, as they still had to pass the security checks in this town. Moreover, their employer was the very mayor of the city this town came under. And since it was a rather high-paying job, they would not like to lose it. The 3 mercenaries that were brought were all well armed, but the man standing at the front of the trio was equipped in better quality armor than the other 2, who was obviously the leader. The 3 mercenaries followed behind the guards and approached the supervisor Li Peng. All the peasants turned their sights at the mercenaries along with Lin Mu. The lead mercenary glanced his eyes over all the people that were standing around, finally settling his eyes on the well-dressed middle-aged man. The mercenary who had talked with Lin Mu looked at him with a curious gaze. He had seen the whole incident, yet did not know what the boy had done that would invite the anger of all these peasants. From what he could see, the boy had barely spoken a sentence before the man standing opposite him started yelling and attacking him. Li Peng looked at the leading mercenary with a stern gaze before speaking. "You 3 mercenaries, tell us what happened here clearly between this boy and the peasants. You all should have witnessed it." The lead mercenary then replied. "We are from the Crimson Fong Mercenary Company. We only do the work we are paid to do, and don't want to be involved in this matter." The lead mercenary clearly stated his stance. Mercenaries seldom involved themselves with matters between commoners and officials unless it directly involved them. Li Peng was unfazed by the mercenaries' response, fully knowing the workings of a mercenary company and their unwillingness in being involved in such matters. Knowing that he would not be able to convince them easily, Li Peng pulled out a small, metal plate from his pocket and held it out for the trio of mercenaries to see. The leading mercenary was taken aback on seeing the metal plate in the supervisor's hand. The plate had the symbols of Wu Lim on it. This was the insignia of authority issued by the mayor of Wu Lim City to the officials. The presence of an official who bore the insignia meant that they could not reject them and now had to cooperate. Li Peng looking a little satisfied upon seeing the mercenary's upset expression, and declared. "You should know what this insignia means, now tell us what occurred here honestly." The mercenary leading the trio spoke first. We saw the boy walking on the road towards the town when this man standing opposite him started yelling at him. The boy said something to the man before turning away when the man held his shoulder. The boy struggled and got free, but soon the other peasants gathered and started hurling abuses at him and then started chasing him around. Li Peng, still having a poker face, answered. Is that so? Did anyone see what the boy was doing before this? The mercenary who had spoken to Lin Mu before said. The boy had approached our carriage before I stopped him. He asked us whether we were hunters and I told him we were from the Crimson Fong Mercenary Company. I told the boy to stay away as he had no business being near the carriage. This boy then walked behind us for about 20 minutes before we reached here, when the incident started. The supervisor nodded his head, thinking that his guess earlier may have been right. So, you mean to say this man attacked the boy unprovoked? We could not clearly hear what he said, but it did look like the man attacked him unprovoked. Hearing the whole conversation, Yuan Tu's forehead was covered in a cold sweat from fear of what was about to come. Li Peng looked at Lin Mu for a moment before glaring at Yuan Tu with a hint of anger in his eyes before declaring. Yuan Tu had many thoughts about what would happen today, but being imprisoned was not one of them. Looking at the direction the day was heading, it seemed like that would become reality soon enough. Yuan Tu had been holding his breath in dread of the judgment that was about to come. Li Peng declared. Yuan Tuesday. You have falsely accused Lin Mu of theft, and have attacked him along with other peasants which were also incited by you. You have but one chance to speak in your defense. I'm innocent, Sir Supervisor. I was only trying to protect the mayor's property and not let the boy steal any spirit apples. I yelled at him because he came back to the town when you exiled him, sir, and attacked him so he would learn his lesson and not come back. Li Peng raised his eyebrows and stated. I never said I exiled him, did I? I had him thrown out of the town, but he was not explicitly exiled. His punishment was for his property to be confiscated, and be thrown out of the town by the guards, not exile. But Sir Supervisor, I thought you meant to exile the boy when you threw him out. I just assumed. With an amused tone, Li Peng spoke. Oh. Since when can mere peasants assume the judgments of officials? Have you lost sight of your standing? Yuan Tu's back was covered in a cold sweat, once again, upon hearing the supervisor's words. Yuan Tu could not speak, feeling as if there was a lump stuck inside his throat. Looking at the frozen face of Yuan Tu, Li Peng continued. Well then that settles it, now hear your crime. Yuan Tu was found to be guilty of falsely accusing Lin Mu of theft, inciting a crowd to attack Lin Mu, and delaying the process of harvest, which was of the utmost importance. I order Yuan Tu to receive 20 lashes and to be imprisoned for a month. Guards, take him away. Upon hearing the supervisor's orders, the guards promptly held Yuan Tu, who had a dumbstruck expression, and then pulled him away to receive his punishment. Lin Mu was a little surprised at hearing the supervisor's judgment. He had intended to only save himself from false accusations, but did not expect for Yuan Tu to be punished instead. He turned to the three mercenaries, not knowing why they would change their stance so fast on seeing the plate which Li Peng had shown them. Still, he was joyful that they had acted as the witnesses and told the truth. After declaring his judgment, Li Peng shifted his gaze towards the peasants that were standing around. Gathering strength in his voice, the supervisor shouted. What are you all still doing standing around? Get back to work if you don't want to be punished as well. With frightful expressions the peasants rushed back to their work, no longer having any intention of bullying Lin Mu. Tell the village head to speed up the mercenary security checks and let them pass, they're disturbing the work here. Li Peng said to a guard, who then dashed in the direction of the town to let the village head know the supervisor's orders. The leader of the mercenary trio nodded his head in a gesture of thanks and walked away towards the mercenary caravan, thinking in his head that they at least got some benefit in coming here and testifying. Once everyone was gone, the supervisor looked at the boy who was dressed in brown hemp robes with patches all over, showing the age of the garment. The boy had a skinny physique, seemingly because of a lack of proper nutrition, and his hair short and messy. "Go away now, your presence will only further disturb the peasants working here." The supervisor spoke with a hint of impatience in his voice. Hearing Li Peng's voice, Lin Mu, who was looking at the mercenaries, turned back and cupped his hands in salute. Bowing his head, Lin Mu spoke. "Thank you, Sir Supervisor, for upholding justice and freeing me from false accusations." Li Peng nodded his head in response and went back to his work, not wanting to linger here anymore. Seeing the supervisor walking away, Lin Mu thanked his stars for surviving this conflict. He took a moment to think before walking towards the trio of mercenaries. Seeing the boy approaching them, the mercenaries had puzzled expressions. Lin Mu faced the three mercenaries who were standing beside the carriage, which had the steelback wolf carcasses in it. "Thank you for testifying and helping me prove my innocence, kind sirs." On hearing the boy's words, their puzzled expression resolved and the mercenary who had talked to Lin Mu before spoke. "We only did what was asked of us by that official, no need to thank us." The mercenary waved his hand, intending for Lin Mu to leave. Understanding the gesture, Lin Mu nodded his head and walked away. He did not want to waste any more time before selling the pelts and horn, as well as searching for information about the alchemical pills. Li Peng had reached his office and was sitting on a wooden chair, reading a ledger that was placed upon the desk. A sigh escaped his lips as he closed the ledger. Reaching for the teapot that was kept on the side table, he poured himself a cup. He downed the tea in one go. Finding it to be cold, he realized it had been sitting there since before he went to solve the conflict in the orchards. He massaged his forehead with his hand, feeling tired from work as another sigh escaped his lips. Thinking about completing the harvest in time gave him a headache. "I wonder if I should have asked for people from other towns and villages to help out in harvesting. Even if we increased the work hours, we would be cutting it close to the deadline, and that's hoping that there is no other accident." Thinking about the accident caused by the boy named Lin Mu made him feel even more helpless. The loss had been more than he expected. Once he received the actual invoice for the loss of the spirit apples, he had almost lost his temper. He had wanted to fine the peasants even more, but knew that he could not, as some peasants may not have enough money left to survive the winter. The town could not afford any more reduction in population. The plague last year had already hit them hard, making them lose around 20% of their entire population to it. If any more people died, the harvest next year would be even poorer than this year's, as there would not be enough people to harvest. Li Peng clapped his hands to call a servant. No sooner than a few seconds did the door open as a servant walked in and cupped his fist in greeting. "What do you need of this servant, Sir Supervisor? How is the harvest progressing?" "The peasants have been diligently working. The quota for today should be completed almost certainly and may even exceed it by a little." Li Peng hummed in response before speaking. "Tell the other servants to set up torches in the orchards. The working hours will be extended by 3 hours from today so as to speed up the harvest." "It shall be done as you say. Anything else you require of this servant?" "What about the man Yuan too?" "I do not know, sir." "I'll call the guards, they'll know better." "Yes, do that," Li Peng said while closing his eyes, intending to rest them for a bit. The servant walked out of the office and returned 10 minutes later with 2 guards who had taken Yuan Tu away. The 2 guards greeted Li Peng and waited for his orders. "Has Yuan Tu been punished yet?" "Yes, sir," chimed the guards in unison. Yuan Tu was given 20 lashes as Sir ordered and then put in the jail, located in the basement of the guard barracks. Tomorrow, he'll be sent to the prison of Southern Town along with the other criminals to serve his sentence. That will be all. With his eyes still closed, Li Peng dismissed the guards. The 2 guards saluted the supervisor and then turned around to leave, but before they could step out the door Li Peng opened his eyes and spoke once more. "That boy, Lin Mu. What do you know about his strength?" The guards stopped in their tracks and turned back to reply upon hearing Li Peng's question. When we seized the boy 3 days ago, he seemed to be in the second stage of the body tempering realm, Sir Supervisor. And what of the man Yuan too? He should be in the 4th stage of the body tempering realm. The guards replied. Li Peng felt intrigued upon hearing this. A boy in the 2nd stage of the body tempering realm could resist the attack of a man in the 4th stage of the body tempering realm. This was definitely uncommon, to say the least. Not to mention that he was able to run even when a whole mob of peasants was chasing him. If it was any other person of his level of training, they would have probably been crippled by the mob, if not killed. Observing the intrigue in the supervisor's eyes, one guard hesitantly asked. Should we keep an eye on this boy called Lin Mu, sir? No, that would not be necessary. All right, you're dismissed, said Li Peng, upon hearing the guard's question. The door of the office closed as the guards and the servant went away, leaving behind Li Peng, who had one hand on his chin while he tapped the desk with the finger of his other hand, immersed in his thoughts. Lin Mu had just entered the northern town, completely unaware of the events that had happened, and that he had unknowingly piqued the interest of the supervisor Li Peng. Northern Town was one of the 4 satellite towns of Wu Lim City. Each town was named according to the cardinal direction they were in, with respect to Wu Lim City. The different towns also had their different characteristics. The northern town had spirit apple orchards, which were the chief export of Wu Lim City and reaped large profits for the mayor each year. Eastern Town had grain fields and was the major source of grain for the other 3 towns and Wu Lim City. Grains such as wheat, rice, and some millets were grown there. It also had the largest population of all the 4 towns, with most of its townsmen being farmers. The Western Town was originally a checkpoint for the raw materials brought by merchants and traders from the different counties, but later had become a complete trade center, with most of the townsmen catering to the needs of the merchants that came to do business. The Xuan Kingdom had an army base that was located in the southern town. It was a veiled attempt to keep the mayor of Wu Lim City in check and not let his influence get too strong, though officially the reason was to provide support to the northern frontier in case of an invasion. The army base took up over 60% of the area of the southern town. Because of the army base, there were many blacksmiths, taverns, inns, and courtesans in the southern town, which all provided their services and entertainment to the soldiers. The first thing Lin Mu noticed upon entering the town was the unusually high amount of guards. Looking closer at the guards, one could see that they were not just from the town's guard but also from the city guard. Why are there guards from Wu Lim City here? What could have made them come here? Lin Mu followed the road while checking out the various sights of the town. He was looking for a shop that would buy his pelts and the horn. He could not go to the shops he used to go before, as the shopkeepers would definitely decline buying them after the incident. He had to look for a shop he had not been to before. Thinking over it more, he instead decided to go to the tannery, and if they did not buy the pelts, then he would go search for other shops. Switching his path, he made his way to the tannery. The pungent smell of rotten flesh and carrion could be felt from far, and as one got closer you could also smell the odor of various chemicals mixed with it. Lin Mu covered his mouth and nose with his hand to prevent the vile stench of the tannery from making him vomit. Eventually, he reached the entrance of the tannery where hunters and trades could be seen standing. He saw a man writing down something in a register after talking to those hunters and traders. Lin Mu approached the clerk. "I would like to sell some pelts." The clerk, who was busy writing in the register, turned his eyes up and looked at Lin Mu, who had just spoken. "How many?" "2 pelts." The clerk raised his brows in question. "Just 2. What kind of pelts are you looking to sell?" "1 pelt of the black-horned rabbit and 1 of the thorn-tailed rat." The clerk's face had a look of annoyance after hearing what Lin Mu had come to sell. With an annoyed tone, he spoke. "Make trouble somewhere else, boy, do not bother me. What use are the pelts that you are selling? We only buy pelts from bigger beasts, not ones such as that you are trying to sell." Some of the hunters who had heard the conversation started laughing. Ha ha ha, look what people are calling pelts these days. Those pelts are useless, boy. Come back when you have the pelt of a bigger beast. Look at the boy, with how scrawny he is. I doubt he can even hunt a common deer, not to mention a beast. Hearing the mocking tones the hunters made, Lin Mu felt embarrassed. Not wanting to bother trying to sell the pelts here, he decided to try his luck someplace else. As the stench of the tannery faded, Lin Mu felt better as he breathed in the fresh air. He wondered which shop would buy his pelts if the people at tannery said they were useless. He walked through the streets looking at shops such as tailors, shoemakers, and blacksmiths. There were few blacksmiths in northern town, and the ones he'd been to before would not buy from him, so his choices were rather slim. He visited multiple shops, but all of them rejected him, not wanting to buy his pelts. All of them had the same response, that the pelts were not of much use and to look elsewhere. Eventually, it was afternoon, and Lin Mu heard his stomach rumble from hunger. He had expected that he would have sold the pelts before the afternoon and would be able to have a meal from the coins he would get, but luck was not in his favor today. Sweeping through the streets, he found an old sign hanging at the entrance of an alley that branched from the street. He went closer to check it out, but could not make out what was written on it. The sign was mottled and abused by the elements over the years it had hung there. The only thing barely visible on it was the pattern of an anvil. I guess I can check out this place, not like I have many other options left, anyway. Lin Mu entered the alley and looked around. Most of the shops were closed with their doors and windows barred, which undoubtedly had been for a long time, judging from the conditions. He finally found the shop which had the same sign as that was hung on the entrance of the alley. The name on the sign read, Jing Wei's Emporium, and there were more patterns on the sign than just the anvil. There was a pattern of a dagger, a small flower, and a gauntlet along with the anvil. Lin Mu held the handle of the shop's door and pushed, but it did not budge. He put more force into it and the door moved with a loud creak. One could see the dust floating in the air, which induced a sneeze as they walked through it. Lin Mu looked at the wide array of objects in the shop. Some placed on the shelves, some hanging on the wall, and some just simply laying on the floor. There was dust on every object in the shop, thus Lin Mu thought about whether or not the shop even operated. There were so many different objects that Lin Mu wondered if this was simply a pawn shop. There were weapons like rusty old swords, spears, daggers, bows, random pieces of armors, books, dried herbs, boots, and a wide assortment of miscellaneous items such that it would probably take many days to go through them all. Another thing that made Lin Mu confused was that the shop was much bigger than it looked from the outside. He wondered if the other shops in the alley were as such. There was no shopkeeper or clerk at the counter that Lin Mu could talk to. He rang the small bell that was kept on the counter, but no one answered. Lin Mu tried ringing it a few times until he heard the voice of a woman coming from a closed door that was behind the counter. "Have some patience, I'm coming." As soon as he heard the voice, he withdrew the pelts and horn from the ring, or it would be hard to explain to the shopkeeper where he got them from when he was not holding anything in his hands before. He watched the door, anticipating for it to open, but it was not until 5 minutes later that it did. The door behind the counter opened and out walked a woman that looked to be in her early 30s. She was dressed in a blue robe and had a wooden hairpin holding up her hair in a bun. She was not outright beautiful, but had a subtle charm to her. Her face had no wrinkles, but one could see a tinge of rouge on her cheeks. "What do you want?" the woman said in a rather curt tone. "I would like to sell some goods, do you buy them here?" Lin Mu asked, as he was not even sure if the shop bought goods from people or just sold them, because if they did not then he would have wasted his time coming here. "Show me what you want to sell." Upon getting a positive response from the woman, Lin Mu felt a tinge of joy. At least someone was willing to buy from him, unlike the other shops, rejecting him straight away. Lin Mu placed the pelts on the counter towards one side and the small black horn on the other. The woman eyed the items, flipping the pelts to see both the sides and checking for any damage, cuts, or stains. then turned her gaze towards Lin Mu. This is a rather weird way to skin a beast, but the pelts are fine and don't have any tears. A smile appeared on Lin Mu's face upon hearing the woman's assessment, but then turned bitter on hearing her next words. The pelts are small, so they are not worth much. I can give you 20 copper coins for the black-horned rabbit's pelt and 10 copper coins for the thorn-tailed rat's. And the horn? Lin Mu asked upon not hearing a price for the horn. Nothing. Excuse me. The horn has no use, I won't buy it. The woman replied with a rather straight face. With a pleading tone, Lin Mu spoke. But can't you make weapons with it? Or some other equipment? The effort in making it would not be enough compared to how much such a piece of equipment would sell for. Taking a pause, she added. Rather than selling it, you may as well just keep it as a small trinket. No one else would buy it, but seeing as you've come to this shop, I reckon you have tried to sell these things before. Lin Mu felt a slight pinch in his heart upon hearing the words of the woman. He nodded his head and said. Okay, I accept the price. Also, if I bring more such pelts or goods, would you be willing to buy them? Still having a straight face, the woman replied. I must see them first before deciding. But it would be better if you bring something more substantial than this. Lin Mu thought in his mind, if I could, I would have sold them in the shops I had visited before and not in a place such as this, but did not show any change of expression on his face as he did not want the woman to get offended. The woman removed a pouch from the counter and counted 30 coins before placing them before Lin Mu, who picked them up and put them in the small pouch he had tied to his waist. He walked out of the old and dusty shop, closing the door upon his exit. Now that he had some coins, the first thing he wanted to do was to satisfy his hunger, thus he made his way towards the street where food stalls were located. Once Lin Mu was gone from the shop, the woman, who was still standing at the counter, heard an old voice coming from the door behind her. Who was it, Kur? The woman replied, but with a more affectionate voice this time, completely unlike how she talked with Lin Mu. Just some boy. Lin Mu could smell the tantalizing aromas arising from the various food stalls. The owners of the stalls roared out their prices, with many people standing around and sitting at the benches set up near the stalls, eating their food. There were various dishes being sold by the stands. There were buckwheat noodles, skewered barbecued meat, fried chicken drumsticks, big buns filled with meat, soups and vegetable filling, stir-fried rice, braised meat soup, and many more. There were also some tea houses along the street where people could be seen relaxing and enjoying some tea with some light snacks. Lin Mu decided to buy some buns, as they would be cheap and very filling. He had to save some money to buy rice as well as some spices so that he would not have to eat the sour apples every day. He did not even have any salt with him to season anything he caught to eat, thus he especially wanted to buy a set of spices. Lin Mu walked up to a stall that was selling buns and spent 3 copper coins to buy 2 meat-filled buns for his meal. He sat down on a bench nearby to eat the buns and take in the sights of the people in the town. He had been missing the town after 3 days, even though his days had been relatively exciting due to all the events that had happened ever since acquiring the mysterious rusty ring. After finishing the buns, he wanted to find out when the merchants would be coming to the town next week so that he could sell the fragrant wood box. I should head to a tea house to find out when the merchants would be coming next week. Most people liked to go to tea houses to drink some tea and gossip with the other patrons. It would be the best place to find out information, as most people would answer questions rather easily and without any suspicion. If one was lucky, one could even hear about events happening in the city, gossip about what schemes the officials were planning or which merchant was getting punished for cheating people. Such things people talked about to satisfy their need for entertainment and drama. Lin Mu walked into a relatively popular tea house and looked around for an empty chair to sit. The place was packed with people. Looking around for a moment, he found a table that had 1 empty chair left. He spent 2 copper coins to order a cup of tea for him from the waiter. There were 3 people already sitting on the table talking with each other. The people that were sitting on the table gave him a momentary glance before going back to talking amongst themselves. The waiter soon brought with him a tray on which there were 4 cups and a pot of tea. He placed a cup in front of each person and then poured them some tea before walking away to serve other patrons of the tea house. The tea in the cup was steaming and gave off a faint fragrance that gave one a sense of calm. Lin Mu picked up the cup and blew at it before taking a sip of the light green liquid. Most of the patrons were talking with each other, while some sat in silence, some talking out loud and their voices could be heard on the other side of the tea house, yet no one minded it. The people sitting on the table with Lin Mu were talking in a normal voice, and he was listening to all that they were saying. Most of it was just about how their days were going, how was their work or family, most topics being pretty mundane until he heard something that made his ears perk up. Did you know that the city mayor was in an outrage yesterday? What? Why, what happened? Apparently the mayor lost something important and in a fit of rage broke and destroyed a lot of things in his mansion. All the servants and the officials in the mansion could hear it, and it was not until the mayor's wife went in to calm him down that he stopped. The third person who was sitting on the table opposite to Lin Mu then asked in a doubtful voice. And how do you know this? My wife's brother works as a servant in the mayor's mansion, so I can vouch that it's true. The man still had a doubtful look but allowed him to continue. The Lord must have lost something precious for him to break into a fit of rage, as he is a rather composed man. Did he just lose it somewhere or was it stolen? I think it was stolen, as if it was lost inside the mansion it would have been found. The 3 men conversed without giving a mind to how the surrounding tables were now also paying attention to them, as the information they revealed was a rather juicy piece of news. Not much gossip came out of the mayor's mansion, and now that some had come, everyone wanted to hear it. Even Lin Mu was listening attentively, without missing a word. Is that why there are city guards in the town, because he got something stolen and ordered them to find it? That could be it, but they won't reveal the information so easily. One of the persons sitting on a table next to Lin Mu spoke up. Apparently the mayor also sent out a group of officials, along with a detachment of guards to the south yesterday evening. Yesterday evening? That should be just after he had the outrage. Could those two be related? The conversation continued about the topic until it eventually changed to something else. Lin Mu had finished his cup of tea when he finally decided to do what he came here for. He turned to the people sitting on the table and asked. Does anyone know when the merchants will come next week? The men paused for a moment to turn their attention towards Lin Mu and then answered. They should be coming early this week, as the mayor has been buying a lot of rare materials lately, and will also sell the first shipment of the spirit apples. I think they should be here in 5 days at least, if not earlier. Hearing the answer he wanted, Lin Mu was pleased and thanked the men for the information and stood up to go buy the supplies he wanted. He walked out onto the street and went towards a shop that sold grains. He spent 10 copper coins to buy a kilogram of rice before going to a shop that sold spices. He bought a set of spices that included black pepper, cinnamon, cumin, cloves, allspice, nutmeg and salt. That was all he could buy for 10 copper coins, as he wanted to save the remaining 5 copper coins to buy a gourd to store water. He didn't want to keep on making trips to the stream from the hunting shack again and again just to get some water. He easily found a shop that sold sundries and bought a gourd from there. It was a little later than 2 p.m. now, and he wanted to go back to the hunting shack before sundown so that he could check up on the traps he had set. At least he now had some rice to eat for dinner, and if he could find some bird nests in the forest, he'll be able to eat some eggs with it. He slung the sack containing the rice on his back for now, as he did not want to put it in the ring here and risk others seeing it. He walked out of the town gate towards the outskirts. He passed by the spirit apple orchards where the peasants were still working as hard as ever. The line of carriages that was standing along with the mercenaries was no longer there, already having crossed the town and headed towards Wulim city. Lin Mu kept his head down when he was passing by the orchards, as he did not want the peasants to notice him. Thankfully, no one noticed him and he was able to cross the orchards and onto the path leading to the forest. He had been walking for about half an hour when he felt the mysterious ring on his right hand buzz. This time he knew what was going to happen, thus he was prepared and no longer surprised. He braced himself, but was not pulled anywhere this time. He looked around and saw no people except for him nearby. He then looked at the ring on his finger when a familiar feeling went through his body and he saw a rift open up in front of him. He did not feel a pull that was as strong as before on his hand. Still curious to know what he will find this time, he extended his hand inside the spatial rift. The spatial rift was as dark as ever and his hand felt like it had entered still water. He felt around but found nothing. Moving his hand around every corner of the spatial rift, he then found something hard and rough near the lower right corner of the rift. He touched it and tried to get a guess of its size but could not move his hand much, as it was already at the very edge of the rift. He willed for it to be stored into the ring and then pulled back his hand out of the spatial rift. The spatial rift closed as soon as he pulled his hand out. Lin Mu wanted to see what he had found this time, but waited till he reached the hunting shack, as he did not want the chance of a passing traveler to discover him. He reached the hunting shack in another half hour. Thinking about withdrawing the object he found in the spatial rift, it appeared in his hand. This time, though, the object was much bigger than he had imagined, and as soon as he felt the weight of the object in his hand it fell down with a loud thud, nearly crushing his toes. He looked at it and found it to be a large rock, nearly half as big as him. He was lucky that his legs were not close to the place where the rock fell. Just an inch more and his toes would definitely be crushed. He looked at the large rock and found it to be nothing unusual. He touched it and examined all its sides, but found it to be just a common rock one could find anywhere, except for its large size. Still, he kept it back in the ring as he thought that since it came from the rift, it should be something special, just that he could not find what it was for now. In the Sky Precepts sect, Head Elder Han was cultivating in his residence in silence when his communication jade hummed. He opened his eyes and touched the jade to know what message he received. The message was from the head disciple of Star Catching Peak. More spatial disturbances were detected in the northern lands and they appear every day. This is more common than I thought. Even though spatial disturbances also occur naturally, they don't occur this often. We need to be faster in the investigation, we don't know how bad this could get. Done with his thoughts, Head Elder Han stood up and walked out of his residence. Looking up in the sky, he took a step and disappeared from sight. A minute later he appeared in front of the mission pavilion. There were hundreds of disciples moving in and out of the mission's pavilion. As soon as the disciples saw Head Elder Han, they all cupped their hands in salute. Greetings to the Head Elder. This disciple greets Head Elder. May the Head Elder's cultivation be unobstructed and smooth. All the disciples erupted in praises and greetings trying to bootlick the Head Elder and gain his favor. The Head Elder was used to such occurrences for decades now. In fact, the same thing would occur if any other high-ranking elder would appear in public. Elder Han paid no attention to the disciples and walked into the mission's pavilion. Once inside, he made his way towards the location of the elder at the pavilion. He reached a hall, the door of which was already opened, and a young man looking to be in his late 20s was standing. He was similarly dressed in a black robe but had the symbols for Mission's Pavilion on the left side of his chest. The young man had a gentle smile on his face as he cupped his hands in greetings. What brings you here, Head Elder Han? How's the process for the mission to the northern lands going? Elder Han said with a straight face. The selection for the disciples has been completed and they will be departing for the northern lands in a week. Why do they still need a week? Elder Han asked while raising an eyebrow. Some of the selected disciples are in seclusion and should be out within the week. Considering the severity of the missions, I had to select some senior disciples who have been cultivating in seclusion for more than a year now. The young man calmly explained. Elder Han nodded his head in agreement and continued. More spatial disturbances have been detected, the Star Catching Peak reports one every day. Ask the disciples to be careful and more thorough in their investigation. The young man's smile stiffened upon hearing the news from Elder Han. Yes, I'll inform the disciples of this. Not wasting a moment more, Elder Han sped out of the mission's pavilion and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The young elder was left standing in the hall with a smile, which soon turned to a frown as soon as the head elder disappeared. He turned his left palm upward, and a small disc appeared on it. The young man placed his finger on top of the disc, which glowed, and runes started floating around it, forming a small screen on which details of all the missions can be seen. Using his spirit sense, he made some changes to the mission, raising its danger level one level higher. After doing this, the young-looking elder placed the disc away and closed the door of the hall with a wave of his hand. He had many more tasks to do, tasks which were very important, which he had delayed as soon as he detected the head elder entering the mission's pavilion. Back in the outskirts of northern town, Lin Mu was searching for some bird nests to snatch a couple of eggs for his dinner. He spent half an hour and found 4 small eggs the size of a quail's egg. After finding them, he no longer wanted to spend any more time searching for eggs and went back to the hunting shack. He placed the eggs in the pot to boil and withdrew the sack of rice he had put in his ring. He placed the sack in one corner and waited for the eggs to boil so that he could cook the rice. While he waited, he chanted the Calming Heart Sutra and embraced the calm waves that spread throughout his body. Finishing the chant, he did not feel any increase in his strength. How do I increase my strength with the Calming Heart Sutra? Just chanting it no longer works, what else does it need more to work? While he thought about the Calming Heart Sutra, the eggs were done boiling. Lin Mu removed the eggs from the pot and added some rice to let it cook. He pondered on what else he could do to make the Calming Sutra work. I should do physical training and then try reciting the Calming Heart Sutra and see if that's any better. Even though I don't have any physical training manual, just normal exercises should work too. The body-tempering realm was considered to be the easiest realm in cultivation, not only because it was the first realm, but because it required little to no resources to progress. In fact, even a common peasant would reach the 4th stage of the body-tempering realm by the age of 30 just by doing manual labor. Even if one did not have a training manual, the person could just exercise and train themselves normally and they would reach higher stages. Though this was only until the 7th stage of the body-tempering realm. Progressing any further, without a proper training manual, was not impossible but was exponentially more difficult. Having planned his next approach, Lin Mu waited for the rice to cook. As soon as the rice was cooked he ate it all, along with the 4 eggs he had boiled. With his stomach now filled and hunger sated, Lin Mu walked out to train. He first decided to do a run and then try other exercises. Lin Mu ran a lap all the way to the apple tree, at the end of which he was gasping for his breath. He rested for a few minutes and then started to do push-ups. He did as many push-ups as he could until his arms felt sore and he could no more. Resting for a few more minutes he stood in a horse stance and practiced his punches. He performed rhythmic punches until his legs felt like jelly and he collapsed. This was the most intense physical training Lin Mu had ever done. Fueled with the desire to become a chi cultivator, Lin Mu had solidified his resolve and had decided to push his body to its limits. Lin Mu forced himself to sit cross-legged and chanted the Calming Heart Sutra. The experience that he had this time differed completely from before. The calming waves were the same, but he still felt the aching of his muscles. In the pain of his muscles, he felt faint waves of energy flowing. As he kept on chanting the Calming Heart Sutra, his mind was stilled and he was able to focus on the faint waves of energy. The more he focused, the more they intensified, until they reached a crescendo and dispersed all over his body. He felt his fatigue reducing and the waves of energy disappearing. A glint appeared in Lin Mu's eyes. This is indeed the right method to practice the Calming Heart Sutra. Lin Mu shouted out loud. If the Calming Heart Sutra has such a profound effect even without a proper training manual, I can only imagine what kind of effect it would have with one. Lin Mu decided to wash up before going back to sleep in the hunting shack, as he was covered in sweat from all the training he did. Lin Mu removed his clothes and jumped into the stream nearby. The water was chilly and helped reduce the soreness of his muscles. Lin Mu also washed his clothes and wrung them out to remove as much water from them that he could. I need to buy another set of clothes on my next trip to the town, I can't just make do with only one set. Adding a new task to his mental note, Lin Mu wore the slightly wet clothes and walked back to the hunting shack. By the time he reached the shack, his clothes were completely dry. Having had a successful day, Lin Mu was satisfied with himself and slipped into a deep sleep. Same as before, he found himself in the dark place. Now used to the phenomenon, Lin Mu just spent his time in planning for the future until he woke up from sleep. After waking up, the first thing Lin Mu sensed was that the air was much colder than normal in the shack. He opened the door of the shack and felt a gust of chilly air hit his face. Looking around, he took a breath of relief at the absence of any snow in the surroundings. It's good that it did not snow in the night, though the temperature has fallen even more. I probably have at most a month till winter sets in. Once winter came, it would be much more difficult for Lin Mu to catch beasts with traps. If he wanted to hunt beasts, he would have to go much deeper in the forest and that would be dangerous. Lin Mu had to get enough money within this 1 month to rent a place so he could stay in the town, and have enough left to tide over the winter. If he could not, it would be harrowing to stay in the hunting shack since there was no way it could provide adequate protection from the cold. I should go check the traps and see if there's anything caught in them. I hope there's no stronger beast near the traps like before. Lin Mu made his way towards the trails where he had set the snare traps, trying to make as little noise as possible. This time the heavens seemed to be happy with Lin Mu, as he found that the first snare had caught something. He walked closer to take a look and thanked the heavens on spotting what was caught in the snare. It was a snow-veiled hare. Snow-veiled hares were quite a rare beast in the northern forests. Even though they were only low-tiered beasts, having the strength equivalent to that of the second-stage body-tempering realm, they were incredibly fast and could camouflage in snow, not to mention they would only come out once the snow was knee-deep. Finding one this early before winter was very unusual, even veteran hunters would only be able to catch one every few years. The flawless white fur was prized by the women of affluent families in the city and would sell for a small fortune. Lin Mu grasped the squirming snow-veiled hare firmly, finding it a little difficult because of the strength of the beast. Lin Mu wanted to keep the snow-veiled hare in the ring and not skin the pelt by himself. He did not think he had the skills good enough to avoid damaging such a precious pelt, and he did not have the right tools either. He would rather just sell the whole beast alive. Lin Mu did not know whether he could actually keep the beast alive in the ring, as he had never tried that before. Not wanting to experiment it on the snow-veiled hare, he tied its limbs tightly with some vines he found nearby, coiling them multiple times around the limbs to make sure it does not snap them. He slung the beast on his back and went ahead to check on the other snares. The second snare was triggered and the noose of the snare was ripped, most likely from a bigger or stronger beast. He examined the footprints and found them to be hoof prints. Seems like a deer passed through here. That's strange as well, they don't usually wander out here either. First the snow-veiled hare, and now a deer. Is something scaring the low-tiered beasts and animals here? Wait, could it be the same beast that destroyed the surrounding area of my traps? Lin Mu did not want to go near that area, but his curiosity won in the end. Lin Mu silently approached the destroyed place, keeping his eyes wide open and legs ready to run at the first sight of danger. The area looked the same as before, with broken trees lying around and claw marks and paw prints everywhere. He examined further and there were no new beast tracks there either. The other beasts were most likely avoiding the area because of the scent of the beast which destroyed the area. He saw the path on which the beast retreated, deep towards the forest. Having satisfied his curiosity, Lin Mu checked upon the remaining 4 traps. 2 of them were not triggered again. These were the same ones that were not triggered the last time he had checked. The last 2 traps were successful. There was a black-horned rabbit caught in one and in another a thorn-tailed rat. Lin Mu wanted to experiment whether he could keep beasts alive in the ring, thus these two would become his subjects. He held the black-horned rabbit and stored it in the ring. Lin Mu then pulled it out from the ring after 10 seconds. The black-horned rabbit was still alive and squirmed in his hands. He put the rabbit back in the ring and waited for 5 minutes to see if it was still alive after that. 5 minutes passed and he withdrew the beast from his ring, this time it was dead. Why did the rabbit die after 5 minutes and not before? Could there not be any air in the ring for the rabbit to breathe? Lin Mu did not know if he could store air into the ring. He tried imagining it, storing air into the ring. After that, he put the thorn-tailed rat into the ring and once again waited 5 minutes to see if it would work. He pulled the thorn-tailed rat out after 5 minutes and found it to be dead as well. Guess I'll just have to make a trip to the town today to sell the snow-veiled hare. I should hurry then. Lin Mu ran to the stream to skin the beasts. Using the method he used before, Lin Mu swiftly skinned and cleaned the carcasses, storing the pelts in the ring. He reached the shack and set the black-horned rabbit's meat on the stove. Now that he had spices with him, Lin Mu generously sprinkled them on the meat. A few minutes later, the aroma of the spices and the meat made his mouth water. Picking up the well-roasted rabbit from the stove, Lin Mu put it aside to cool down enough for him to be able to eat it. Once it cooled down, Lin Mu ravenously ate it, unable to control his hunger. Picking the bones clean, Lin Mu licked his fingers, which were covered in the oil from the rabbit. With his hunger sated, Lin Mu slung the snow-veiled rabbit on his back and ran towards the direction of northern town. He ran in short bursts of speed, slowing down when he felt tired. Lin Mu did not feel as winded as he felt after yesterday's run. He reached the town in 40 minutes, much faster than before. Lin Mu looked at the sun and estimated it to be around 11 a.m., leaving him with more than enough time to complete his tasks and return to train. He rushed on the path passing by the orchards, avoiding the looks of everyone. He entered the town and made his way towards the tannery, as that would probably be the place that will pay the most. Covering his nose and mouth to avoid the disgusting stench coming from the tannery, Lin Mu entered through the gate and saw the same clerk as before standing there, writing in his register. He could feel the gazes of the people turn towards him as he got closer, and when they saw the beast that was slung on his back, some even gasped. The clerk saw him and scrunched his face in annoyance. "What do you want this time, kid? I told you we don't buy pelts of low-tiered beasts." Before the clerk could continue talking, Lin Mu thrust the tied-up snow-veiled hare forward. "This, I wish to sell it." The clerk's eyes went wide once he saw the snow-veiled hare. The clerk had not seen a snow-veiled hare in 2 years now, as fewer hunters went out to hunt during the winter. He knew that the beast's pelt could be sold for a fortune, and if they auctioned it in Wu Lim City they could make even more. The clerk's eyes darted around and saw that the hunters were having the same ideas as him. 70 silver coins for the snow-veiled hare. The clerk loudly said, dousing any desire of the hunters to buy it from Lin Mu before he could. He could have offered less but did not want to take any chance and miss out on the opportunity here. It's good that the boy did not kill and skin the beast himself, he definitely would have damaged it. Lin Mu's eyes lit up in joy upon hearing the price offered by the clerk. "I'll take it, give me the money." The clerk went inside the building for a minute and came back with a pouch. Passing it to Lin Mu, he asked him to count it as he took the snow-veiled hare from him. While Lin Mu counted the coins, the clerk checked the hare for any stains on its fur. Satisfied with the condition of the snow-veiled hare, he called for a servant to take it away to be skinned. After counting, Lin Mu pretended to put the coins in his own pouch but instead transferred them to the ring and gave the clerk's pouch back to him. Lin Mu turned around to leave the tannery, but as soon as he walked a few steps away from the gate he heard someone call him from the back. "Stop right there, brat." Lin Mu stopped in his tracks upon hearing the voice. He hoped that things would not progress as he was imagining them. He turned back to see 4 men standing behind him. He had seen them standing in the tannery when he was selling the snow-veiled hair. As many people were staring at Lin Mu when he was carrying the snow-veiled hair, he had not noticed that these 4 men had a greedy look in their eyes when he sold the snow-veiled hair for 70 silver coins. "Hey brat, answer us, where did you find the snow-veiled hair?" said the man who had called Lin Mu. "And tell us truthfully or you'll have to face the consequences," added another man. All 4 men looked rugged and gave off vibes that they were up to no good. Lin Mu had not seen these guys ever before, so did not know whether they were hunters. If they were hunters, Lin Mu would not worry as much, as they would not do anything rash, but if they were not, then it would be a different situation. "I found and caught the snow-veiled hair in the western edge of the forest," said Lin Mu, lying through his teeth. Lin Mu did not want to expose the location of the hunting shack where he was living in. These men did not look like they were decent and would definitely come to Lin Mu if they did not find the snow-veiled hair. Not to mention all the secrets of the ring which he did not want others to find out about. "Is that so, huh? So you wouldn't mind showing us the place yourself?" the man standing at the front asked with an evil smile on his face. The other men already looked like they were already getting impatient and would attack Lin Mu if he did not agree. Okay, I'll show you guys," spoke Lin Mu. Lin Mu had no intention of following through with the intentions of the men. He would find a suitable opportunity and run away at the first sight of danger. Lin Mu even wondered that if he did not get an opportunity to run, he would just take them to the area which was destroyed by the unknown beast and try to hoodwink his way out from there. But before he could continue his train of thought, the man spoke again. "If you're sure of it, then you should have no problem handing over the silver coins you got from the clerk to us. We'll give it back once we catch a snow-veiled hair, and besides there are many thieves these days, the money will stay safe with us." Another man spoke with an obvious threat in his voice. Lin Mu now understood that these men never wanted to get the location of snow-veiled hair but rather just wanted to get their hands on his money. Knowing that talking anymore would be useless, a plan quickly formulated within Lin Mu's mind. He would have to take a certain risk but would be able to save his money and get away from these men. Lin Mu took a few steps backward and in the blink of an eye broke into a sprint before those men could grab him. "Where are you going, brat? Stop! Catch him!" Lin Mu put all his strength in running from the men. The training he did increased his endurance and allowed him to run for a longer time. Even still, Lin Mu was only in the 4th stage of the body tempering realm and there was no way he could keep up this pace. The thieves who were after him were in a higher stage than him. 2 of them were in the 5th stage of the body tempering realm and the other 2 in the 6th stage of the body tempering stage. The thieves would eventually catch up with Lin Mu, so he could only hope his plan works. Lin Mu kept on running towards the main part of the town. Once he reached there, the presence of the guards should be able to dissuade the men from pursuing him. Halfway to the town, Lin Mu's legs grew tired and revolted in pain, but he kept on running. He realized that he had overestimated himself after yesterday's training. "That brat will not be able to run for much longer, speed up. He's just a weak twerp, I'll show him a taste of what it's like to offend me." The thieves were yelling at the top of their voices, trying to intimidate Lin Mu. Then the worst thing that Lin Mu feared for happened. He started to lose feeling in his legs, and they had grown too sore after running for 10 minutes straight. Lin Mu was still 5 minutes away from the town, and the thieves had reduced the distance between them. In this desperate time, Lin Mu had a sudden moment of enlightenment. He chanted the Calming Heart Sutra, and its waves started to spread through his body. Even though his legs still felt sore and he was out of breath, Lin Mu was able to pull through and sped up once again, putting more distance between him and the thieves. The thieves finally noticed that not only Lin Mu was not slowing down, he actually increased his speed. "How's this brat still running? Keep on running, he should be on his last legs." Lin Mu finally entered the town, but he was still away from the area where there were more guards. There were some people around who noticed the madly running Lin Mu and then saw the men chasing him. Seeing the people around and no guards, Lin Mu started the next part of his plan. Lin Mu pulled on the coin pouch tied to his waist and shouted with all his mouth. "Thieves! Thieves want to steal my money heap." The people around heard Lin Mu's cries and became alert. Some people clutched their coin pouches while others pulled out their weapons. Thieves were not uncommon in the town, but it was rare to see them trying to rob from people in broad daylight, that too while chasing their victim through the open streets where people would notice. The thieves chasing Lin Mu gritted their teeth in rage. They knew that even if they catch Lin Mu and get his money, they will have to leave the town or the guards would definitely imprison them. Now that even Wu Lim City's guards were here in the northern town, the town's own guards seemed to be on edge, punishing crooks for the slightest grievance. "I'm gonna split that brat's legs once I catch him." One of the thieves furiously spoke. Seeing that he had caught the notice of people and alerted them, Lin Mu did something that surprised the thieves. He threw his coin pouch in a small crowd of people and shouted. "Leave me, I don't want the money anymore." The coin pouch hit one of the persons standing in the crowd but did not hurt him and just plopped down, not exactly how a pouch heavy with coins would. The thieves gawked at this action of Lin Mu. "Huh, looks like that boy finally gave up. That's a shame, I was itching to break his bones." The thieves stopped chasing Lin Mu and went towards the crowd. The man that was hit with the pouch was now holding it in his hand and had a confused look on his face. The thieves approached the man holding the pouch and pulled out their daggers and clubs. "Give us the coin pouch and no one has to get hurt." The man leading the thieves spoke. To their surprise, the man straight up held out the coin pouch for them to take. The thieves had expected some resistance or negotiation, but this was completely different. "Can't believe thieves have such low standards now." The man who was holding the coin pouch spoke with a hint of disdain in his voice. The thieves were a little confused by the man's statement but did not mind it, as they had heard much worse before and did not want to get into a conflict if they were getting the easy way out. Once the leader of the thieves held the coin pouch in his hand and felt its weight, he understood the man's statement and his face fell. He peered into the coin pouch and found a meager sum of 5 copper coins in it. "God damn it, that brat fooled us." The other thieves looked at the leader with a puzzled look until he emptied the pouch in his hand and showed them the loot. All the thieves felt anger rise by a few notches at being fooled by Lin Mu, and their eyes turned red. By the time the thieves got the coin pouch, Lin Mu had already ran far ahead and reached an area where there were plenty of guards around. Though just as an extra precaution, he still kept on running and turned towards a desolate alley. When he stopped to catch his breath and rest his legs, he found himself in front of a familiar shop. Lin Mu looked up and saw the familiar, Jing Wei's Emporium, written on the signboard. With his legs sore from all the running, Lin Mu wanted to plop down right then and there on the floor, but then decided against it. He pulled out the rolled-up pelts of the black-horned rabbit and thorn-tailed rat before walking into the shop. Everything was the same as yesterday, dust everywhere and no person at the counter. Wanting to rest, Lin Mu found an old stool in the corner and sat on it, not minding the dust on it. He rested his legs till they did not feel as sore as before and he could walk again normally. Lin Mu must have rested for more than 30 minutes, yet no one came to check on him. There seemed to be no sign of the woman from before. It's been so long, yet no one is bothering to check the shop. Are they not afraid of getting anything stolen? I guess no one even comes to the alley itself, not to mention this shop. Lin Mu wondered how the shop owner even survived considering the situation of the business. Pushing his thoughts aside, he walked up to the counter and rang the small bell kept on it. Unlike before, he did not even have to wait for 10 seconds before the woman walked out of the door behind the counter. "What are you here for today?" The woman questioned with an expressionless face. "I brought more pelts to sell," Lin Mu said with a little pep in his voice. The woman unrolled the pelts and checked them. Not finding anything wrong with them, she put them on the side and pulled out a coin pouch from under the counter. "I'll give you the same price as before, 30 coppers," the woman stated. That's fine, but I also need a few more things, replied Lin Mu. He had originally thought of buying a weapon and some things from other shops, but decided to try his luck here instead, hoping to get a better deal. What else do you need? I want 2 pouches, a large sack, and a weapon. The woman raised an eyebrow in question but did not speak. She walked out from behind the counter and went towards a shelf on the left. The woman gestured for Lin Mu to follow her, which he did. Pick whatever sized pouch you want from here. Lin Mu eyed the haphazardly placed pouches on the shelf. They were mixed together and it was a little difficult to find the size he wanted. Lin Mu searched around and found 2 suitable pouches and asked for the price. How much for these 2 pouches? 10 coins for the smaller one and 15 for the bigger one. The woman said with a straight face, to which Lin Mu nodded. She then moved again towards a corner where a pile of sacks was kept and gestured for Lin Mu to pick, clearly not wanting to touch the dusty sacks herself. Lin Mu picked a sack that was big enough to cover half of him if he stretched it out. That sack will cost 25 copper coins. I'll take it, said Lin Mu. The woman looked at Lin Mu and then spoke with a stern tone. What kind of weapon do you want and how much is your budget? The woman seemed to be questioning whether Lin Mu would be able to afford a weapon after paying for the sack and pouches. Lin Mu understood the woman's tone and put his right hand inside his robe and pulled out 15 silver coins, pretending as if they were kept in there all this while. The boy clearly was not carrying those coins with him. I'm sure of my senses. Seems there's more to him than I thought. The woman said inwardly, concealing her shock. I would like a suitable sword for hunting, stated Lin Mu, unaware of the woman's thoughts. She went back to the counter, with Lin Mu following behind. You don't have any specific idea of what kind of sword you want? Asked the woman. To be honest, I've never used a sword before. That's why I asked you to suggest a suitable one, replied Lin Mu with an embarrassed face. She was not bothered by the boy's embarrassment and spoke. What stage of the body tempering realm are you at? I reached the 4th stage of body tempering recently, said Lin Mu. The woman stood and thought for a minute, after which she opened the door at the back of the counter and walked inside. The woman stayed inside for 10 minutes while Lin Mu waited patiently, fiddling with the coins in his hands. The door opened and out walked the woman along with an old man. The man looked ancient, and it seemed as if he already had 1 foot in the grave. The man had shoulder-length white hair and a long messy beard. His face was full of wrinkles, yet his eyes seemed to be full of vigor. He was dressed in a spotless white robe and was wearing a black beaded bracelet on his left arm. The old man's gaze sent a chill down Lin Mu's spine and left him unable to breathe. Seconds felt like an eternity to him, and just when he was about to faint, Lin Mu felt a rumble in his mind. He felt as if thousands of monks were chanting in unison, their voices turning into an unyielding force in his mind. When the chants reached the highest volume, a stream of energy spread out from the ring on his right hand and spread throughout his body. All of this seemed as if it took a long time, but happened in an instant. Then, in the next moment, everything returned to normal. The old man's gaze no longer felt as imposing as before to Lin Mu. He took a deep breath and was about to speak when the old man interrupted him. I'm the owner of this shop, Jing Wei. You can call me Old Man Jing. The man spoke with a hoarse voice. I've been told you want a sword that's suitable for you. The old man continued upon seeing the silence of the boy. Yes, I want a sword that I can easily learn to use. Lin Mu spoke with a little difficulty, to which the old man nodded. What's your dominant hand? Jing Wei asked. The right one. And you say you are at the 4th stage of body tempering, yes, said the old man while stroking his beard. Yes, I am, answered Lin Mu, who was now feeling uncomfortable in the presence of the old man. Jing Wei turned his sight to the woman, which she understood and went back inside. She came back a minute later with 7 different swords in her hands. She placed them on the counter and then stood at the side, not speaking a single word the whole time. "Try lifting the first sword," said the old man, pointing towards a sword. Lin Mu walked up to the counter and picked up the sword effortlessly. The sword was very mundane, not having any special features. Such a sword could be found anywhere in the world. Lin Mu felt the grip of the handle, finding it a little uncomfortable. The old man seemed to have noticed this and said, "Try the next one." Lin Mu picked up the next sword and felt as if the weight of the sword was not balanced. It seemed to be a little more on one side than the other. This also did not escape the old man's sight either, and he ordered Lin Mu to keep on trying the other swords. Lin Mu tried all the swords but did not feel comfortable with any of them. As Lin Mu kept on trying the swords one after another, the old man's interest kept on increasing. Finally, he asked Lin Mu to stop and whispered something to the woman. The woman broke her composure and a surprised expression manifested on her usual deadpan face upon hearing what the old man whispered. Lin Mu did not notice this as he was engrossed in the sword in his hand. The woman walked up to a shelf far to the right and pulled off the sheet that was covering it. That was the only shelf that was covered with a sheet in the entire shop. From it, she took out a sword that was completely wrapped with a cloth. She brought the sword to the old man and handed it to him. The old man unwrapped the sword and revealed it. It was a dull silver-colored short sword about the length of a forearm. Its handle was simple, made of wood, while its blade was straight and double-edged with two short grooves on its sides. Lin Mu's eyes lit up upon seeing the simple yet elegant sword. But as soon as the old man held it by its handle, Lin Mu once again felt an imposing presence emanate out of him. For a moment there Lin Mu saw a giant standing behind the old man, holding a blade that seemed to have gone through countless years of slaughter, giving off an aura that could only be described as death. Sensing what was happening, the woman panicked a little and placed her hand on the shoulder of the old man. Jing Wei understood what he did and let out a sigh, after which the phenomenon disappeared. Lin Mu could not believe what he saw and wondered if he hallucinated all that due to still being tired from all the running he did today. Lin Mu was able to gather his wits eventually in the end, and wisely chose to ignore the phenomenon that had occurred, not questioning the old man or the woman. He understood that there were some secrets that need not be exposed. If it was the Lin Mu of the past, he would have definitely questioned the old man, but now that he had experienced the wonders of the mysterious ring, he did not want to take any chance that may create needless conflict. After the phenomenon disappeared the old man scrutinized Lin Mu, but did not find anything suspicious with him except for having an unfocused gaze. Determining that Lin Mu did not seem to have noticed the phenomena, Jing Wei dropped his guard. "Come lift this sword, see how you feel," the old man said with an expectant gaze. The woman standing behind Jing Wei was looking on with bated breath, ready to act in case anything unusual happened. But it was all for naught as Lin Mu casually lifted the short sword. Seeing that nothing happened, the woman let out a sigh of relief. Holding the sword in his hand, Lin Mu felt as if it was the perfect sword for him. All the other swords he tried before were always lacking in some aspect, yet this sword felt perfect. Even a complete novice like Lin Mu could tell the sword was unusual, that an expert craftsman had created it. The old man was closely observing Lin Mu's every action, and with his years of experience, he could tell that Lin Mu liked the sword. "Now try swinging the sword and tell me how it feels," said Jing Wei. Lin Mu nodded to Jing Wei, as both the old man and the woman stepped back to give him some space. Lin Mu had never used a sword before, so the way he swung the sword was clumsy and full of flaws, yet it still incited a glimmer of approval in the eyes of Jing Wei. Having tried the short sword a few times, Lin Mu liked it even more and had decided on buying it. "I would like to buy this sword," Lin Mu affirmed. "It will be 50. Before the woman could complete her sentence, the old man interrupted her and spoke. "The total cost is 30 silver coins." The old man had a teasing smile when he spoke. Lin Mu was stunned upon hearing the voice and then protested. But I specified my budget was 15 silver coins." The price includes the cost for other items, and also for appraising and choosing a suitable sword for you. And you have more than 30 silver coins with you, don't you? Jing Wei asked with a mocking tone, yet his face was expressionless. Listening to the old man's tone, Lin Mu was about to object but then swallowed his words upon seeing the man's face. He understood that he had seen something he should not have, the old man's aura, and this was the price he had to pay. Considering the quality of the sword, it was not that overbearing either, thus Lin Mu decided to grit his teeth and just pay for it. Same as before, Lin Mu pretended to pull out the silver coins from his robe and passed them to the woman. The woman then gave Lin Mu 30 copper coins back as change, which made him feel a little helpless. After putting the coins away, the woman also gave Lin Mu a sheath for the sword. The sheath was the same size as the sword, but did not match its style. Why does the sheath not match it? Lin Mu questioned the woman, to which the old man replied. That short sword does not have its own sheath, it was always meant to be kept unsheathed. Seeing that Lin Mu was about to talk again, the old man continued. Besides, that sheath will help you to hide the sword's appearance. You don't want any strong hunters or thieves to snatch it from you, right? Yes, that makes sense. Thank you for thinking ahead for me. Lin Mu replied after understanding Jing Wei's intentions. Thank you too, miss. Lin Mu said in a questioning manner. My name is Duan Ku, said the woman curtly. Ah yes, thank you Miss Duan Ku, replied Lin Mu. Lin Mu sheathed the sword and tied it to his waist. With the light weight and short length of the sword, it was easy for Lin Mu to carry it on his waist. Having completed the transaction, Lin Mu took the sack and pouches before walking out of the shop and headed towards an area where he could buy some sets of clothes and more food ingredients, since he had more money now. After Lin Mu had left the dusty old shop, the old man was still standing there, lost in his thoughts, when the woman named Duan Ku spoke. Grandfather, why did you give your old sword to that boy? And you even did a proper appraisal for him, using the testing swords. Duan Ku seemed to have a little confusion and worry in her eyes as she asked Jing Wei. The old man stayed silent for a while, during which Duan Ku waited patiently. After an incense stick's worth of time, Jing Wei let out a sigh before answering. You said that the boy was not carrying any coins on him when he came in, yet he was able to produce them when you questioned him. I would have taken it as you being mistaken, but I could not sense it either. Duan Ku was shocked upon hearing this. Even though her grandfather's cultivation base was sealed, his senses were not something to be taken lightly. Seeing Duan Ku's shock, Jing Wei continued. The boy was also able to withstand a wisp of my aura without fainting. At first, I only intended to probe him a bit and was going to withdraw the moment I felt the boy was unable to bear it, yet against all odds he withstood it, and somehow his strength even increased. The baffled Duan Ku then asked. But grandfather, that still won't be enough for you to sell your old sword, which you used during your youth, for so cheap. The old man smiled a little upon hearing his granddaughter's words before speaking again. It has been more than a decade since I sealed my cultivation base, yet my sword intent still leaked out. Commoners should not be able to sense it, only cultivators can. The woman was a little taken aback, but her confusion was not resolved. Yes, grandfather, the boy was unaffected by it. He did not show any response when your sword intent was leaked. No, the boy not only sensed my sword intent, but he was also able to see its appearance as well. He wisely chose to pretend that nothing happened, but I know he saw it. His heart betrayed his facade. As for how that boy was able to pull the coins out of nothing, I don't know either. He does not have a spatial storage ring, or any other spatial storage treasure on him either. Duan Ku was completely lost for words this time and did not know what to think of it. Seeing that his beloved granddaughter was lost in her thoughts, Jing Wei turned around to go back to rest but stopped in the doorway and spoke. Keep an eye on that boy Kur. The one thing I'm sure of is that the boy has secrets, and we don't know if there is someone secretly backing him either. The old man left after saying these words to Duan Ku, who snapped out of her thoughts after hearing them. Lin Mu had just walked into a clothes shop, completely unaware of the shocking conversation between a pair of grandfather and granddaughter. Lin Mu also did not know that neither Jing Wei nor Duan Ku were able to see the mysterious ring on his hand. Lin Mu was thinking of all the events that happened in the shop and the phenomena that he experienced there. First, the gaze of the old man which made him suffocate, and then the appearance of the sword-wielding giant were all completely unimaginable to him. I seem to be experiencing one shocking thing after another ever since I found the mysterious ring, and they only seem to be getting worse. Thought Lin Mu inwardly. The old man was not simple. He was surely a cultivator and way stronger than the ones I've seen before. By the time Lin Mu finished his thoughts, he found himself on the street where a lot of clothes shops were located. He randomly chose and entered one of them, seeing a few people in the shop, but not overly crowded. A clerk soon spotted him and asked what he was looking for. Lin Mu only asked for 4 sets of clothes that were durable but did not mention anything specific. The clerk went to get the clothes for Lin Mu and returned after 5 minutes. He brought with him 10 sets of clothes, all in different colors and patterns. The clerk then placed them in front of Lin Mu and asked him to choose. Lin Mu picked 2 different sets of black clothes, a gray set of clothes, and one flawless white robe that he particularly liked. He then paid the clerk 10 silver coins for the clothes before putting them in the sack. Lin Mu had now spent more than half of the coins he got from selling the snow-veiled hair and was left with 30 silver coins. The next thing he wanted to get was more cooking ingredients. He went to the same shop as before and bought more rice, oil, spices, and condiments that he could not before, spending 3 silver coins in the process. Lin Mu decided to get some lunch before heading back to the shack. He went to the street with all the restaurants and food stalls. While on his way, he saw some commotion happening in the middle of the road. Coming closer to check what was happening, he saw a carriage approaching the site, out of which a few mercenaries came out. He recognized them by the symbol on their armors, the Crimson Fang mercenaries he had met before. As the crowd parted to let the mercenaries approach, Lin Mu could finally see what the commotion was about. He saw a mercenary that was heavily injured and was being carried by 3 other mercenaries who also had injuries. The heavily injured mercenary's leg was shredded, and pieces of shattered bone could be seen sticking out of it. The gruesome sight of which made Lin Mu's stomach churn. He then saw the mercenaries put the injured men into the carriage, probably to be taken away for treatment. The crowd soon dispersed after the carriage went away. Putting this matter to the back of his mind, Lin Mu continued walking and reached the food street whilst somehow maintaining an appetite. He chose a restaurant which was popular for its noodles and went inside. Lin Mu saw that it was rather crowded and most of the customers seemed to be other mercenaries that had come to the town today. He found an empty seat and sat down to order a bowl of noodles. While he was waiting for his food to arrive, he listened to the mercenaries talk. "Did you all see the commotion out in the street?" said a mercenary sitting on the table beside Lin Mu. "Yeah, a team from the Crimson Fang mercenaries got injured in the forest. Apparently they got attacked by a spirit beast," said another mercenary sitting at the same table. "Do they know what kind of spirit beast attacked them?" asked the first mercenary. They could not tell exactly what type of spirit beast it was, except that it was a large bear. They were ambushed by the bear and spent all their efforts in trying to escape. Still, one of them ended up heavily injured, answered the second mercenary. "It's a shame that the mercenary who got heavily injured will be permanently crippled. His leg is as good as gone now," said the first mercenary with a sigh. "He could still be healed, but the price for that will be incredibly high. Only an alchemical pill will be able to save his leg now," another mercenary continued who was listening to the conversation. The 2 mercenaries turned to the man who spoke and asked, "What kind of alchemical pill can heal him? Don't the healing alchemical pills only work on chi cultivators?" That mercenary was not a cultivator. No, there are some higher-ranked alchemical pills that are effective on common people as well. The most common pill would be the Four Vessels Restoration Pill. It is easily recognized by its strong herbal aroma and the spiral patterns present on it. Answered the third mercenary. Upon hearing the mercenary's answer, Lin Mu's ears perked up and his eyes focused on him. The mercenary continued speaking. Though getting the Four Vessels Restoration Pill would be next to impossible, even for the leader of the Crimson Fong mercenaries. The only place you can get it from in this region would be from the Tricauldron Peony Sect, and I can't even tell what it would cost. For us commoners, it is a priceless pill. The two mercenaries were listening with great interest, as it was the first time they've heard of such information. Desiring to know more, Lin Mu built up his courage and asked. What cultivation levels does this pill work on, and what kind of injuries can it heal? The third mercenary turned to look at Lin Mu, then answered. From what I've heard, it works on all cultivation levels up to the peak of the core condensation realm. That's why it's said to be so incredibly expensive. As for what kind of injuries it can heal, as long as no vital organ is destroyed it can heal all physical injuries and even reattach severed limbs. Lin Mu was shocked upon hearing the mercenary's answer. If what this mercenary's saying is true, then this is incredible. The 3 pills I found in the spatial rift should be the Four Vessels Restoration Pill. Thought Lin Mu inwardly. A bowl of noodles soon arrived after the conversation ended. Lin Mu ate the delicious noodles and then paid for it before leaving the restaurant. Today was a great day for Lin Mu, as he was even able to find out what the use of the alchemical pills was in addition to buying his first sword. An hour later he reached the hunting shack. Lin Mu had already stored the extra sets of clothes and all other items in the ring after he had gotten out of the town. He then went to check the traps for any beast that may have been caught in it. But this time his luck was not as good and all the traps were empty, thus he returned with nothing. Upon reaching the shack, Lin Mu felt the mysterious ring buzz and got ready for the spatial rift that was about to open. This time, he was looking forward to the opening of the spatial rift after finding out about the Four Vessels Restoration Pills. He was excited about what other valuable treasures he could find there. The spatial rift opened in front of Lin Mu, and it pulled in his hand. He spent a minute trying to find something in it until he touched something that seemed like a broken piece of wood. Pulling his hand out of the rift, Lin Mu then withdrew the item from the ring. He was a little puzzled upon seeing the item in his hand. What is this, a broken part of a wooden fence, thought Lin Mu. The item in Lin Mu's hand looked to be a part of a wooden fence, about half the length of his hand. It did not look like anything special after he scanned it over, so he put it back in the ring. He then unsheathed the short sword to practice with it. Lin Mu tried to mimic the exercises he had once seen the guards do. He practiced various attacking methods such as slashing, cutting, chopping, stabbing and poking with the short sword. His movements were awkward, but he kept on doing it till he was dead tired and his arms felt sore. It reminded him of how he ran today and how the Calming Heart Sutra helped reduce his fatigue. He suddenly remembered the imposing gaze of Jing Wei, and how a stream of energy had spread from the ring along with the thunderous chants in his mind which reduced the pressure from the old man's gaze. He recalled the thunderous chants and felt like they were the same as the Calming Heart Sutra, yet different somehow. After he was done practicing with the sword, Lin Mu sat down cross-legged and chanted the Calming Heart Sutra. The vital energy within his muscles intensified in waves, rising and falling in a harmony. Suddenly, he felt the vital energy overflowing into his skin. Every inch of his skin erupted with pain at that moment, and then he felt it all fade away. Lin Mu opened his eyes after he felt the changes in his body. He had successfully broken through to the 5th stage of the body tempering realm and was now considered to be a mid-stage body tempering expert. The body tempering realm could be roughly divided into 4 parts. The early stage was composed of the 1st to 4th stage of the body tempering realm, and in it, a person would temper his muscles and toughen them. The mid-stage was composed of the 5th to 7th stage of the body tempering realm, where one would temper their skin, increasing its resistance. The late stage was composed of the 8th to 10th stage of the body tempering realm, and a person would temper their blood vessels. It was also this stage where a person could start to cultivate qi, as it was only now that their body was tough enough to handle it. The peak stage was composed of the 11th to 13th stage of the body tempering realm, and in it, one would refine their bones and marrow. It was very rare for any person to reach this stage, as it was considered incredibly difficult. No one would attempt to train their body this far along, as they could just become a qi cultivator before this stage and would be much stronger than any expert at this stage. Most of the core disciples of top sects would only train up to the 10th stage of the body tempering realm, as even the best cultivation techniques only had a maximum requirement of the 10th stage. Creators. Lin Mu stood up and stretched his limbs, followed from which a series of cracks and pops could be heard from his body. The first thing Lin Mu felt different was now that he had broken through to the 5th stage of the body tempering realm, he did not feel as cold as before. With his skin's resistance increased, Lin Mu would be able to withstand the harsh climate with much greater ease. I'm one more step closer to becoming a qi cultivator. Now I just have to keep up this pace and not falter. Lin Mu declared firmly. He then entered the hunting shack to cook some food. Now that he had plenty of condiments, the only things he lacked were vegetables and meat. Lin Mu just hoped that he would be able to hunt a beast tomorrow. After eating dinner, Lin Mu lied down on the makeshift bed and slipped into a deep sleep. He found himself in the same black space as before and just waited for his body to wake up naturally. Lin Mu woke up in the morning feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. He went to the stream to bathe, after which he washed the clothes he was wearing and then wore a new black set of clothes. He then entered the forest to check the traps. Lin Mu checked all the traps and could only find one snare that had caught a black-horned rabbit, which he took and went back to skin and prepared for his breakfast. He roasted the rabbit and applied plenty of spices and condiments, which made his meal much more enjoyable. After his stomach was filled, Lin Mu felt like he had the energy to last the entire day now. As today would be the first time he would be hunting in the forest, Lin Mu felt both excited and agitated. He entered the forest and chose a different path than before this time. This path headed towards the north into the deeper parts of the forest, where stronger and larger beasts lived. Lin Mu still felt a little nervous, so he tried to make as little noise as possible, to not alert any of the beasts. Lin Mu had walked for an hour, during which he had seen many beasts, most of them being smaller beasts like the thorn-tailed rats, with others being larger herbivores such as the stone-hoofed deer, which he would not be able to chase after. He thought he was a little lucky that he did not encounter any larger carnivorous beasts. He was searching for a suitable prey that he could kill, without putting himself in much danger. Another hour later, he found a beast that he could hunt. It was a hook-winged swan that had caught his attention. It seemed like it was separated from its flock and was currently pecking at worms and bugs in the grass. Lin Mu approached the beast silently. Even though the beast was not that strong, being roughly around the 3rd stage of the body tempering stage, if it chose to fly away Lin Mu would not be able to do much. He sneaked behind the beast with his short sword drawn and approached it. But just as he was about to slash at the beast, a bush behind Lin Mu rustled, alarming the beast. The hook-winged swan cried in surprise and unfurled its wings to take flight upon spotting Lin Mu behind it. Seeing that his prey was about to escape, Lin Mu shot forward with startling speed and stabbed the beast in the base of its neck. The beast screeched in pain and struggled as its life drained from its body. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu came to his senses, as his instincts completely controlled the entire process that happened before. Lin Mu quickly stored the carcass of the hook-winged swan in the ring and turned around to check the bush where the sound came from. He knew that it was absolutely necessary to be aware of one's surroundings when they were hunting. One wrong step and they could be injured, or worse, killed. But before Lin Mu could even start moving towards the bush, he heard a loud squeal coming from it, finding a large boar charging out of it. The boar was tall enough to reach up to his waist and seemed extremely angry with its eyes crimson red. It was a mid-tiered beast called the red-snout boar. Its snout was red as one could tell from its name, and they were highly territorial, even attacking beasts much larger than them without blinking an eye. Adrenaline surged through Lin Mu's blood as he broke into a sprint, running away from the boar that was now chasing him. He knew that the red-snout boar was much stronger and faster than him, so he had to find a way to get rid of it quickly. He kept on running, but the red-snout boar only got closer, and just when the beast was about to ram him, Lin Mu jumped and grasped a low-hanging branch to pull himself up on a short tree. The boar rammed into the trunk of the tree with a loud thud, making the entire tree shake. Seeing that its enemy had escaped onto the tree, the red-snout boar kept on ramming it, trying to break it down. Chips of wood flew every time the boar rammed into the tree with its tusks, digging deeper and deeper. Cold sweat appeared on Lin Mu's forehead because of the fear from the boar. His brain functioned at a lightning speed to find a solution to the current predicament, as it did not seem like the tree could stand much longer. Thinking quickly, Lin Mu promptly decided upon a plan. I only have one chance, so let's just hope this works, or my cultivation journey would end before it could even begin. Lin Mu thought out loud. He stretched out his right hand over the edge and timed when the red-snout beast would slam into the tree. Just when the beast was about to slam into the half-broken tree, Lin Mu willed it and a large rock appeared in his hand. It was the same rock he had found in the spatial rift. Lin Mu pulled his hand away as soon as the large rock appeared, as he could not bear its weight, for the rock easily weighed more than a few hundred kilograms. As soon as he moved his hand, a sickening crunch could be heard since the rock crushed the skull of the red-snout boar. The beast did not scream, nor struggle, as its life was ended in an instant. Lin Mu waited for a minute to ensure that the beast was dead and would not miraculously come back to life the next moment. He then climbed down to check the aftermath. Blood and brains could be seen splattered around the head of the beast, giving off a bloody stench. Lin Mu finally calmed down after checking the dead beast, and his adrenaline rush faded. He placed his hand on the large rock to store it back in the ring. I could not identify what kind of rock it is, but at least I found a practical use for it, thought Lin Mu with a chuckle. After the large rock was stored into the ring, Lin Mu could see the state of the red-snout boar. Its head was barely recognizable, having been crushed, with only its hard tusks surviving the impact. Lin Mu stored the carcass of the beast into the ring and ran in another direction, as other beasts would soon be attracted because of the fresh scent of blood. He did not want another dangerous encounter and felt like he had enough adventure for one day. Lin Mu reached the hunting shack 3 hours later. He then went towards the stream to skin the carcasses. Now that he had a blade to skin and gut the beasts, things would be much easier for him. Lin Mu first took out the carcass of the hook-winged swan and started removing the feathers while being careful of the small hooks located at the tips of the feathers. He removed all the feathers and stored them in the ring, as they could be used to make fletching. He would be able to sell them, along with the pelt and tusks of the red-snout boar, in the town. The next thing he did was to slit the throat of the boar to drain the blood. It was a little difficult for Lin Mu to lift the beast as it weighed over 100 kilograms. While the blood drained from the boar, he cut off the head of the hook-winged swan and let its blood drain as well. After its blood was drained, he slit the belly and removed all the guts, keeping the heart and liver behind. He then washed and stored the carcass into the ring. He did the same for the red-snout boar too, except that he only threw away the stomach and intestines, keeping the large organs. Lin Mu felt a little tired after completing the task and wanted to rest. Now that he had the red-snout boar's carcass, its vital energy-rich meat would last him for at least a week. He went to the shack to cook the hook-winged swan's meat first, which he flavored with spices. He rested while the meat was roasting. Lin Mu then gorged on the roasted swan beast and felt a warmth spreading from his stomach. This warmth was the vital energy stored in the beast's flesh. He did not feel this before from the black-horned rabbit, as its flesh had very little vital energy stored in it. After finishing his meal, he went outside to continue training his body and to practice with the sword. Lin Mu started with physical training first. He ran a few laps, did push-ups, sit-ups, and then practiced his punches while being in the horse stance. In the end, he practiced using the sword, following the methods which he had seen the guards use. Lin Mu trained for over 3 hours, after which he felt utterly tired and drained. He hurriedly sat down and chanted the Calming Heart Sutra, after which he felt the calming waves spread over his body. This time he could feel the waves of energy not only in his muscles, but also on his skin. The waves increased until they reached a crescendo and then faded, only to repeat once again. After each repetition, he could feel the vital energy from the meat he had eaten being assimilated. This lasted for over 30 minutes, after which all the vital energy he had obtained from eating the beast's meat had been completely absorbed. Lin Mu stopped after this as he felt like he was starving. He went inside and put some rice in the pot to cook, while he cut off a slab of meat from the carcass of the boar. He rubbed spices into the fatty meat and skewered it on some sticks, waiting for the rice to cook so that he could place it on the stove. I should make a larger stove to cook outside, I don't want to wait every time I'm hungry, thought Lin Mu. While waiting, he was adding wood to fuel the stove. He looked to the side and saw that his supply of wood was about to end. I'll need to get more wood tomorrow. Though it would be better if I had an axe, I can still chop some thinner trees with my sword as well. I'll just take it as more sword practice, Lin Mu thought. Soon enough the rice was cooked and Lin Mu could let the meat roast. The aroma of the rich and fatty meat made his mouth water and his stomach rumble with desire. After a brief wait, Lin Mu ravenously ate his dinner, by the end of which his mouth and fingers were covered in the oil from the meat. The more Lin Mu trained, the more he could feel his appetite increasing. In fact, the amount of food he ate in this one meal was double the amount he ate a week ago. Lin Mu felt a little surprised at this realization and wondered how much he would be able to eat once he became a chi cultivator. He did not know much about the habits or life of cultivators, except that they were much stronger than commoners and had a longer lifespan. An ordinary cultivator of the chi refining realm could live for 200 years, while few commoners could survive past 100 years. Lin Mu did not even know how long cultivators of higher cultivation could live, but from what the legends say they can become immortals and live forever. After his meal, Lin Mu could once again feel the comfortable warmth spreading from his stomach, restoring his energy. He once again sat down to chant the Calming Heart Sutra until the vital energy from the meat was completely absorbed. Lin Mu felt that this time he could only absorb about half of the total energy from the meat, with the rest still remaining in his body. I guess without training, the effects of the Calming Heart Sutra are not as good. But even so, the energy I absorbed now was already more than I obtained from the entire hook-winged swan. The amount of vital energy in a mid-tiered beast is simply incomparable to low-tiered beasts. Thought Lin Mu as he understood the correct method of training. The sun had set a while ago and it was dark now. Even the crescent moon could not be seen, as it was hidden behind the clouds. Lin Mu looked up at the pitch-black sky and pondered on some random thoughts. He used to enjoy gazing at the night sky ever since he was a child, but these days he just seemed to not have enough time to do it anymore. As he was gazing upwards, Lin Mu felt the mysterious ring buzz. It is late this time. I wonder how the ring works. Does it just randomly open the spatial rifts, or is there a pattern to it? Lin Mu questioned himself. He had already extended his hand in anticipation of the spatial rift. But this time he felt an even greater force pulling his hand than when the rift opened for the first time. He was pulled towards the forest for over 600 meters, after which he finally came to a halt. Damn, this is bad. I better keep all my senses alert for any danger. Lin Mu cursed as he unsheathed the sword with his left hand. Soon enough a spatial rift opened in front of him, and his hand was sucked in. Lin Mu frantically checked inside the rift to try to find whatever was in there so that he can get away from the forest as fast as possible. Fortunately, nothing dangerous occurred, and he was able to find the item that was in the spatial rift 5 minutes later. As soon as the object was stored in the ring, Lin Mu ran out of the forest at the fastest speed he could muster. After reaching the shack, he finally withdrew the item from the ring. The item that he had obtained this time was a small booklet that was torn and damaged, with most of its pages missing. Lin Mu opened the booklet and read its contents. The more Lin Mu read, the more excited he felt. This is a martial technique," exclaimed Lin Mu. The booklet described a martial technique called the boulder collapsing fist. It was a fist technique that was supposed to have immense force. Though the thing that caught Lin Mu's notice first was the requirements mentioned in the booklet. It said, "No minimum cultivation required, can be practiced by persons of any level." This meant that he would be able to learn and use this martial technique and would not need to wait until he became a cultivator. Though a major part of the booklet was missing, the introduction and the mnemonics for learning the martial technique were completely present. The martial technique was composed of a breathing technique and a physical training method, both of which had to be used together to master it. The martial technique described creating a clockwise spiral current of energy in the left hand and an anti-clockwise spiral of energy in the right hand. There was an incomplete page describing the latter parts of the technique as well. But it was only vaguely instructed to increase the number of energy spirals, not enough to fully understand it. Lin Mu could only wonder how many pages the booklet could have had, and how many parts of the technique it was missing. The introduction did say that the might of the technique increases exponentially with each higher stage of the technique. If Lin Mu could learn the technique, he would not have to fear other experts of the body-tempering realm as much and would be able to have a fighting chance against them. Lin Mu read the booklet over and over again in an effort to memorize it. He spent a long time trying to memorize it until he eventually fell asleep. He appeared in the dark place again, but this time he had a purpose. He went over the parts that he had memorized in an effort to increase his understanding. Lin Mu had memorized about half of the breathing technique that was mentioned while the physical training method he could not. He woke up in the morning and felt like he had completely understood the part he had already memorized. Lin Mu went to the forest to chop some firewood and also to gather some tinder. He found some dried and dead trees that were thin and then used his short sword to chop them down. At first, it took him multiple slashes to cut the trees, but after cutting 10 he got the gist of it and could then cut them in 2 slashes. He checked the edge of the short sword later and found it to be as sharp as ever, with no flaw in it whatsoever. It is indeed an excellent sword made by a master craftsman, thought Lin Mu. Lin Mu then carried the wood over to the hunting shack and put it in a small shed attached to the side of the shack. He set some more meat to cook on the stove while he carried over some large stones to make a bigger stove outside the shack. By the time he was done with the stove, the meat was already cooked and ready for him to eat. Lin Mu ate the roasted meat for his breakfast and became energized, ready to tackle the day's tasks. Lin Mu then went to check the traps as routine, but once again nothing was caught in the traps, neither were they triggered. Seems like the number of beasts in the outskirts has finally started to decrease, it means winter is close now. I got to hunt more beasts and save up some money, thought Lin Mu. The merchants would be arriving in the town the day after tomorrow, so Lin Mu wanted to accumulate as many pelts as he could till then. Lin Mu entered the deeper part of the forest after walking for an hour. He searched for beasts while keeping an eye out for danger. The first prey that Lin Mu found was a two-tailed wood lizard, which was sunbathing on a rock. Lin Mu was able to kill it with ease as it was a low-tiered beast and was slower than Lin Mu. Two-tailed lizards were dark green in color and had 2 tails. While they were slow, their defense was good because of their tough scales. But Lin Mu had no problem penetrating its defense due to his excellent short sword. Lin Mu stabbed it behind its neck and the beast was dead in seconds. Lin Mu stored the corpse in the ring and continued his hunt. Soon after he found a thorn-tailed rat which nearly scratched him with its tail. He killed it and stored it in the ring. It took him another hour to find the next prey. This time it was a red-crowned heron. There was a flock of red-crowned herons at the edge of a pond. In order to not alert the entire flock, Lin Mu baited one of the red-crowned herons with the flesh from the thorn-tailed rat. He hid on the top of a tree while the beast came to eat the bait. Lin Mu jumped down with his sword drawn, and slashed at the neck of the beast, severing its head in one stroke. Storing the corpse in the ring, Lin Mu waited to see if he could get another red-crowned heron with the same method, but alas, the flock was scared away by a beast's roar that came from deeper in the forest. The roar even surprised Lin Mu, as he had not heard such a loud roar before. He wondered what beast could roar like that. The roar had more impact on the beasts than he thought. He could not find any more beast after that, as they all hid or retreated further away, after being scared by the roar. Seeing that he was not going to have luck hunting, Lin Mu went back to the hunting shack. On the way back he heard the roar once again, this time it was fainter, but it had the same effect nonetheless. He could see birds flying away overhead. I hope the roar of that beast does not keep on scaring away the beasts, or I would not be able to hunt, thought Lin Mu. Lin Mu went to the stream to skin and prepare the beasts. He stored the feathers of the red-crowned heron and the skin of the two-tailed wood lizard. It took a little effort for him to skin the two-tailed wood lizard because of the hard scales, but he was successful in the end. Done with this task, Lin Mu was prepared to train. He followed his previous routine of training and then sat down to chant the Calming Heart Sutra. He felt the vital energy that was still stored in his body being assimilated. Lin Mu could feel his skin tingle as the energy waves spread through it. After all the energy was assimilated, Lin Mu looked up at the sun and estimated that it was probably 2 p.m. He removed the carcass of the two-tailed wood lizard to cook on the bigger stove he had made outside the shack. He then cooked a pot of rice on the other stove. While his lunch was cooking, Lin Mu took the booklet out of the ring and continued memorizing it. Lin Mu wanted to memorize the physical training method of boulder collapsing fist first so that he could practice it today. He was able to memorize the stances and the fist routines by the time lunch was cooked. Lin Mu ate his lunch with gusto while going over the contents of the booklet in his mind. After he was done eating lunch, Lin Mu stood up to practice the physical training method of the boulder collapsing fist. The training method comprised various stances in which the practitioner had to perform the fist routines. Lin Mu practiced it all way until it was dark. He was sweaty and tired, so he went to the stream to take a bath and also wash the robes he was currently wearing. The water of the stream was chilly, but it soothed Lin Mu's sore muscles. After taking a bath, he changed into a new set of clothes and went back to the hunting shack to cook dinner. He took out the carcass of the red-snout boar and cut a leg from it. He then spit-roasted it on the bigger stove outside. Not to waste time, he continued reading and memorizing the booklet. While he was engrossed in reading, Lin Mu heard a rustling sound coming from the bushes nearby. He turned to check and saw a small silhouette escaping into the forest as soon as he stood up. He could not find anything there, so just thought it could be a small animal. Soon enough, the leg of the red-snout beast was completely cooked. He tore a piece of tender meat and dipped it in some soy sauce before eating. Lin Mu could not even imagine himself being able to eat an entire leg of a boar by himself, a few weeks ago, but now here he was with his ever-increasing appetite. Lin Mu laid down on the bed and continued reading the booklet. By now he had memorized the physical training method and only needed to memorize the remaining half of the breathing technique. By the time he fell asleep, Lin Mu had memorized all the contents of the booklet. In the dark place in his sleep, Lin Mu recalled the martial technique, improving his understanding of it. When Lin Mu woke up in the morning, he had memorized and understood the martial technique by heart. Now that I'm done with the booklet, I can finally start to learn it, thought Lin Mu out loud with excitement in his voice. Lin Mu withdrew the carcass of the red-crowned heron from his ring and cut it into small pieces to make stew from it. He put the pieces of meat into the pot and added spices and condiments to flavor it. By the time it cooked, Lin Mu would try out what he had learned from the booklet until now. Lin Mu first started using the breathing technique until he got the rhythm for it, then took the proper stance mentioned in the booklet. Then he started performing the fist routine. He made multiple mistakes while practicing the martial technique. He always mismatched the breathing pattern and the fist technique while he changed stances. He could feel the vital energy within his body being agitated, but it could not find the proper path to flow. It got stuck whenever he messed up the technique. Eventually, with time, he started to make fewer and fewer mistakes. It had been 2 hours since Lin Mu had started practicing the martial technique. He had lost track of time as he immersed himself in training. He only stopped when he smelled the delicious aroma rising from the pot of stew. He then sat down to eat the stew. The meat was extremely tender and separated from bones with ease. Glistening drops of fat covered the meat as he ate it and drank the stew. The warmth spreading from his stomach comforted Lin Mu. After eating, he sat down cross-legged to chant the Calming Heart Sutra and obtain the most benefits from the training he did. He felt the effects of the Calming Heart Sutra spreading, and by the time all the vital energy was assimilated, Lin Mu felt like he was already near another breakthrough. Practicing with the boulder collapsing fist martial technique seemed to have a greater effect than the method he was using before. Lin Mu decided to use this technique for training from now on. The next task on his list was to go hunting. Lin Mu had not heard any roar ever since yesterday, so he should be able to hunt today with no problem. He took a different path this time and headed more towards the northwestern part of the forest. After 2 hours of walking, he reached a small clearing from where he could hear the cries of 2 different beasts. He approached silently, making sure not to alert the beasts. He climbed a tree and hid at the top to spy on the beasts. Once he got to the top of the tree, he could finally get a clear view of the beasts. They seemed to be in a stare-down, thought Lin Mu upon seeing the behavior of the 2 beasts. The first beast was a black panther who had a small tuft of yellow fur on the top of its head, while the other beast was an ape who had light brown fur and arms which were abnormally long compared to its body. Lin Mu did not know the names of these beasts, but they seemed to be very strong mid-tiered beasts. He did not know why, but instead of escaping, Lin Mu's curiosity made him observe the beasts with interest. He wanted to know why these beasts were in conflict, as they did not seem to be competing for territory. Only when the ape beast moved a little did Lin Mu see what was hidden behind him. Upon seeing the object behind the ape, Lin Mu's eyes went wide. What Lin Mu saw behind the ape beast was a plant that was 2 feet tall. It was dark green in color and had 6 leaves on its stalk. There was a purple-colored fruit the size of a grape hanging from it. Lin Mu thought he was hallucinating at first when he saw faint wisps of smoke arising from the fruit. "Wait, that's not smoke, that's spirit chi," spoke Lin Mu out loud, before slamming his mouth shut upon remembering what kind of situation he was in. Thankfully, the beasts did not seem to notice when Lin Mu spoke out loud. The plant that the ape beast was guarding was a spirit herb, and that too, one that had already borne fruit. The conflict between the 2 beasts seemed to be due to the spirit herb. Beasts had their own innate cultivation talent and did not have the need for cultivation techniques to enter the chi refining realm like humans. But beasts could still consume spirit herbs to increase their speed of cultivation. Because of this, whenever a spirit herb or spirit fruit grew in the wild, it was usually fought upon by multiple beasts and sometimes even humans if they discovered it. Lin Mu had seen some spirit herbs and spirit fruits before, but none of such high quality. The spirit apples which grew in the orchards of northern town were of the lowest quality of spirit fruit and still cost 1 gold coin each. Lin Mu could not even imagine how expensive a spirit herb of this quality was worth. At this moment, wild thoughts were running in Lin Mu's mind. He was imagining all methods he could use to snatch the spirit herb and obtain it for his own use. If I can obtain that spirit herb, I'm sure I will enter the chi refining realm with the help of the Calming Heart Sutra, thought Lin Mu. Lin Mu kept on observing the beasts while formulating plans for obtaining the spirit herb. Currently, the 2 beasts were growling at each other, trying to intimidate each other. The ape beast seems to have been guarding the spirit herb for some time, while the panther beast seemed to have just discovered it and was coveting it. After a couple of minutes, the panther beast could not take it anymore and made the first move. The panther beast pounced on the ape with its claws drawn. The ape beast howled loudly at the panther's approach and extended his arm to intercept the panther. The panther scratched the ape on the chest while the ape slammed the panther with its long arm on its side, which made the panther retreat. The panther was then circling the ape, looking for the next opportunity to strike. The ape was scratched on its chest and was bleeding from the wound, while the panther seemed to be completely fine after the ape's retaliation. From this, one could assume that the panther was the stronger beast of the two, and the ape seemed to be at a disadvantage. This time the ape lunged forward with its arms stretched up and smashed them together on the back of the panther. A pain-filled cry came out of the panther's mouth, yet it kept its poise and sank its fangs into the knee of the ape. A sickening crunch could be heard as the panther ripped out the kneecap of the ape. The ape wailed in agony as its eyes turned bloodshot with rage. The beast lost all inhibitions and tangled together with the panther in a mindless fight. By the end of the fight, the ape beast had lost an eye, with multiple chunks of flesh ripped from its body, and was unable to move due to its injured knee. The panther beast was also heavily injured, having broken multiple ribs and a foreleg, which it was dragging along now. Both the beasts seemed to be at their last breaths, but the panther was still faring better. The panther was crouching and looking for an opportunity to deliver the final blow. Lin Mu had witnessed the entire battle and was also waiting for an opportunity to strike. Observing that the ape would not be alive for much longer, Lin Mu approached from the blind spot of the panther. The ape was already blinded in one eye and had become weary due to blood loss. The panther saw the ape swaying and made its move. It tackled the ape to the ground and bit down on its throat. It held on tight while the ape was blindly raining blows on the panther. Grasping this opportunity, Lin Mu sprinted forward and reached the panther in a couple of breaths. The panther finally heard Lin Mu approaching and had let go of the ape's throat to get ready for him, but the ape gripped the limbs of the panther like a vice. The panther released a loud roar while trying to break free of the ape's grip. Lin Mu reached the side of the panther and slashed the short sword at its neck, but missed and cut its back instead, as the beast shifted. The panther attacked Lin Mu with its hind limbs, which were free and nearly injured him, but Lin Mu could dodge it by sidestepping. The ape's grip on one forelimb of the panther weakened, and the panther pried it free. Lin Mu slashed again and completely missed as the panther was able to twist and turn to dodge his attack. Noticing that the panther was about to break free, Lin Mu held the short sword with both his hands and jumped at it, ignoring the idea of getting injured. The beast clawed at Lin Mu in response, which missed his torso and grazed his left arm, leaving a shallow cut on it. Lin Mu put all his weight in and stabbed the panther all the way through its chest. Lin Mu then rolled away, escaping another strike of the panther, leaving the short sword stuck in the panther. Seeing that he was successful in stabbing the panther beast, Lin Mu put distance between him and the panther. The panther wailed in anguish but could not do much to remove the sword. Now that the ape was dead and had let go of the panther, it tried dragging itself towards Lin Mu in a final attempt to attack him, but was too weak and collapsed after not even 3 steps. Lin Mu waited for 5 minutes before approaching the panther. He carefully poked the panther with a stick and checked whether it was still alive. Confirming that it was dead, Lin Mu pulled out the short sword from the chest of the beast. A stream of blood then started flowing from the hole in the panther's chest. Lin Mu put the corpse of the panther into the ring and did the same with the corpse of the ape as well. He then approached the spirit herb and plucked the fruit hanging from it. He was about to pull out the stalk from the ground as well when it withered in an instant and turned to dust. This surprised Lin Mu as he was not expecting this to happen. Lin Mu examined the small grape-sized purple fruit in his hand. No wisps of spirit chi could be seen rising from the fruit anymore after it was plucked from the stalk. Lin Mu stored the fruit in the ring and prepared to leave the forest. Lin Mu was lucky enough to not only acquire the fruit of the spirit herb today but was also able to obtain 2 corpses of possibly high-tier beasts. He was lucky that the merchants would be arriving at the town tomorrow and he would be able to sell the corpses along with the box made of fragrant wood. He will definitely be making a lot of money tomorrow, which will hopefully last him the entire winter. When Lin Mu reached the hunting shack 3 hours later, the first thing that came to his mind was to build a sled so that he would be able to carry the beast corpses to town. He could not let anyone see his usage of the ring, thus could only use this method. He chopped down some suitable trees and tied them with some tough vines to form a flat sled. He then wove the vines together and attached them to the ends of a wooden pole he made from a sapling, to make a handle with which he could pull the sled. By the time he was done with all this, it was nighttime. Lin Mu had already set up some meat and rice to cook, so could eat as soon as he finished building the sled. After eating dinner, Lin Mu immersed himself in practicing the boulder collapsing fist. He practiced all the way until midnight when his concentration finally broke, and he sat down to chant the Calming Heart Sutra. With the practice that he did in the morning, Lin Mu already sensed that he was close to a breakthrough and thus was not surprised when he finally did, after assimilating all the vital energy from the meat. He felt his skin tingle and itch when he broke through to the 6th stage of the body tempering stage. He was about to stand up when he felt the ring buzz and lost his balance as a spatial rift appeared right where he was sitting. Oh, F***ck. Cursed Lin Mu as he shifted to the side to prevent himself from falling into the rift. His arm was completely sucked into the spatial rift, leaving him stuck in an awkward position on the ground. If another person was to see Lin Mu in this position, they would probably burst out in laughter. Lin Mu searched around in the spatial rift, wanting to find whatever was in there so that he could stand up. It took him over 15 minutes, after which he was able to find the item. He pulled his hand out and withdrew the item from the ring. But upon seeing the item, Lin Mu became a little dumbfounded. "Is this just dirt?" said Lin Mu, on seeing the clump of dirt in his hand. Lin Mu touched and smelled the clump of dirt and could not find anything special about it, but still stored it in the ring. He stood up and entered the hunting shack to sleep. As Lin Mu was already tired, he fell into a deep sleep within 2 minutes and entered the dark place. Lin Mu appeared in the dark place and looked around. He felt like it was a little different this time. Somehow the darkness seemed to have reduced a minuscule amount. He still could not see anything, but the darkness did not seem as dark as before. It was hard to explain, but that's what he felt like. Since I appear here every time I sleep, I should probably give this place a name. I'll name this place the Sleepscape, thought Lin Mu, and felt a little proud of his naming sense. Lin Mu then sat down to recall and practice the boulder collapsing fist. He found out that now that he had memorized the entire martial technique, he could practice it here. Even though he could not feel the vital energy within his body, he could still improve his coordination between the fist routine and breathing technique. If I practice here, I'll have twice the gains in half the time, thought Lin Mu as realization dawned on him about the benefits of the sleepscape. Others could only sleep and dream while Lin Mu could enter the sleepscape to practice and still wake up feeling refreshed. Thus Lin Mu continued practicing the technique until he woke up. Upon waking, Lin Mu set some meat on the stove to cook while he practiced the martial technique and see how much he had improved after practicing in the sleepscape. He could see some improvement in his coordination, but his vital energy still had difficulty in finding the right path to flow. As soon as the breakfast was ready, Lin Mu stopped to eat it and then sat down to chant the Calming Heart Sutra. Lin Mu noticed that the rate of assimilation had increased, as before it took him 30 minutes to completely assimilate the vital energy, but now it took him 25 minutes. Looks like my assimilation rate increased after the breakthrough, or it could be that I can assimilate more vital energy than before, perhaps. I'll have to test it out after coming back from the town, thought Lin Mu. Lin Mu stored the sled he had made into the ring, as he would be walking most of the way to the town, and only when he is close enough will he use the sled to pull the corpses. He also withdrew the sack which he slung on his back and a coin pouch that he tied to his waist. Ensuring that everything was ready, Lin Mu set out on the path to the town. It was around 8 a.m. right now, and most of the merchants should be reaching the town by noon. Lin Mu had plenty of time to do all the tasks today. If he is able to get a substantial amount of money, Lin Mu should be able to book a room in an inn for at least a month. Lin Mu was about 1/4 of the way away from the town when he finally saw some people on the path. He then waited for the people to go far enough for him to not be visible. Once there were no people nearby, Lin Mu took out the sled and put the corpses on it. He then started to pull it along, when he suddenly got the idea that he should probably not let the beast corpses be exposed and cover them. The only thing that he had that could somewhat cover the beast corpses was the large sack that he had. So he covered them with the sack, leaving some parts of the corpses exposed but not so much that it would invite the people's interest. While walking he came in contact with some people, but they only paid him a momentary glance before turning away. Lin Mu reached the northern town in 30 minutes, during which he saw some merchant carriages that were also entering the town. The view of the town had completely changed due to the large number of merchants who had set up their stalls and shops everywhere. There were a ton of people browsing and buying the goods the merchants had brought. While some hunters could be seen selling some beast materials to the merchants. Even the peasants working in the spirit apple orchards were given 2 days off, as this would be their only chance in buying whatever goods they needed from the merchants before winter comes. Once winter officially starts, the next time the merchants would be coming to the town would be at the start of spring, next year. The trade route that the merchants followed was to enter the 4 towns and then head towards Wulim City, where they would be selling off their most expensive goods and buying the shipments of spirit apples as well as some miscellaneous goods. After completing their trades in the city, they would all exit through the southern town and then head towards the various villages, towns, and cities towards the south. The things which attracted most merchants to Wulim City were the spirit apples and the occasional rare spirit beast materials. Lin Mu took the road towards the town square where the bigger merchants set up their shops. He wanted to sell the beast corpses to a merchant who specialized in them. Also, if he wanted to sell the fragrant wood box, he will have to find a merchant who dabbled in luxury goods. He reached the town square 20 minutes later, as there were many people and carriages on the street which he had to carefully wade through. Lin Mu let his sight wander and saw a myriad of people and a cacophony of sounds. There were merchants and shopkeepers shouting out their wares, people bargaining with the merchants, and some people arguing with each other on who spotted the item first and had the right to buy it. One could see people from all walks of life in this square. Some were hunters with sinister appearances, some merchants who had cunning eyes, and of course some naive commoners. Lin Mu's sight eventually stopped on a group of merchants who were surrounded by a large crowd of people. Their carriages were parked behind them, and on the side, one could spot some live beasts in cages as well as beast corpses which were currently being skinned by some men. Lin Mu dragged the sled towards that group of merchants. He bumped into some people and had to also push some people aside so that he could pull the sled in order to reach the merchants. Once he reached the merchants, one of the young men that were skinning the beast corpses spotted him and gestured him to bring his sled there. The young man looked to be in his early 20s and was wearing a tough traveler's robe. "You're here to sell some beast corpses, I presume?" asked the young man to Lin Mu. "Yes, I have 2 beast corpses that I'm looking to sell," replied Lin Mu. The young man gazed at the sled and said, "We're currently only buying larger beasts, so if you have any other smaller beast corpses, I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere." Lin Mu nodded to the young man and turned the sled around to show him the beast corpses. But when he lifted the sack and exposed the corpses, the young man's eyes went wide and his jaw fell. This is a long-armed Hymeo ape, and that's a yellow-tufted panther," shouted the young man in shock. Hearing the young man's shout, the other merchants and the people standing around also turned their focus towards him and then towards the beast corpses. Surprise could be seen in the eyes of people who knew what those beasts were, and confusion in the eyes of those who didn't. The older merchant who seemed to be the leader of the group approached the sled to check on the beasts' corpses. His experienced eyes scanned the corpses and then turned towards Lin Mu. A long-armed Hymeo ape corpse at the peak of the mid-tier and a yellow-tufted panther corpse at the high tier. You've been very lucky, boy. Spoke the merchant. Lin Mu was a little confused when the young man was shocked, but when he heard the words of the older merchant, he finally understood his reaction. If not for the scenario where the two beasts had already heavily injured each other, there was no chance that Lin Mu could hunt them, even escaping from them would be pushing his luck. The other people who were watching were gossiping and muttering amongst themselves. The older merchant, seeing the crowd's condition, gestured towards a burly man that was skinning a beast corpse at the side. That burly man came close and dispersed the crowd. Some people in the crowd were unwilling at first, but then scattered under the threatening eyes of the burly man. Once most of the people dispersed and only the people who were actually trading with the merchants were left, the older merchant spoke. Though the pelts of both the beasts are damaged, I can still pay you for their materials and the meat. Lin Mu nodded as he knew that the pelts were beyond saving and the beast corpses were only worth their materials. Yes, I want to sell these beast corpses, so how much will you pay me for these? Asked Lin Mu. 2 gold coins for the long-armed Hymeo ape and 4 gold coins for the yellow-tufted panther. Stated the older merchant. This time it was Lin Mu's turn to be shocked. New. It was true that Lin Mu did not know what those 2 beasts were, and neither did he know how strong they were, but he never expected to get 6 gold coins total for both the beast corpses. Another point Lin Mu understood was that he was in extreme danger the whole time he was in the presence of the beasts. The one thing he did not have to worry about anymore was about affording a room at an inn. With the 6 gold coins he got, he would be able to easily spend the rest of the winter in the inn. A single gold coin is enough to rent a decent inn for an entire month. I was pinning my hopes on the fragrant wood box to get enough money to last the winter, but these 2 corpses are already more than enough. Thought Lin Mu. The older merchant was staring at the shocked Lin Mu. Seeing that he was not answering, the merchant questioned. So will you take the offer? Yes, I'll take it. Said Lin Mu hurriedly after he snapped out upon hearing the merchant's question. The older merchant asked the young man standing at the side to take the beast corpses away while he took out 6 gold coins and passed them to Lin Mu, who took them with shaky hands. The older merchant smiled a little upon seeing Lin Mu's shaky hands. Lin Mu pretended to put the coins in his pouch, but he actually stored them in the ring. Lin Mu had never handled such a large amount of money, so he wanted to keep it safe, and the safest place would be the ring. Lin Mu was also grateful to the older merchant as he had dispersed the crowd before offering him the money, or an incident such as the one with the snow-veiled hair would have happened again today. Even though Lin Mu was stronger than before, being in the 6th stage of the body-tempering realm, he still would not be able to defend himself against multiple people. After completing the transaction, Lin Mu turned around to leave. Now he only needed to find a merchant that would buy the fragrant wood box. Lin Mu browsed around the square until he found a rich merchant who seemed like he would buy the box. The rich merchant was a middle-aged man wearing a long yellow robe and had his hair tucked in a hat. There were many items that were set for sale in the makeshift shop. Though most people were only watching them, never actually buying them. There were goods of different types: amulets, pendants, bracelets, earrings, bejeweled daggers and blades, vases, and pots of exquisite quality, along with a multitude of luxuries. Lin Mu approached the shop and looked around. Seeing all the items, he felt like the merchant would probably accept the fragrant wood box. Lin Mu turned his gaze to the merchant, who was sitting and drinking a cup of tea in silence. "Sir merchant, do you buy things here?" asked Lin Mu respectfully. The merchant, who was engrossed in enjoying his cup of tea, opened his eyes and gazed at Lin Mu. "Depending on the item, I may or may not buy it. But know this, that I only buy high-end or rare items," answered the middle-aged merchant expressionlessly. Lin Mu pulled out the fragrant wood box from the sack, which he had withdrawn from the ring beforehand. He then presented it to the middle-aged merchant. The middle-aged merchant narrowed his eyes upon seeing the fragrant wood box. A fragrant agarwood box and... What's this? The middle-aged merchant muttered as he saw the pattern engraved on the box. The merchant seemed to have identified the pattern on the box, as his interest in the box rose. "How did you get this pill storage box from the Tricauldron Peony Sect?" asked the merchant. Lin Mu was a little surprised as the merchant was able to guess the use of the box with just one look. He also confirmed his suspicion that this box and the 4 vessels restoration pills were indeed from the Tricauldron Peony Sect. "A man pawned it off to my father in exchange for some money," answered Lin Mu. He had long thought of what excuse he was going to give, in case anyone asked. The middle-aged merchant had a slightly confused look upon hearing Lin Mu, but then had a change of expression, as if he had some kind of realization. "Ah, you must have gotten it after last year's plague." Of course, the Tricauldron Peony Sect were the ones who supplied the cure for it, said the merchant with an affirming tone. This was news to Lin Mu. He did not know that the Tricauldron Peony Sect supplied the medicine for curing the plague. The plague that spread last year was devastating for the northern and the eastern town. Around 30% of the population of both towns died due to it. It was not until a month later, after it started to spread, that the mayor of Wu Lim City requested the sect for help. The medicine arrived 2 days later, but it was already late for Lin Mu's parents as they had long succumbed to the disease. Lin Mu pushed his thoughts aside for now and spoke. "Will you buy this box then?" "Let me test it first," said the merchant as he took the box from Lin Mu's hands. The merchant tapped his finger on top of the pattern, and suddenly it lit up. Various runes appeared floating on the engraved pattern. Lin Mu's eyes went wide as he saw the sight. The merchant noticed Lin Mu's shock as he said, "It seems you did not know that it had a preservation formation placed on it." Lin Mu nodded in affirmation to the merchant's words. "Of course you are not a cultivator, so there was no way you could know," said the merchant to himself. "Wait, that means you are a cultivator?" asked Lin Mu curiously. "Yes, I am a cultivator indeed," the middle-aged merchant answered. The merchant then switched his gaze towards the box and stayed silent as if in thought. He had his hand under his chin as he spoke. "It's a fragrant agarwood pill storage box from the Tricauldron Peony Sect with a preservation formation placed on it. So for it, I'll give you a price of, 100 gold coins." Lin Mu was too shocked to even express it. He even secretly pinched himself to ensure that he was not in a dream. Heaven knows that he has not had a dream for a few days now, he could have just started to daydream without even realizing it. Lin Mu was not the only person who was shocked upon hearing the price. While there was no one else at the shop, there were 2 men standing a little farther from him that also heard it. The 2 men were standing with their backs to Lin Mu. They did not turn around to look right away, instead they walked a little farther from the shop and then turned around to look. The day had been going amazing for Lin Mu. He already felt lucky upon getting 6 gold coins for the 2 beast corpses, but now that he was getting a 100 gold coins in exchange for the fragrant wood box, he was on top of the world. Understanding Lin Mu's acceptance, the middle-aged merchant turned his left palm up and a small pouch appeared on it out of thin air. Lin Mu looked closer at the merchant's hand, and indeed there was a ring on the middle finger of the merchant. The merchant was also wearing a spatial storage ring. It was the first spatial storage ring he had seen, except for the one that he had. The ring that the merchant was wearing was vastly different from Lin Mu's. While Lin Mu's ring was a dull gray with 5 small protrusions on it, the merchant's was golden with a small blue gemstone embedded in it. After the small pouch appeared in the merchant's palm, he opened it and counted 100 gold coins before putting them on the counter. Lin Mu hastily picked them up and stored them in his own coin pouch. He could not store them in the ring right away as the amount was too much to hide, and also the merchant in front of him was a cultivator, who could notice it. While this all happened, the 2 men were closely watching the entire transaction. Greed could be seen igniting in the eyes of both men. The men seemed to have said something to each other before they disappeared in the crowd of people. While Lin Mu had wanted to prevent a similar situation as before, by hiding and being as secretive as he could be with the transactions, the thing that he feared still happened, and right now he did not even know that he was in danger. Done with the transaction, Lin Mu walked away from the merchant and went towards the deserted alley where Jing Wei's emporium was located, as he still had other items he wanted to sell. While he was walking, he was completely unaware that two men were following him from afar. Creators. Lin Mu was standing in front of Jing Wei's emporium, staring at the shop. Before entering, he withdrew all the materials he was going to sell, as well as withdrawing a sufficient amount of money to be kept in the coin pouch. He currently had 4 materials he wanted to sell. They were the pelt and tusks of the red-snout boar, the pelt of the two-tailed wood lizard, and the feathers of the hook-winged swan. The gains from these materials would not compare to the number of coins he received from today's previous trades, but it will net him some silvers at least. Because for Lin Mu every little copper counted. Once Lin Mu ensured that everything was ready, he took a deep breath and pushed open the door of the shop. The door was still hard to push and creaked loudly when it swung open. The shop was still the same as he had left it before, with the only exception being that the counter was clean from dust and the woman, Duan Ku, was already at the counter. Duan Ku was sitting at the counter while reading a book. She was wearing a light green dress today and her hair was tied in a bun with the help of an ornate hairpin in the shape of a poplar leaf. Duan Ku turned her sight away from the book and looked towards Lin Mu, who had just walked in. But as she looked at him closely, she felt that he looked different from before. Only when he came in front of her, could she perceive the reason. He broke through to the 6th stage of the body tempering already. It has not even been a week since he was in the 4th stage of the body tempering realm. Thought Duan Ku with a little surprise on her face. Lin Mu was thinking about what he was going to say to Duan Ku, so did not notice the slight surprise on her face. He stood in front of her and spoke in a friendly tone. "I'm here to sell more materials. Show me what you've brought," said Duan Ku curtly. Lin Mu opened the sack and pulled out the materials one by one. He first placed the bundle of feathers from the hook-winged swan on one side, along with the tusks of the red-snout boar. Then took out the rolled-up pelts of the red-snout boar and the two-tailed wood lizard. Duan Ku unrolled the pelts and inspected them. Finding nothing wrong with them, she placed them down and then inspected the tusks for cracks and counted the number of feathers. After she was done inspecting all the materials, Duan Ku turned her eyes towards Lin Mu and spoke. "I'll pay you 1 silver for the two-tailed wood lizard's pelt, 5 silvers for the red-snout boar's pelt, 2 silvers and 50 coppers for the feathers of the hook-winged swan and 2 silvers for the tusks of the red-snout boar." "That's fine for me, I accept," said Lin Mu. "Do you want to buy something?" asked Duan Ku with a questioning tone, as if she was displeased with Lin Mu for only selling and not buying anything. "Nothing right now," said Lin Mu, oblivious to her tone. Seeing that Lin Mu was not looking to buy anything, Duan Ku took out a coin pouch from the counter and counted 10 silver and 50 copper coins before passing them to Lin Mu, who took them. Lin Mu was about to turn around when Duan Ku spoke. "How's the sword treating you?" Lin Mu stopped upon hearing her and spoke. "The sword is excellent and has been a great help to me. It did not become even slightly dull after I chopped some trees with it," said Lin Mu with an impressed tone. The corner of Duan Ku's mouth could be seen twitching after hearing that Lin Mu used the short sword to chop wood. If grandfather was here, he would definitely teach him a lesson. Using his sword to chop wood, what disrespect, thought Duan Ku. You should buy an actual axe to chop wood then. It's not right to use the sword for that, suggested Duan Ku. Also, perhaps for skinning the pelts, you should also get a proper skinning knife. It would make the task much more efficient. Further spoke Duan Ku after seeing that Lin Mu was contemplating on her previous suggestion. Lin Mu thought of Duan Ku's suggestions and indeed felt that he should get a chopping axe and a skinning knife. If not for their intended use as tools, they could be used as extra weapons in case of an emergency. "You're right, I'll get them both. Can you show me some, asked Lin Mu. Duan Ku nodded and came out from behind the counter and went towards a shelf towards the right. She checked the top of the shelf and pulled out a short knife that was kept in a leather sheath. The knife was 10 centimeters long and had a curved blade. After taking out the knife, she went towards the other corner of the shelf and picked up an axe that was hung on its side. The axe looked very common and unassuming. She brought both items to the counter and showed them to Lin Mu, who checked them out. Finding them acceptable, he spoke. How much for them? A total of 5 silver coins, 2 for the axe, and 3 for the skinning knife, said Duan Ku. Lin Mu was a little surprised that the knife cost more than the axe, but then understood that the knife was of a much higher quality than the axe. Lin Mu took out 5 silver coins from his pouch and passed them to Duan Ku, who promptly stored them in the counter. Lin Mu took the 2 tools and stored them in the empty sack. He then walked out of the shop and went towards the main street. After Lin Mu was gone, Duan Ku was still staring at the door for a while, until the door behind her opened and the old man Jing Wei walked out. Was it the boy? Asked Jing Wei to Duan Ku. Yes, it was that boy Lin Mu. He came to sell more materials, answered Duan Ku. Jing Wei looked closely at his granddaughter's expression and asked. Was something different with the boy? You were right before grandfather, spoke Duan Ku. Jing Wei raised his brows in question. The boy is in the 6th stage of the body tempering realm, explained Duan Ku upon seeing her grandfather's questioning gaze. Jing Wei too was a little surprised, like Duan Ku upon knowing this. The boy definitely has some secrets. There is no other way he could reach the 6th stage of the body tempering realm this fast. I'm even thinking someone may be backing him, said Jing Wei, after thinking a little. Grandfather, if someone is backing him and is able to hide themselves from you, they must have a high level of cultivation. We need to find out and verify this, or it could be problematic for us, said Duan Ku. No, wait for a while. We have been hiding here for all these years now. If we expose ourselves this early, all our plans could go to waste, said Jing Wei with a firm tone. Duan Ku was a little taken aback from her grandfather's reaction but did not question it. Back on the main street, Lin Mu was looking for an inn. He wanted to see if he could get a room in one of the inns. He knew that it could be a little difficult as the other hunters who did not have houses in the town must have already booked the inns beforehand for the winter. He reached the first inn and walked in through the door. There were already many people standing around in the lobby, most of them looked like they were merchants with some hunters and common folk mixed in. Lin Mu went up to the person sitting at the front desk and asked. Do you have rooms available? No, sorry, we are already booked for 3 days from today, and if you were asking to stay for the duration of the winter then you'll have to come back 3 days later to inquire, said the person sitting at the desk in a practiced manner, as if he had already repeated the same sentence many times. Upon hearing the man's answer, Lin Mu walked out of the inn and went ahead to check the other inns on the street. He ended up checking all the inns in the street and got a similar answer. They either told him to come back in 3 days as the merchants had booked them all, or that they were completely booked for the winter. I guess I must come back 3 days later then. Worst that could happen is that I can't find a room and I'll have to rent a small house instead. At least I have plenty of money now, thought Lin Mu. Failing in his search for an inn, Lin Mu went back to the main square where all the merchants had set up their stalls and shops. He had left behind the sled that he had made, with the merchant who had bought the 2 beast corpses from him. He did not want to pull the sled around the town, so he thought to get it later on if he could not find a room today. He reached the square 10 minutes later and talked to the young man who had taken the beast corpses with him. The young man pointed him towards the cages, at the side of which his handmade sled was kept. Lin Mu thanked the young man and started pulling the sled out of the town. Now that there was no weight on the sled, it was much easier for Lin Mu to pull it. He exited the town after 15 minutes, unaware that 2 men had followed him the entire time. They stayed far from him, so he did not notice them at all. He had to travel about halfway to the hunting shack before he could store the sled in the ring, as there were more travelers and hunters who were going towards the town now than in the morning. When he finally reached a remote enough place, he stored the sled in the ring. But this time there were two men who were hiding behind a knoll, who had seen the sled disappear. The two men were shocked, but then remembered what they had seen before in the morning and understood that Lin Mu had a spatial storage treasure as well. The greed in their eyes was blazing now. They were already thinking about how rich they were going to be after they kill Lin Mu and take away his belongings. The two men took out their weapons and held them in their hands before approaching Lin Mu. "Stop right there, brat," spoke one of the men. "Ah, not again," was the only thought that Lin Mu had upon hearing the voice that came from behind him. Lin Mu quickly turned around to face the people that called him from behind. He saw two men standing before him, one of them was muscular and the other was thin but tall. The muscular one was holding a club in his hand and was wearing some light leather armor, while the tall one was holding an axe in his hand and was wearing rough hunting clothes. The one who had called Lin Mu was the muscular man. He was looking at Lin Mu with eyes that were dripping with greed. As soon as Lin Mu saw the man's look, he understood that they were here to rob him. Lin Mu sighed inwardly with relief, as he had already stored everything valuable on him, into the ring. So even if the men searched him, they will not find anything. Though Lin Mu did not know whether these men were some common thieves that targeted him randomly or if they knew he had a lot of money with him. "What do you want?" Lin Mu asked with a neutral tone, not wanting to outright offend them. "Give us all your money and belongings, brat," said the muscular man with a rough accent. Lin Mu's eyes narrowed upon hearing the man's accent. He could not place where he had heard it before, but it definitely was not from this region. That means the men probably came here with the merchants. It also did not seem like they belonged to a mercenary group, they were far too ill-equipped. Not wanting to argue with the men, Lin Mu took the coin pouch that only had a silver and few copper coins in it, and threw it to the men. "There, take it, that's all I have," said Lin Mu. The tall man picked it up and emptied it out. Both the men saw that the coin pouch had a meager amount of money in it and knew that Lin Mu must have stored it all in a spatial treasure. The only thing they did not know was where Lin Mu had hidden the spatial treasure. They could not see him wearing any spatial treasure like a ring or bracelet. "Don't try to fool us, you worthless brat, give us everything you have," said the muscular man with a threatening tone. "We know you have a spatial treasure. So spill everything out, don't try to act smart," added the tall man. As soon as Lin Mu heard the tall man's sentence, a mix of emotions could be seen colliding in his eyes. It would have been fine if they pestered him for his sword or money, he could have just run away like before, but now that they knew his secrets, there was no way Lin Mu could let this go. Lin Mu unsheathed his short sword and looked at the men with a fierce expression. The two men were a little taken aback by his sudden change from meek to fierce. "Oh, so you're gonna resist? Let's see if you can take this blow from Daddy," said the muscular man as he stepped forward to swing the club at Lin Mu. Lin Mu sidestepped to dodge the blow and swung the short sword at the muscular man's waist. The man saw the slash and dodged it easily. The tall man also joined the fight and swung the axe at Lin Mu's arm. Lin Mu was able to parry it with the short sword, but felt a strong shock that made his arm hurt. The tall man was stronger than Lin Mu and the muscular man. He was in the 7th stage of the body tempering realm. "Watch out, second brother, this brat is in the 6th stage of the body tempering realm," said the tall man to the muscular man. The muscular man was surprised on hearing that this boy, who was still wet behind the ears, was as strong as him, an adult who had been training for years. "So, you have confidence in your strength, brat, that's why you're so arrogant. It's a shame that I will break it today," taunted the muscular man. Both the men attacked together in an effort to swiftly finish Lin Mu, but he rolled away and all their weapons could hit was the earth. "Damn it, you slippery loach!" cursed the tall man. This time the two men approached Lin Mu from opposite sides, leaving him with a tiny area for movement. The tall man slashed his axe first, which Lin Mu blocked with his short sword, but felt the impact of the blow in his wrist. The muscular man, seeing that Lin Mu was stuck defending against the tall man, attacked his head with the club. Lin Mu sensed the movement of the muscular man and quickly withdrew the skinning knife he had bought and threw it at the face of the tall man. The tall man had to move aside to dodge the skinning knife that was flying at him. He was surprised as he could not see where Lin Mu had pulled the knife from, thus could not completely dodge the knife, and his ear was cut at the lobe. "You dare hurt first brother, brat!" shouted the muscular man while swinging the club. Lin Mu grasped the moment and the muscular man paused for a moment to look at the tall man and swiftly cut the club in the man's hand. The club's head was made of metal, but the handle was still made of wood. The muscular man was now unarmed, and only a piece of wood was left in his hand. "I can't keep on blocking the axe with my sword, his swinging force is much stronger than mine," thought Lin Mu. Seeing that his club got cut, the muscular man was enraged even more. He dropped the piece of handle left in his hand and swung his fist at Lin Mu. This time Lin Mu could not completely dodge the attack. He was hit by the muscular man's punch in the back and dropped his sword, which was blocking the tall man's axe. Lin Mu forcefully pushed back and did a side roll, so that the axe would not hit his head. But the muscular man was already ready to deliver the next blow, and with the axe approaching him, Lin Mu could not do much. "Ha ha ha, now he's done for," said the muscular man. "Die," shouted the tall man. Lin Mu thought that this was the end for him when suddenly his body turned blurry. The two men thought that they imagined this, but when the blade of the axe was about to hit Lin Mu, it just passed through Lin Mu as if he was made of air. Similarly, the muscular man's punch too passed through his body unobstructed. Lin Mu could not think of anything at that moment and spun around to escape from between the men. In the same spinning motion, he seamlessly withdrew the wood chopping axe from his ring and buried it in the base of the muscular man's skull. Lin Mu left the axe stuck in the muscular man's skull and instead entered the stance of the boulder collapsing fist. His breath melded with his movement and agitated the vital energy within his body. At that moment he reached a level of harmony and a small string of energy spun inside his right hand and formed a small spiral, which looked unstable and felt like it would dissipate any moment. The tall man was frozen at the sight of the bloodied axe, which was stuck in the head of his second brother. Lin Mu saw this and grasped this golden opportunity. He gathered every ounce of his strength and stuck the tall man at the very center of his chest. The tall man felt his ribs crack and his breath was knocked out of his lungs. Lin Mu broke the stance and suppressed the pulsating pain in his right hand. He picked up the short sword that was lying on the ground, with his left arm and swiftly slashed the neck of the tall man, decapitating him. Lin Mu was now laying down on the ground, exhausted. He did not know why, but after the attacks of the two men passed through him, he felt as if half of his energy reserves were drained, and using the axe and boulder collapsing fist depleted the rest, leaving him with a bare smidgen of energy, which he used to decapitate the tall man. He was out of breath and his hand was throbbing with pain, leaving him unable to move. He was completely unguarded, and anyone could kill him right now with no effort. Lin Mu must have lied on the ground for more than an hour, as the sun in the sky had moved a significant distance. After he felt a slight reduction in his fatigue and some energy being recovered, Lin Mu stood up and finally saw the entirety of his handiwork. He saw the muscular man who had the wood chopping axe stuck in his head, lying dead behind him, and the now headless, tall man beside him. Lin Mu swallowed the sickening feeling that was rising from his throat and collected his wits. He first stored the short sword in the ring, not bothering to put it in the sheath. Then he pulled out the axe from the muscular man's head and left a pool of blood behind. An idea then came to his mind, and he stored the corpses of the men in his ring as well. He could not just leave them lying in the middle of the path and have someone discover them. He would be incriminated if someone was able to link these two men to him. He also searched for the skinning knife and found it lying a little farther than the decapitated head of the tall man. He picked up the head and stored it in the ring as well, along with the knife. Now the only evidence that was left behind was the pools of blood on the ground. He spent some time covering it with mud and soil. Once the blood was hidden beneath the dirt, he looked around for anyone spying on him. He confirmed that no one had witnessed him by checking any footprints around the area. He did not find any fresh footprints in an area of 100 meters. Knowing that he could only leave the rest to luck, Lin Mu broke into a sprint and ran all the way to the small stream beside the apple tree. Once he reached the stream, he washed up and changed out of the soiled clothes, which had traces of blood on them. He rested for a while, soaking his sore feet in the cold water and massaging his right hand, which was now aching less than before. He was incredibly hungry and felt like he could eat until his stomach would burst. Lin Mu stood up and walked to the hunting shack. Once at the hunting shack, Lin Mu took out the remaining meat of the red-snout boar and skewered it with a stick and hung it on the large stove outside the shack. While the meat roasted, he put some rice in the pot to cook. He sprinkled the spices on the roasting meat and watched it cook. Soon enough an intense aroma rose from the meat, which made it irresistible to Lin Mu. Ignoring the scalding heat, Lin Mu tore off an entire leg and devoured it like a barbarian. After Lin Mu was done eating, he could not even believe that he had eaten half of an entire boar by himself. He looked at his belly and found it to be stretched taut, but there was still no way that all that meat could fit inside there. Since he could not figure it out, he just dropped the thought. He had more important things to do for now. Lin Mu could feel a massive amount of energy being absorbed from the meat in his stomach. He sat down cross-legged to chant the Calming Heart Sutra. He felt the energy being assimilated in his muscles and in his skin. This time he could focus even deeper and could sense a slight trickle of energy permeating his blood vessels. Is this the next tier of the body-tempering realm? But isn't it only after reaching the 8th stage that one can temper their blood vessels, so why can I feel them strengthening very slightly, thought Lin Mu. The hypothesis that Lin Mu had in the morning about being able to assimilate more vital energy, proved to be true. Even though he still had around 40% of energy still being stored in the body, he still assimilated more vital energy than ever before. It also took him around 45 minutes before he stopped chanting the Calming Heart Sutra and could not assimilate any more vital energy. He looked up at the sun and guessed it should be around 5 p.m. Now that he had completely finished the entire boar, he needed to get more meat. Lin Mu wondered if he should not have sold the meat of the two beasts. Those two beasts were much stronger than the red-snout boar and would have had an even greater amount of vital energy in them. Lin Mu first decided to check the traps and then go further into the forest, if he did not catch anything in them. He also needed to dispose of the two corpses of the men, and what better way than to dump them in the forest and let the beasts deal with them. He reached the trail where he had set up the traps after 10 minutes. He checked the first 3 snares and found nothing caught in them. The next one he checked had a thorn-tailed rat caught in it, which he could not eat. He broke the neck of the thorn-tailed rat and kept it in the ring to use it as a bait. He then checked the remaining 2 traps and found them to be empty as well. Getting unsatisfactory results with the traps, Lin Mu decided to just abandon them and only check them for bait in the future. Lin Mu switched the path and walked deeper into the forest. He found a larger trail where there were tracks of larger beasts and dumped the dead bodies of the 2 men near it for the beasts to eat. He also checked their bodies for valuables and found 22 silvers combined on both the men. He also took the light leather armor from the muscular man. He tried it on and found it to be too big for him. He could only tighten it and bind it roughly to be able to wear it. He still put it on, as some protection is still better than none. Lin Mu searched for fresh tracks of beasts to hunt. It took him half an hour to find some hoof tracks. He guessed them to be of a juvenile 6-pronged stag that had probably been separated from its herd. Lin Mu followed the tracks for a few hundred meters, after which he found the juvenile 6-pronged stag grazing at some grass behind a thicket. He silently approached the beast, making sure not to step on any sticks and avoid making any noise. It was Lin Mu's luck that there was headwind blowing, which prevented the beast from smelling his scent. Once Lin Mu was a few steps away from the beast, he focused his strength on his legs and lunged at the beast, who was completely unaware. The short sword was able to slash the neck of the beast, who started to bleed profusely. Because of the intense pain, the beast instantly collapsed on the ground, unable to run. Lin Mu quickly touched the beast and put it inside the ring, as he did not want the cries of the beast and the scent of the blood to attract other beasts. Done with his hunt, Lin Mu turned back, as the sun had already started to set. He reached the hunting shack after 50 minutes and then went towards the stream to skin and prepare the beast. He drained the remaining blood and then started to skin the juvenile six-pronged stag. While he was skinning the beast with the new skinning knife he had bought, a thought appeared in his mind. When he had thrown the knife at the tall man, only the knife had appeared without its sheath. But now when he withdrew the knife to skin the beast, the knife appeared with its sheath. He was intrigued and wanted to test it out, so he stored the knife back in the ring and then withdrew it. The knife appeared in its sheath. He then tried it another time, this time only wanting to withdraw the knife and not the sheath. He succeeded, and only the knife appeared in his hand. It seems like I can control what I want to withdraw, even if the two objects are attached. Lin Mu concluded. Amazed by this new discovery, Lin Mu continued his task of skinning the beast. After he was done completely skinning the beast, he put the meat and other materials away in the ring. From the juvenile six-pronged stag, he obtained its pelt and small undeveloped horns. Even though the beast was only a juvenile, it was still roughly in the fourth stage of the body tempering realm. Humans and beasts simply cannot be compared. Even a juvenile is strong enough to compare to an average adult man. Thought Lin Mu. After he was done with the beast, Lin Mu started to practice the boulder collapsing fist. Since he had experienced some success after using it during the fight, Lin Mu was optimistic in progressing further. Lin Mu stood in the stance, regulated his breathing according to the breathing technique, and then started to practice the fist routine. He felt like his coordination had indeed increased than before. Though he could not perform the same as he did during the fight. The vital energy in his body did get agitated, but it still got stuck and could not find the right path. He focused on the feeling he got during the fight, on the spiral of energy that had formed in his hand. Lin Mu continued practicing until it was midnight and stars were painted across the night sky. Eventually, after countless tries, he felt the same spiral of energy forming in his hand. As soon as the spiral formed in his hand, it stayed stable for a few breaths, before starting to dissipate. Sensing that the energy spiral was getting unstable, Lin Mu executed the technique and threw a punch. This time he could properly see with his eyes the effect of the technique. The punch that struck the air generated a small gust of wind that made the leaves on the tree 4 meters away from him shake and fall down. Lin Mu collapsed on the ground after executing the technique, as he felt all the energy he had obtained from the previous meal depleted. He struggled to sit cross-legged but was able to sit and chant the calming heart sutra. Lin Mu finally felt the remaining vital energy that was stored in the body, assimilating into his muscles and skin. After 30 minutes he had completely assimilated all the energy and was hungry once more. He went back to the hunting shack to prepare his dinner. Lin Mu ate with gusto and replenished his stamina. After he was done eating, he laid down on the wooden bed and soon fell asleep. Lin Mu appeared in the sleepscape and continued his practice. After some time, he felt like he could not progress anymore as he needed to feel the vital energy within his body to be able to execute the technique. So Lin Mu decided to sit down and recall the memories of the fight. Lin Mu did not understand some aspects of the fight, thus wanted to analyze every part of it. In the sleepscape, Lin Mu was able to clearly recall his memories. He went over them again and again, analyzing his mistakes and finding possible solutions to them. In the end, he was able to understand all aspects of his fight except for one big mystery. Lin Mu could not understand how he was able to dodge the pincer attacks of the two men. He did not understand how the attack simply passed through his body as if it was made of air. Now that he closely recalled it, he remembered that at that moment, a fuzzy feeling spread throughout his body. He felt as if a thin invisible sheet of some kind had wrapped his body in its entirety. The next thing that happened after it was that he felt a great drain on his energy. About half of his entire store was depleted. He could not find the reason for that, and in the end, reached the conclusion that it was related to the mysterious ring. Somehow the ring had enabled him to dodge those attacks. I wonder if I can replicate that again. If I can, it would be a major skill I can use in future battles that I'll have. Thought Lin Mu, before he left the sleepscape and woke up. Lin Mu stood up and the first thing he did was to set up some meat to cook on the stove. He found himself thinking more and more about food, as he trained each day. After he was done with that, he went outside to practice the boulder collapsing fist. From the minor success he had obtained last night, he was able to build on that experience. He continued training until he was sweaty and tired. The breakfast was long ready for him to eat. Once he was done with the meal, he followed the routine and sat down to chant the Calming Heart Sutra to assimilate the vital energy. He could feel that he had progressed a little further in his training and was on his way to the 7th stage of the body tempering realm. Suddenly Lin Mu felt like he had forgotten something and remembered the reason why he had put himself in danger 2 days ago. He withdrew the purple grape-sized fruit and stared at it while thinking. Should I eat it? Lin Mu was contemplating whether this would be the right time to eat the spirit fruit or if he should wait till he reaches the 7th stage of the body tempering realm. The beasts were fighting to eat this fruit, and the ape beast was in the 7th stage. Maybe I should wait until I'm at least at the 7th stage of the body tempering stage as well. Though Lin Mu. He did not know what kind of effect the fruit would have on him, so Lin Mu felt like it would be better if he gets a little stronger before eating it. Lin Mu thus put the grape-sized purple fruit away. Lin Mu stood up and decided to go hunt some beasts in the forest. He needed more and more meat if he wanted to keep up with the requirements of his training. Hence he entered the forest and searched for some beasts. By the time Lin Mu returned to the hunting shack, it was already dark. He had been able to kill 2 beasts this time. One was a black-horned rabbit, and another was a red-snout boar's piglet. These 2 beasts would not provide him with much meat, but should last for at least 2 meals. Lin Mu continued his practice with the boulder collapsing fist and found himself steadily improving at the end of the training session. He then ate his dinner and chanted the Calming Heart Sutra. Soon after he finished chanted the Calming Heart Sutra and was about to sleep, he felt a spatial rift about to open. The spatial rift opened just a few feet away from the hunting shack, thus he did not have to worry about entering the forest at night. Lin Mu searched inside the spatial rift and found a small pebble this time. He observed it closely but could not find anything peculiar about it. Lin Mu was utterly tired and went to sleep. In the sleepscape he recalled today's training and analyzed it and tried to identify his mistakes. He continued his practice in the sleepscape and improved his coordination between the breathing technique and the fist routine. After waking up, he wanted to take a bath as he did not take one yesterday due to feeling too lazy and tired. The water in the stream had become colder, a sign of the approaching winter. Lin Mu also picked some sour apples while he was there. He had an idea that he wanted to try out. In the hunting shack, he added the black-horned rabbit's meat along with some spices and condiments. But this time he also chopped up one of the sour apples finely and added it to the stew. He trained while the stew got ready. A different aroma could be smelled coming from the pot. The stew had a little tartness that balanced the spices and cut the excess fat in the meat. It tasted refreshing to Lin Mu, and he thought he should cook with this method more often. Lin Mu went to the forest again to hunt some beasts. While in the forest, he heard the sounds of fighting. He had taken his regular route, but this was the first time he had seen people on it. He followed the sounds and reached a clearing, which seemed like it was man-made. The trees were cleared in a radius. He had come here a couple of days ago and the trees were still there. He continued towards the source of the sound and reached it after a minute. Lin Mu peeked from behind a bush and saw a group of men fighting 3 steelback wolves. There were 4 corpses of steelback wolves lying on the ground, probably killed by the men. He took a closer look at their armor and spotted a symbol on each person. It was the symbol for Fierce Blood Mercenaries. They were probably a part of the mercenary groups that had come to the town this week. There were 5 people fighting the steelback wolves. 2 of which were injured in multiple places and were dripping blood as they fought. The remaining 3 mercenaries did not look to be injured, but one could see the numerous claw marks and scratches on their armor. Lin Mu decided to stand back and not interfere in their fight. One of the basic etiquettes of hunters was to not get involved in other hunters' fights unless asked or if they were in immediate danger. Lin Mu could only guess that it was the same for mercenaries as well. He watched the mercenaries fight for 5 minutes, until another mercenary had gotten injured and was bleeding as well. They had also managed to kill one of the remaining steelback wolves. But it still looked like the steelback wolves had the upper hand and the mercenaries had become tired. Lin Mu could see that they were getting slow and making mistakes. "Keep it up, brothers, we just have these 2 beasts left and then we can rest for the entire month," spoke one of the mercenaries who was injured. "Damn it, I knew we should have retreated beforehand, now we don't even have enough stamina left for that," complained the mercenary who had just gotten injured. "Shut it, you two, and focus on the beasts," shouted the man who seemed to be their leader. While fighting, one of the mercenaries missed his step while dodging and fell down. Taking this opportunity, one of the wolves lunged at the fallen man. "No! Hold the beast back!" shouted the leader as he tried to block the beast but could not as the beast was much faster and the other steelback wolf had also interrupted the mercenaries. The injured mercenary who had fallen was still reeling from the impact of falling and could not respond in time. All the mercenaries were tense and had already accepted that they were going to lose one of their brothers in arms. But as they continued watching in shock, the steelback wolf who was in mid-air was suddenly hit with an immense force and was knocked into a tree. When the mercenaries looked at the steelback wolf that was knocked away, they found it to be missing a major part of its skull. The mercenaries who had fallen opened his eyes and found Lin Mu standing over him in a horse stance with his right arm extended. He could see the gory remains of the steelback wolf stuck to his fist and his face. The other steelback wolf was startled by the sudden demise of its companion. The mercenaries took advantage of this and killed the beast with a coordinated pincer attack, which it could not dodge. All the mercenaries exhaled with relief, now that the danger had passed. After his nerves had calmed down, the leader turned to face the person who had saved their companion. The person in question was still standing in the horse stance and had his eyes closed. Lin Mu was currently trying to carve the feeling he got when he executed the boulder collapsing fist into his mind. He had nearly been able to perfectly execute the technique just now, but it was still lacking in the proper utilization of vital energy. The spiral of energy that formed in his hand collapsed before it could be released properly. Lin Mu heard someone calling him and opened his eyes. "Thank you for saving our companion boy," said the leader of the group who was standing in front of Lin Mu. Yes, it's fine," said Lin Mu awkwardly. Lin Mu was expecting them to be a little angry, but it was completely different than he thought. Since Lin Mu was so focused on memorizing the feeling of the martial technique, he did not realize that his face was bloodied and when he talked, some blood entered his mouth and made him spit it out in disgust. "Tui, that was disgusting," thought Lin Mu. The leader of the mercenaries was also a little stunned by Lin Mu's awkward response and the subsequent act of spitting. The other mercenaries had also gathered to pick up and support their injured companion. They brought him towards Lin Mu and spoke. "We give our heartfelt thanks to you," said the men in unison. "We would like to reward you for saving our companion," said the leader. Lin Mu was a little surprised by the mercenaries' offer and thought for a moment before answering. can I have the meat of the steelback wolf? That's all? Questioned the leader with raised brows. Yeah, that's not enough for the help you provided us. You at least have to take an entire beast corpse, said the mercenary who was nearly killed by the beast. No, right now I only have the need for beast meat, replied Lin Mu while shaking his head. But for a person of your standing, you deserve more than that, said the leader. Lin Mu's brows were wrinkled in confusion of the leader's words. He did not understand what the leader meant by, a person of your standing. Yes, as a disciple of a martial sect, you can rightfully demand more. We won't mind it, said another mercenary. Lin Mu finally understood why the mercenaries were being so generous and courteous. They had mistaken him for a disciple of a martial sect. With the power Lin Mu had displayed in his young age, it was no wonder they had mistakenly assumed he was a disciple of a martial sect. As even a person in the 8th stage of the body-tempering realm would find it nearly impossible to split the tough skull of a steelback wolf. Okay then, I'll take as much meat as you can spare, replied Lin Mu after thinking for a moment. Lin Mu thought that now that he had this free opportunity to get the meat of a strong beast, he may as well take it and not correct the mercenary's assumption. Creators. On hearing Lin Mu's answer, the leader ordered 2 of the mercenaries to prepare the steelback wolves, while the remaining 2 took care of their injuries. The leader of the mercenaries asked Lin Mu to wait for a little while and offered him a wine gourd, which he politely refused. While waiting for the mercenaries to finish their task, Lin Mu decided to ask the leader some questions and gather some information. What mercenary company are you from? Asked Lin Mu. I'm Yen Zhong from the Fierce Blood Mercenary Company, and brother, may I ask what your name is? Said Yen Zhong. Lin Mu did not know if he should tell the man his real name or not. But then after a moment of thinking decided to tell him his real name. Even if he tried to somehow verify his identity as a disciple of a sect, it would not matter as his name was rather common. My name is Lin Mu. Ah, so it's brother Lin Mu. Please accept my formal greetings, replied Yen Zhong with cupped hands. Lin Mu was once again surprised by the level of courtesy shown by Yen Zhong. In fact, this was the most courteous anyone has ever been to him. This reminded him of the prestige of a cultivator, that 2 of one that belonged to a sect, even if it was just a martial sect and not a cultivator sect. Martial sects were considered inferior to cultivation sects and many of them were usually subordinate to cultivation sections. Martial sects trained disciples in the body-tempering realm and the most talented ones would go further on to join a cultivation sect. Many martial sects also trained elite soldiers for the armies of cities. The elite city guards of Wu Lim City were also trained by some martial sects. What city are you people from? Asked Lin Mu. We are from Xianwei City in the south. It's a large city that has many mercenary companies located in it, answered Yen Zhong. Lin Mu had heard of Xianwei City before. It was larger than Wu Lim City and also more prosperous than it. It took 15 days to reach it by carriage. Lin Mu then thought of the many mercenary groups that had entered the town and wondered about the reason. Do you know why so many mercenary groups are coming to the northern town? Asked Lin Mu with a curious expression. From what I know, the mayor of the Wu Lim City has commissioned multiple mercenary companies to hunt beasts for him, replied Yen Zhong. What kind of beasts? Lin Mu asked, as he did not understand why the mayor would spend so much money on mercenary companies when he could just order the hunters to do the same. We were asked to hunt as many beasts as we can, the only requirement being that they should be above the 5th stage of the body-tempering realm, answered Yen Zhong with a thoughtful expression. That kind of answered Lin Mu's question, as common hunters would barely be able to hunt a single beast of the 7th stage of the body-tempering realm. If the mayor wanted a large number of beasts, only mercenary companies could hunt that many strong beasts. So, you have been hunting here all this while, said Lin Mu. Yes, we have been hunting here for a week now, while the elite groups have been hunting in the deeper parts of the forest for more than a month now. We were divided into multiple groups depending on our strength and allotted different regions of the forest to hunt in. Yen Zhong elaborated. Lin Mu did not know that mercenaries have been hunting in the forest for more than a month. He wondered why he did not see any when he was still living in the town. His mind then moved towards the steelback wolves. How were they this far out in the forest? They lived much deeper than this. How did you come upon steelback wolves here? Asked Lin Mu. We spotted this small pack, some distance from here. We were resting nearby when one of my companions heard their howls. We went to check and accidentally alerted them. Replied Yen Zhong. But, don't they live much deeper than this? Questioned Lin Mu. Yen Zhong also seemed a little confused and stayed silent for a minute before answering. We heard from the other mercenary groups that a spirit beast has been scaring many fierce beasts away from their territories. Lin Mu had guessed that it was some strong fierce beast that had been scaring the other beasts, but did not think that it would be a spirit beast. Do they know what kind of spirit beast it is? Asked Lin Mu. No, they have not seen it yet, they have only heard its roars till now. Answered Yen Zhong. Lin Mu remembered the group of Crimson Fong mercenaries that were attacked by a spirit beast. Could it be the same spirit beast that attacked the group of Crimson Fong mercenaries? Thought Lin Mu out loud. Yen Zhong's eyes widened upon hearing Lin Mu's words. Oh, you know of that? Questioned Yen Zhong. Ah, yes, I saw the injured mercenaries in the town a few days ago. Replied Lin Mu. At this time one of the other mercenaries came back and spoke. The Crimson Fong mercenary, who was heavily injured, died 2 days ago. Lin Mu and Yen Zhong turned their heads towards the man who had come and sat down on the side. It was one of the mercenaries who was injured in the fight against the steelback wolves. He was now bandaged and looked a little better than before. This is Little Hao. Yen Zhong introduced the man to Lin Mu. Lin Mu nodded and spoke. He did have very severe injuries when I saw him. Yes, the Crimson Fong mercenaries have been very pissed off because of that. They have asked their elite teams to search and kill the spirit beast. Spoke Yen Zhong. Did they have any luck in finding it? Asked Lin Mu. No, they are still searching for it. Replied Yen Zhong. Lin Mu and the other 2 men soon fell silent, and he just waited for the beasts to be skinned. 10 minutes later the mercenaries, who were asked to skin the beasts, brought the meat to Lin Mu. The men had removed the pelt and gutted the beasts. They had also chopped the meat into smaller parts, so that it could be carried with ease. The total weight of the meat of the 3 steelback wolves added to a little over 80 kilograms. Lin Mu was in the 6th stage of the body tempering stage, so it was not that difficult for him to carry that much weight, and he only had to carry the meat for some distance away before storing it in the ring. Goodbye, brother Lin Mu. May we meet again. Said Yen Zhong. Lin Mu bade farewell to the entire group before returning to the hunting shack. I obtained a lot of meat today, I can't wait to taste it. Not to mention the steelback wolves are in the 7th stage of the body tempering realm, so they will be very rich in vital energy. Lin Mu thought with excitement. There was still some time until the sunset, so Lin Mu decided to continue practicing the boulder collapsing fist. He had already had a little more progress and thus wanted to experience it again. Lin Mu stood in the stance and executed the martial technique. He kept on practicing until a few hours after sunset. By now, his punches were able to create short gusts of wind that made the surrounding leaves sway. After another hour of practice, he stopped to eat dinner. He had roasted the steelback wolf meat, which was emanating an amazing aroma. He ate the meat and instantly felt the difference in vital energy, compared to the red snout boar. The density of vital energy was almost twice that of the red snout boar and made him feel stuffed, even though he had not even finished half of the meat that he had cooked. Understanding that he would not be able to finish it right away, Lin Mu sat cross-legged to chant the Calming Heart Sutra. He only stopped and around 70% of the vital energy was assimilated. Then he tried to finish eating the remaining portion of meat. Lin Mu ate it all and felt extremely bloated after that. He continued practicing the boulder collapsing fist until midnight, when he felt the spatial rift about to open. Lin Mu stopped practicing and waited for the spatial rift to open. He moved a few feet away, and the rift opened in front of him. His hand was sucked inside it as always, and thus he started the search for today's item. He spent 5 minutes searching inside the spatial rift, after which he touched something which felt like cloth. Lin Mu pulled his hand out of the spatial rift and withdrew the item that he had found. The item this time was a piece of cloth, which looked ragged and damaged. Lin Mu had gotten used to finding items such as this in the spatial rift, thus did not mind it and stored it in the ring. He then entered the shack to lie down to sleep. Sleep was just more time for Lin Mu to improve upon the martial technique. I think it would not be long until I would be able to perfectly execute the boulder collapsing fist. Thought Lin Mu. I should also be breaking through to the 7th stage of the body tempering realm soon. I feel like I'm already halfway through the stage. Pondered Lin Mu. Lin Mu would never have imagined that he would be progressing through the stages of the body tempering realm this fast. Even the people who have a training technique, take years to reach the 7th stage. He did not know how lucky he was to have the Calming Heart Sutra. Sky Precepts Sect, the Grand Palace. The patriarch of the Sky Precepts Sect was sitting in the throne at the head of the Grand Hall. Tens of men and women were also currently present in the hall. Some were seated in front, on elegant chairs, and some in the back on modest cushions. While the rest were all standing at the very back against the wall, behind their respective head elders. This was the Grand Hall of the Sky Precepts Sect, where earth-shaking decisions were made every day. Every person who was currently present here had the authority to shake mountains and move seas. There were elderly as well as youthful men and women in this hall. Some people who were seated at the front looked youthful while some were elderly, making one question who was the older among them. The patriarch was wearing a plain and flawless white robe. He had his hair tied with the help of a plain wooden hairpin and was currently listening to a black-robed elder speaking. Even though the patriarch was sitting casually on the throne, no person in this hall would ever question his dignity. The black-robed elder currently speaking was the head elder of the armament pavilion. We have successfully refined the profundity carving shield and it will be deployed in the upcoming week. Said the armament pavilion head elder. Excellent, next report. Said the patriarch, not saying any excessive word. Another black-robed elder stood up from a chair and walked in front of the patriarch before cupping his hand in greeting. This elder was none other than head elder Han. Greetings Patriarch, all the preparation for the upcoming trials has been done and the spots will be allocated as before, with an elimination tournament. Said head elder Han. Try and see if you can increase a few more spots this time. Said the Patriarch. More spots Patriarch. I'll see to it if it can be done, but I don't know if the trial grounds will be that accommodating. Replied the head elder Han. The second Grand Elder has informed me that the formation of the trial ground is ready to accommodate more disciples this year. Said the Patriarch. Most of the people sitting in the hall were surprised upon hearing the Patriarch's words, except for a few individuals. The second Grand Elder was in charge of all the trial grounds as well as the inheritance grounds of the sect. He was one of the 3 Tao-treading realm experts of the sect. The second Grand Elder was a reclusive man, who considered his every word as gold. This was the first time he had communicated in a decade. Head Elder Han bowed in acceptance of the Patriarch's words and spoke. If the second Grand Elder has spoken, then it will be done. After Head Elder Han was done speaking, he was about to turn around and return to the seat, when the Patriarch spoke. How's the investigation of the spatial disturbance going? Asked the Patriarch with a plain tone. Head Elder Han stopped in his tracks and straightened his posture before speaking. The disciples and elders who were assigned the mission have already departed from the sect, while the external elders who are located in their respective regions were informed of the matter as well. Said Head Elder Han. Has there been any more spatial disturbances? The Patriarch questioned. Yes, the spatial disturbance has been detected every day, ever since the first incidents. The disciples at the star-catching peak have been working hard at finding the source, but it is too short-lived and complex to trace. Replied the head elder Han. The patriarch had his chin in his palm as he spoke. You say it's too complex to trace? Yes, at first the disciples were barely able to even detect a rough location of the spatial disturbance, but later they could not determine the location. They then decided upon another route to identify it, by analyzing its signature. Elder Han spoke before taking a pause. But they could not identify even a single source which could barely resemble 1% of the signal. Said the head elder Han. Except for a few people who knew what head elder Han's words meant, the rest of the people looked on with questioning faces. So you mean to say, it is, that, said the patriarch with ambiguity in his voice. Yes, it is as you think, patriarch, it is beyond the capability of the star-catching grand formation to identify it. It most likely came from a higher world. Replied head elder Han with slight dread in his voice. Astonishment could be seen in the eyes of every person located in this hall, except for the patriarch and head elder Han. Most of the people had been informed of this matter a few days ago, but they certainly did not expect for it to be so severe. The patriarch closed his eyes and looked as if he was in deep thought. It was not until an hour later that he spoke, during which not a single person dared to speak, nor did the head elder Han move from his position. Increase the disciples involved in the investigation and also inform the Supreme Grand Elder and the First Grand Elder. Declared the patriarch with might in his voice. Back at the outskirts of the northern forest, Lin Mu was sleeping in the hunting shack, unaware of the chain of events that had been set off, ever since he obtained the mysterious ring. The sun was hiding behind the hills, and the air was chilly. One could hear the morning call of the birds coming from the forest. Lin Mu had just woken up from sleep and was currently cooking some meat for his breakfast. While the meal got ready, Lin Mu slipped into his routine and started his training for the day. He was getting better and more proficient with each training session. After he was done with his first training session of the day, Lin Mu ate his breakfast and then sat down to chant the Calming Heart Sutra. He had learned from yesterday and had prepared a lesser amount. It was just enough for him to finish and assimilate entirely. Lin Mu then prepared for today's hunt. He wanted to hunt some beasts today so that he could sell their materials tomorrow when he goes to the northern town to inquire about a room at the inns. Lin Mu put on the leather armor he had taken from the corpse of the thief he had killed and tightened it until it fit him snugly. He wiped his short sword clean and returned it to its sheath. Lin Mu had learned something from his first battle, and it was that he wanted more weapons. After analyzing the battle multiple times, he came to the conclusion that one of the reasons he won, was that he had 2 extra tools that he used as weapons. He understood that if he did not have them, he would have lost, or worse died. This made him determined to buy more weapons the next time he visited the town, which was tomorrow. Lin Mu decided that he should check up on the traps he had set up to get some bait, which he could use. He wanted to make use of every opportunity he could get today, as it could be possible that once he was able to book a room to stay in for the winter tomorrow, he may not return here again for a long time. Creators. With the idea of getting some bait, Lin Mu went towards the traps and checked them for any beasts that may have been caught in them. He checked all 6 traps and was able to find 2 thorn-tailed rats. He killed them and stored them in the ring to be used as bait later on. Lin Mu then changed his path and entered the deeper part of the forest. The forest seemed eerily silent today, and even the wind seemed to have stopped blowing. Lin Mu began his hunt for prey by first searching around clearings where some beasts lived. He checked multiple clearings, but could not find anything near them. He then decided to check around the ponds in the area where the beasts came to drink water. He was able to find some small bird beasts, but they were not worth the effort to catch, so he left them. Lin Mu had spent 2 hours searching for beasts but still could not find any. Coming to the conclusion that he may not be able to find them this way, he took out one of the thorn-tailed rat corpses and slit its belly to spill its blood. He spread the blood around, letting its scent spread, and dropped the corpse on the ground. Lin Mu then hid behind a large rock and waited for a beast to appear. He had to wait for an hour before he saw the beast appear. The beast was a large ox with unnaturally long and sharp teeth. This was a razor-maw ox, a rather dangerous beast of the northern forest. It had large curved horns and its hooves were shiny as if made out of polished metal. Its blue and black patterned fur made it stand out very easily. Lin Mu gulped his saliva upon seeing the beast. He knew that it would be a daunting task for him to hunt this beast. The razor-maw ox was the strongest beast he had tried hunting until now and was a high-tier beast. It was stronger than the steelback wolves as well as the yellow-tufted panther. Its strength was roughly equivalent to a 9th-stage body tempering realm expert. Even a 10th-stage body tempering realm expert would find it nearly impossible to hunt it alone, so there was little chance Lin Mu could kill this beast. The charging attack of the beast was enough to split trees in half and its hooves could crush rocks. Lin Mu wisely stayed silent and waited for the beast to eat the thorn-tailed rat and leave. A few minutes later he could no longer hear any noises, so he peeked to take a look. Once he confirmed that the beast had left, he came out from behind the rock. Lin Mu checked the direction the razor-maw ox had gone towards and went opposite to that, as he most definitely did not want to encounter it. He walked for a few minutes and found a good place that was good for ambushing an unsuspecting beast. He once again slit the belly of a thorn-tailed rat and let it bleed out on the ground. This time it did not take long for a beast to appear, after he had hidden behind a large tree. He peeked to take a look at the beast and found it to be a beast that resembled a coyote. The beast largely resembled a normal coyote, except that it was pitch black and had bone spurs covering his body. They extended from the top of his head along the spine, all the way towards the end of its tail. Lin Mu did not know the name of this beast as this was the first time he had seen it. He had never seen any hunter bring such a beast corpse to the town before. This could be a rare beast, and I can probably get quite a bit of money from selling its materials, thought Lin Mu. Lin Mu waited for the beast to come closer to eat the thorn-tailed rat. The position of Lin Mu was perpendicular to the beast, giving him the advantage to strike first before the beast could react. He wanted to use the boulder collapsing fist to kill the beast in a single strike. Lin Mu waited for the wolf to come to the right position and entered the stance for the boulder collapsing fist. As soon as the beast was in the position, Lin Mu shot forward and executed the boulder collapsing fist, punching the beast on the side of its head. The moment Lin Mu's fist connected to the beast's head, he could feel the intense recoil and pain travel along his hand. The beast's skull was tougher than the steelback wolf and did not shatter. Lin Mu had expected to finish off the beast in one hit, but was surprised when he did not. The beast let out a yelp filled with pain but did not die and was only dazed as it fell to the ground. Seeing that the beast was stunned, Lin Mu unsheathed the short sword and chopped at the beast's neck. The blade went through the flesh, only to be stopped by the beast's spine. Lin Mu drew back the sword and jumped back. He waited for the beast to die before coming closer. Confirming that the beast was dead, Lin Mu stored it into the ring. He finally had something he could sell in the town tomorrow. Lin Mu then went back to the hunting shack, as the sky would turn dark in an hour. He did not skin the beast as he did not know which materials could be used from the beast. Lin Mu intended to keep the beast whole and let the person who bought it prepare it. He would sell all the materials and keep the meat for himself. Lin Mu set some meat on the large stove outside the hunting shack to cook, while he continued his training. He practiced the boulder collapsing fist until the meat was done cooking. He then sat down to eat the meat. While eating he felt like someone was watching him, so he looked around for them. He did not find any person but found a small four-legged silhouette standing near a bush. Lin Mu went closer to take a look, but the silhouette disappeared behind the bush when he came near it. After losing sight of the silhouette, Lin Mu went back to finish his dinner. After dinner, he continued his training until it was time for sleep. While he was about to sleep he had a thought. The spatial rift hasn't opened today, is it not gonna appear today? Thought Lin Mu with a slightly confused expression on his face. He lied down on the bed and waited for the spatial rift to open. He must have waited for an hour before he eventually slipped into sleep, as it did not appear. Lin Mu appeared in the sleepscape and continued his training. While he was training, he thought about the two unique beasts he had seen today. I don't think the razormaw ox beasts live in that part of the forest. They are high-tier beasts and, from what I've heard from the hunters, they are found in the western part of the forest. Thought Lin Mu. Even the coyote beast is something completely new that I've seen. I'm sure it's not native to this part of the forest either. Why are these beasts appearing in this part of the forest? Lin Mu questioned himself. Understanding that nothing would come out of pondering on these thoughts, Lin Mu pushed them to the back of his mind and continued his training. After a while, he suddenly felt a burst of pain in his head and then on his back. Why is pain suddenly arising in my body? Was the last thought Lin Mu had before his consciousness disappeared from the sleepscape and he woke up. Lin Mu opened his eyes and found himself lying on the ground, with his head stuck to the door of the hunting shack. His right hand was extended upward against the door and was currently being pulled towards it, but was being obstructed by the door. It took a moment before Lin Mu understood the situation. The spatial rift. It opened while I was asleep. Thought Lin Mu. He struggled to open the door, as his head was stuck against it, and made it awkward for him to move his other arm. With a little effort, Lin Mu was able to move the latch, opening the door. As soon as the door was opened, his hand was pulled outside and his body along with it. He was able to clumsily stand and walk towards the location where the ring was pulling him to. Lin Mu had to walk along the edge of the forest for 100 meters before the spatial rift finally opened. When his hand entered the spatial rift, he felt that the rift differed from before. Lin Mu felt as if his hand was dipped in a flowing river. It was the same feeling that he got when he obtained the 4 vessels restoration pills along with the fragrant agarwood box. He now felt excited at the idea of finding something valuable again. Creators. With excitement on his face, Lin Mu searched the spatial rift. He did not have to search for long as the object itself found him, or rather hit his hand. The object was quite hard and felt painful to him when it hit him. He pulled his hand out once the object was stored inside the ring. Lin Mu withdrew the object to examine it. The object this time was a pouch that seemed to be made out of high-quality beast leather. The texture and feel of the pouch made Lin Mu think that it was something only nobles or rich merchants would use. He opened the pouch to take a look inside. The first thing that caught his eyes was the glow that came from inside the pouch. As it was still nighttime and there was barely any light except for the stars, Lin Mu could not figure out what was inside the pouch as the glow covered the items inside it, making it hard to distinguish them. Lin Mu went back to the hunting shack and lit a lamp to illuminate the place. Once there was sufficient light, Lin Mu poured the contents of the pouch onto the table that was inside the shack. Small stones started to pour out from the pouch and soon formed a pile on the table. The stones were translucent and were glowing with a pale white light. There were nearly 100 of them in the pile, with each stone being the size of a fingernail. Lin Mu's gaze was locked onto the pile of glowing stones. He picked one up and felt a comfortable feeling coming from his hand that was holding the stone. This is a spirit stone," exclaimed Lin Mu. And there are so many of them," thought Lin Mu out loud. Lin Mu had once seen a spirit stone before. It was 2 years ago when he had visited the Wu Lim city to watch the annual martial competition. The top 3 prizes of the martial competition were spirit stones. One of the top hunters of the northern town had participated in it at that time and won the 3rd prize. The 3rd prize was a single spirit stone. The hunter who had won it back then showed it off to many people during the celebration party that was organized in the northern town. Lin Mu had the opportunity to observe it back then. That hunter who had won the third prize became a cultivator 6 months later by obtaining a cultivation manual. Though no one knew where or from whom the hunter obtained the cultivation manual, as the hunter never answered those questions. That hunter is one of the only 2 hunters of the northern town who are cultivators. There were numerous thoughts that were going through Lin Mu's head, so much so that he had to chant the Calming Heart Sutra to forcibly calm himself down. Once he calmed down, Lin Mu systematically went through the multiple points he had thought of before. He first checked the pouch in which the spirit stones came, for any symbols or insignias which could tell where it came from or whom it belonged to. Lin Mu inspected the pouch inside out and could not find anything that could point to the ownership of the pouch. Second, he thought about the origin of the spirit stones. The 4 vessels restoration pills came from the Tricauldron Peony sect, so could these spirit stones have come from there as well, thought Lin Mu. The only other place it could come from would be Wu Lim City, only the rich families or the mayor could own such a large amount of spirit stones. He thought next. Third, Lin Mu thought about the value of the spirit stones. He counted the spirit stones and found that there were 103 of them exactly. Even though he knew that there were at least 100 of them, the sheer amount of them still shocked Lin Mu. Even in the martial competition that Lin Mu watched, the first prize was only 5 spirit stones, which a person from the city had won. He could not imagine how many gold coins would be equivalent to the spirit stones he had now. The closest thing that could compare to their value would perhaps be the 4 vessels restoration pills. Fourth, Lin Mu thought about what would be the best way to utilize these spirit stones. The most obvious method would be to use them for his own cultivation, but for that, he would have to wait until he obtained a cultivation manual. The other straightforward method would be to sell them, but this method will definitely invite trouble on his head. Lin Mu directly discarded this thought. Lin Mu then took a deep breath and stored the spirit stones in the pouch before storing it in the ring. Whatever I want to do with the spirit stones, first I'll have to be very careful. At the very least I need to reach the 8th stage of the body tempering realm before I think of anything further. Concluded Lin Mu, ending his brainstorming session. Lin Mu took a look at the sky and saw that it was still dark. So he lied down on the bed and went back to sleep. He later woke up 3 hours later when it was already bright outside. Lin Mu started his morning routine of training and eating breakfast. Today was the day that he had to go to the town to inquire about a room at the inn. Lin Mu hoped that he will be able to find a room to stay in for the winter so that he can stop worrying and focus on his training. After he was done with his morning routine, Lin Mu prepared for his trip to the town. He withdrew the sled he had made and put the corpse of the coyote beast on it and covered it with the large sack. He then started his trip to the town. The journey to the town was uneventful, and he did not see many people. After the merchants had left the town, the number of travelers coming to the town had significantly decreased. When he passed by the spirit apple orchards, Lin Mu felt a little surprised as he sensed a familiar feeling coming from the spirit apples. He tried to remember the feeling and found it to be of spirit chi. The spirit chi he had felt from the spirit stones was a little similar to the one that the spirit apples were giving off, the only difference being that it was much more concentrated in the spirit stones. I wonder how the small purple spirit fruit I found would compare to the spirit stones. Thought Lin Mu. Lin Mu entered the town and observed the absence of the merchants. All the stalls and shops that were present 3 days ago were nowhere to be found. The aura of the town had returned back to how it was before. Lin Mu thought about where he should sell the corpse of the coyote beast. Now that the merchants had left the town, he would have to sell it to a shop in the town. He remembered the incident from last time and decided against it. If I try to sell it to a shop, many people will see it and some of them will definitely want to try to steal from me again. Though Lin Mu. As he was thinking about this, Lin Mu had unknowingly reached the main street of the town. An idea suddenly stuck his mind, and he determined where he could sell the beast corpse. That's it, I can sell it at Jing Wei's Emporium. That woman and the old man will definitely not bother me, and I can also buy more weapons there. thought Lin Mu. Thus he changed his path and walked towards the desolate alley which housed the dusty shop. Once he reached the shop, Lin Mu put the sled to a side and then opened the door of the shop, which was still hard to open, and creaked loudly on opening. After the door was open, he picked up the beast corpse and walked inside the shop. He saw that there was no one at the counter, so he rang the small bell that was kept on it. Lin Mu waited for 5 minutes before the woman Duan Ku walked out of the door behind the counter. Duan Ku was dressed in a light pink dress and had a small hairpin in the shape of a lily in her hair. Seeing this, Lin Mu wondered how many types of hairpins she owned. Duan Ku looked at him the same as before, with her signature poker face. She walked up to the counter and asked, "What do you want today?" "I want to sell a beast corpse, I wonder if that's fine," said Lin Mu with a polite smile on his face. "That's fine. Show me the corpse," replied Duan Ku. Since Lin Mu had slung the corpse of the beast on his back, Duan Ku could not see it clearly. Lin Mu pulled the corpse from his back and put it on the counter. He then turned his eyes on Duan Ku's face and saw surprise on her face for the first time. Lin Mu had seen Duan Ku multiple times, but this was the first time he had seen her break her composure and show such a surprised expression. For this very reason, he felt that something was wrong or he may have done something wrong. "Is there something wrong?" Lin Mu asked cautiously. Duan Mu came to her senses and realized that she had shown a surprised expression. When she saw Lin Mu's concerned face, she understood that he had noticed it this time. She forcibly controlled her emotions and spoke. "How did you kill this high-tier beast?" Duan Ku asked, trying to covertly justify the reason for her expression. If Lin Mu was first confused because of Duan Ku's expression, now he was confused due to her words. "What do you mean high-tier beast?" questioned Lin Mu. "This beast, it's a high-tier beast of at least 9th stage body tempering realm," replied Duan Ku. Lin Mu's expression slowly changed from confusion to that of fear, once the words of Duan Ku sank in. He had avoided hunting a high-tier beast, the Razormaw ox, which was also equivalent to a 9th stage body tempering realm expert. But somehow had ended up hunting and killing another beast of the same strength. Lin Mu could not understand how he was able to do this daunting task successfully. He then remembered how the steelback wolf's skull was crushed in his one hit, but the coyote beasts didn't. But he still could not understand why the beast did not react when he attacked. If it really was a high-tier beast, it should have detected him the moment he exposed himself. The only reason he was able to kill the steelback wolf back then, was because the beast was focused on the mercenaries, along with it being injured and exhausted. There was no way the same tactic would have worked on it, if it was in its optimum condition, not to mention a beast even stronger than it. Cold sweat covered Lin Mu's forehead and back. Duan Ku could see the dread and fear on Lin Mu's face. "Don't tell me this boy did not even know the strength of this beast before hunting it," thought Duan Ku. "Did you not know the strength of this beast beforehand?" asked Duan Ku. Lin Mu, who seemed to have become a mute, finally came to his senses upon hearing Duan Ku's question. "No, I don't even know the name of the beast," replied Lin Mu. Duan Ku just kept on staring at the beast corpse after hearing Lin Mu's reply and did not speak anything. Seeing that she was not replying, Lin Mu asked, What's the name of the beast?" Lin Mu asked. "It does not have a name, at least not until now." Duan Ku spoke without moving her gaze from the beast corpse. "What do you mean, why does it not have a name?" asked Lin Mu, while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Duan Ku stayed silent for a minute before shifting her gaze from the beast corpse. "This beast, it's a mutant. This is not its natural form," replied Duan Ku. "A mutant? What's that?" asked Lin Mu curiously. "Some beasts, if they consume or come in contact with certain substances, can change their nature and physique under the influence of that substance. Though more often than not, these beasts cannot reproduce and thus end up becoming a unique specimen, the only member of their species. Explained Duan Ku. This was completely new information to Lin Mu. He had never heard of such a thing, not even from his father, who was rather very knowledgeable about beasts and was also a hunter himself. Seeing that Lin Mu was engrossed in digesting the information she had just said, Duan Ku waited for a minute before speaking. So, how did you defeat a beast that was much stronger than you? Duan Ku asked. The beast did not react as it should have. I ambushed it and was able to kill it in 2 moves. Explained Lin Mu. Care to explain more? Replied Duan Ku. I set some bait and waited for the beast. I was hiding the entire time and only attacked and the beast was in the right position and could not see me. My first hit stunned the beast, making it fall to the ground, and with the next attack I slashed its neck. Lin Mu explained thoroughly. Did the beast not finish its mutation completely? But this aura, it's very similar to that thing, muttered Duan Ku. Sorry what? Lin Mu asked upon hearing Duan Ku mutter. Duan Ku stopped and looked at Lin Mu, before she spoke curtly. It's nothing of your concern. Lin Mu was a little surprised with Duan Ku's curt tone, but did not mind it. So you want to sell this beast corpse? Duan Ku asked, changing the topic. Ah no, not the entire beast. I want to keep the meat. Lin Mu replied. Why didn't you prepare it before coming here then? Duan Ku asked with annoyance in her voice. I did not know what parts of it can be sold. So I kept it whole. Said Lin Mu embarrassingly. Okay then. You can come to collect the money and the meat 3 hours later. And I'm charging you extra for dissecting the corpse. Spoke Duan Ku with a straight face. Lin Mu was a little taken aback at the last part of the sentence, but nodded anyway and left the shop. He did not even ask how much money he would be getting, as he understood that the fierce woman was already annoyed with him. After Lin Mu left the shop, Duan Ku's eyes suddenly turned fierce. She waved her hand and numerous runes materialized on the door of the shop. If a person looked at the shop right now from the outside, they would only find a plain wall. There was no sign of the shop ever existing in the desolate alley. Duan Ku gestured with her hand and made the beast's corpse float. She walked through the door behind the counter, which automatically opened for her. The beast corpse floated behind her and followed her inside the door. Duan Ku entered a small room that was illuminated by a lamp hanging on the roof. There was no other entrance or exit to that room except for the one Duan Ku had come in from. She then snapped her fingers and the lamp illuminating the room was extinguished. But instead of turning dark, the room started to fade into a white background, Duan Ku disappearing along with it. Duan Ku soon appeared in what looked to be an enormous courtyard. There were elaborate ponds, rivers, streams, and fake mountains. Intricately designed bridges spanned over the rivers and streams. Beautiful and charming fishes could be seen swimming in the water. On the other end of the courtyard, one could see a manor that was adorned with exquisite decorations consisting of statues, paintings, and calligraphy. Just in front of the manor was a small pavilion surrounded by hundreds of spirit flowers, which were emanating a pleasant fragrance. An old man was currently sitting in the pavilion. He was drinking a cup of tea that was emitting an aroma that calmed one's senses. This old man was none other than the owner of Jing Wei's emporium, Jing Wei himself, and also the grandfather of Duan Ku. Duan Ku gently walked towards the pagoda and arrived behind Jing Wei. The old man was facing away from Duan Ku and was currently enjoying his cup of tea. "Grandfather," Duan Ku called out affectionately. The old man finished his cup of tea in one gulp and turned around to face his granddaughter. "You're back from the shop. Was it that boy Lin Mu again?" Jing Wei asked, as he enjoyed the taste of the tea with his eyes closed. "Yes, grandfather. He brought something unusual," replied Duan Ku with a little uncertainty in her voice. Jing Wei opened his eyes upon hearing Duan Ku's words. "Why, what did he bring?" he asked with a reassuring tone. Duan-ku gestured with her fingers, and the corpse of the coyote beast came in front of her and rested on the ground. She pointed at the corpse and spoke. This beast corpse. Jing Wei's gaze focused on the beast's corpse. A mutant. That too having a strength of a high-tier beast. Jing Wei spoke to himself. He killed this beast himself. Jing Wei asked Duan-ku. Yes, that's what he said, and it did not seem like he was lying either. Duan-ku replied. It shouldn't be possible for him to kill this beast. Said Jing Wei. That's not what's bothering me, grandfather. The beast did not complete its mutation, it could not react to the boy's attack in time. Explained Duan-ku. She then took a pause and continued. This beast's aura, it's very similar to that thing from last year. I thought you cleared all of its traces back then, even the ones that could not be cleared by the disciples of Tricauldron Peony Sect. Jing Wei spoke with a questioning tone. I did, but now this beast appeared. I think it probably mutated due to the influence of that thing. Duan-ku spoke with a lost expression on her face. Creators. Duan-ku went silent, and Jing Wei was lost in thought as well. Both of them stayed the same for an incense stick's worth of time until Jing Wei spoke. What did he want to do with the beast corpse? Asked Jing Wei. Duan-ku broke her silence and looked up at her grandfather. He wants to sell the materials from the beast corpse and keep the meat for himself. Duan-ku replied. You can't give him the meat, we don't know what effect it could have. Besides, if it is as you say, we have to investigate further. Jing Wei spoke. So what should I do, grandfather? Duan-ku asked. Jing Wei thought for a moment before replying. Find a beast of equivalent strength and give its meat to him. As for the cost of the materials, you can decide that yourself. Yes, grandfather. I'll do as you say. Duan-ku replied. Jing Wei turned back and walked towards the manor. As he reached the door of the manor he stopped and spoke. Refine the beast corpse and use it to investigate any new traces that may turn up. We don't want a repeat of last year's incident. Duan-ku did not speak and only nodded her head in acceptance. Jing Wei had entered the manor and disappeared from her view. Knowing what she had to do, Duan-ku waved her hand to make the beast's corpse float. She then gestured and a small formation array appeared over the beast's corpse. Slowly flames bloomed on the corpse and the formation array started to turn. Refine. Duan-ku spoke out loud. The beast's corpse was being reduced to a pool of blood. Once the entire corpse turned to blood, Duan-ku threw 4 small stones the size of pearls, which started to revolve around the pool of blood. The stones spun faster and faster, making the pool of blood to swirl as well. After 5 minutes the 4 stones had stopped revolving and the pool of blood was converted into a small dark red marble. Duan-ku withdrew the 4 small stones and picked up the dark red marble floating in the air. Done with the refining process, Duan-ku snapped her fingers and appeared in the small room behind the shop. She walked out of the door and waved her hand to remove the formations placed on the shop's door. She then exited the shop and saw the crude-looking sled kept at the side. Ignoring the sled, she looked around for people. Seeing that there was no person nearby, she withdrew a paper talisman and tore it. As soon as the paper talisman was torn in half, Duan-ku turned translucent and eventually invisible. The invisible Duan-ku withdrew a sword that floated in front of her. She jumped onto the sword and flew away towards the northern forest. Duan-ku flew at such a speed, that if she was visible, she would only appear as a blur to the human eyes. She reached the depths of the forest in a couple of minutes. This was the region where spirit beasts were in abundance. No hunters would ever dare to come this far, only a handful of cultivators would be able to survive in this region of the forest. One could hear the roars and howls of a myriad of beasts. The forest was dark and dense, sunlight could barely penetrate its canopy. Duan-ko hovered over the forest and sent out her spirit sense to search for a suitable beast of the ninth stage body tempering realm. It was but a second later that she found one. She did not even descend on the ground and only gestured with her fingers, and a spirit chi dagger the size of palm was condensed in the air. She pointed to the location where the beast was located and the spirit chi dagger shot forward. No cries of the beasts could be heard the moment Duan-ko released the spirit chi dagger. It was as if they were all too frightened to utter a single sound. The spirit chi dagger returned after 5 seconds, and along with it the corpse of a beast that was around the same size as the coyote beast. Duan-ko waved her hand and the beast corpse was dissected in a second. She stored the meat in her spatial treasure and took out a wooden disc. The wooden disc had a circular groove at its center. Duan-ko then withdrew the dark red marble she had refined from the coyote beast's corpse and put it in the groove that was present on the wooden disc. Once the dark red marble was slotted into the wooden disc, it started to glow. The wooden disc floated from Duan-ko's hand and then flew towards a direction, with Duan-ko flying behind it. Lin Mu was unaware of all this and was currently checking out the inns in the town. He had inquired in nearly half of the inns and had still not found a single one to stay at. He was standing in front of another inn right now. This inn was located close to the exit of the town and was of a lower quality than the previous ones. Let's see if I can find a room here. Lin Mu spoke to himself as he entered through the door of the inn. He walked up to the front desk and spoke to the clerk sitting there. Do you have a room available for the winter? Lin Mu asked. The clerk looked towards Lin Mu with a polite smile on his face and replied. Yes, we have a room available. But you will need to pay in advance and then you'll be able to stay in that room in 5 days from today. The clerk replied. Lin Mu had expected for the clerk to reject, so he was a little joyful upon hearing his words. He did not mind that he would have to wait 5 days to stay in the room, nor that he would have to pay in advance. I would like to book that room then, for the entire winter, said Lin Mu with a pep in his voice. The clerk nodded and took out a register. Please pay 3 gold coins and I'll add your name to the register, the clerk said. Lin Mu took out 3 gold coins which he had prepared beforehand and passed them to the clerk. What's your name? Asked the clerk as he dipped a brush into the inkwell. My name is Lin Mu. The clerk took out a small wooden plate on which the name of the inn was carved. It spelled Northwind Inn. Lin Mu took the wooden plate and stored it in his pouch. Come back 5 days later and show this to whoever is sitting here on the counter, they will take you to your room, the clerk explained. Lin Mu nodded to the clerk and turned around to leave the inn. I should return to the shop. It's been around 3.5 hours since I left it. Duan-ko said to return in 3 hours, so she should be ready now. Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu walked back to the shop and reached there in 10 minutes. He saw that his sled was still kept at the side of the shop. Guess no one would even bother to steal such a crudely made sled. Lin Mu spoke to himself with a little mirth in his voice. He then opened the creaky door of the shop and entered the shop. He walked up to the counter and was about to ring the bell when the door of the shop opened. Lin Mu turned around to look and saw Duan-ko entering the shop. Why was she outside? Lin Mu questioned himself. I'll bring the meat, wait here. Duan-ko spoke to Lin Mu as she passed by him and entered the door behind the counter. She returned a minute later with a sack that seemed like it was completely full. She put the sack on the counter, gestured to Lin Mu, and spoke. Here's you beast meat. As for the money. But before she could complete her sentence, Lin Mu interrupted her. Instead of coins, I want some weapons. Lin Mu spoke. You want more weapons? Are you not satisfied with the short sword? Duan-ko asked. No, I like the short sword. I just want more weapons in case I lose the short sword in a fight or something. And I also want to learn to use more kinds of weapons. Lin Mu explained. Duan-ko nodded and said, as you wish, look around the shop and pick whatever you want. But if you want to get a proper appraisal, it will cost you extra. Lin Mu went around the shop and picked up whatever caught his fancy. In the end, he had chosen 12 items from the shop. He brought them all and placed them on the counter. The total weight of all the weapons was nothing to Lin Mu, now that he had reached the 6th stage of the body tempering realm. The weapons he had chosen were of multiple types. He had chosen a pair of battle gauntlets, a long sword, a slim and flexible sword, a normal broad sword, a large axe, a small hatchet, a buckler, a large shield, a spear, and 3 different types of daggers. Duan Ku was a little surprised by the varied choice of weapons but did not show it on her face. "Is that all?" Duan Ku asked. "Yes, how much would this all cost?" Lin Mu questioned. "It should be around the same price as the cost of the materials of that beast." Duan Ku replied. Lin Mu nodded happily and piled all the weapons on the large shield before putting it on the sled outside the shop. He then carried out the sack of meat and left the shop. Duan Ku watched him leave. "He's a little dumb, isn't he? He didn't even ask how much the materials exactly cost." Duan Ku spoke to herself before waving her hand and sealing the door with formations. She then entered the door behind the counter and left the shop. Duan Ku appeared in the elaborate and large courtyard. She crossed the streams and rivers to reach the manor that was standing at the end of the courtyard. Her eyes looked around for her grandfather but could not find him nearby. Finding that her grandfather was not outside, she went up the steps of the manor and entered through the large twin doors. The inside of the manor was so luxuriously decorated that it would even put a king's palace to shame. Duan Ku walked towards the left and entered an enormous library. There were more books than one could count in the library, along with a multitude of scrolls, bamboo slips, and jade slips kept on different shelves. At the center of the library, one could see a table and a few chairs. Unlike the rest of the manor, the table and chairs did not look luxurious or expensive, rather they looked very simple and could be found at any commoner's house. Duan Ku walked up to the table and saw her grandfather sitting at it on a chair. The old man was reading a book that looked like it would wither and break any moment. The book was old and damaged, yet the old man was able to flip its pages with no problem. Once Duan Ku came up to the side of her grandfather, Jing Wei spoke without moving his eyes from the book. "Did you find anything?" Duan Ku waved her hand in response to her grandfather's words, making 12 corpses appear. These corpses belonged to both fierce beasts as well as spirit beasts. Even though the corpses belonged to different types of beasts and had different physiologies, they all had one thing in common. They were all pitch black in color and emitted an unnerving aura. Duan Ku then carefully withdrew a box that looked to be made of glass. In that box, a pitch-black blob the size of an orange was kept. The pitch-black blob was emitting an even greater unnerving aura. It was at least 10 times the intensity of the aura emitted by the strongest beast corpse. Jing Wei turned to look towards the glass box in Duan Ku's hand. "So, it was that thing, indeed," Jing Wei said. "I found these 12 beasts in the northern forest. They were mostly spread around the deeper regions of the forest, but some of them were even present at the outer parts of the forest, with one wandering around near the edge of the forest." Duan Ku said. Duan Ku stayed silent and let her grandfather examine all the beast corpses. Jing Wei looked around at the corpses for half an hour, after which he finally came up to the glass box. "Where did you find this piece of that thing?" Jing Wei asked Duan Ku. "I found it near the center of the northern forest. It was lying inside a small pond and had tainted the water." Duan Ku replied. "That pond was the source of the mutations then, no other traces anywhere?" Jing Wei questioned. "Yes, that's likely it. I could not find any more traces of it, only this." Duan Ku answered. Jing Wei nodded upon hearing Duan Ku's answer. "Destroy it," Jing Wei declared. Duanku did not speak a word before pointing to the black blob inside the glass box, which then started to burn. It burned for a minute, after which not even ashes were left behind. Once the black blob was destroyed, he turned to his granddaughter and spoke. "Did that boy come back?" "He came back just before me. I passed the meat of a 9th stage body tempering realm beast to him. Though he did not ask for money in exchange for the materials." Duanku replied and took a pause. Jing Wei raised his eyebrows in question. "He wanted more weapons in exchange for the materials. I let him choose some weapons from the shop. He picked a large variety of them." Duanku added. Jing Wei sat down on the chair and placed his hand on his chin. He thought for a minute before asking. Did he not like the short sword? He liked the sword. He said he wanted the weapons in case he ever lost the short sword during a fight. Duanku replied. And how did he come to that reasoning? Jing Wei asked curiously. Duanku had a slight smile on her face as she spoke this sentence. Your old short sword has tasted a man's blood once again, after decades. Oh, so he had his first kill. That was faster than I thought, but still, it's good for him that he experienced it early on and even learned a lesson from it. Jing Wei spoke with nostalgia in his eyes. Lin Mu was currently pulling the sled that had the weapons, and meat placed on it. It took him 20 minutes to exit the town before he could store everything in the ring. Once everything was stored in the ring, Lin Mu sprinted all the way to the hunting shack. Once he was at the shack, he withdrew all the new weapons he had bought. He wanted to wield all of them, to get a feel for them. I need to practice them too now. Lin Mu thought as he swung an axe. He practiced using the weapons for 3 hours until it was time for sunset. Even though Lin Mu did not have proper training methods for each of the weapons, he still tried whatever he had seen other people do before, whether it be the town guards or the hunters. Lin Mu then started practicing the boulder collapsing fist before cooking the new beast meat he had got today. The aroma of the 9th stage body tempering beast meat was richer than the other meats he had eaten before. Once it was completely cooked, he ate it deliciously. Done with the meal, Lin Mu sat down cross-legged to chant the Calming Heart Sutra. He could feel the dense, vital energy being spread from his stomach. The energy was slowly spreading over his body and assimilating into his skin and muscles, with a minuscule amount assimilating into his blood vessels. 45 minutes later the vital energy had not stopped being assimilated and Lin Mu felt like his skin was completely saturated with vital energy. This is it, my skin can't assimilate any more vital energy, it's time for me to enter the 8th stage of the body tempering realm. Lin Mu decided. Lin Mu focused on the small trickle of vital energy that was entering his blood vessels. The vital energy was giving off very faint waves. He focused on these very faint waves and tried to amplify them. He tried applying his experience from learning the boulder collapsing fist and willed for the vital energy to increase. He did not succeed in the first try. Lin Mu repeated the same procedure over and over until finally, it was like a dam had broken. A large surge of vital energy that was stored in his stomach surged out all at once and was assimilated into his blood vessels. An electrifying feeling passed through his blood vessels and he broke through to the 8th stage of the body tempering realm. Yes, finally success! Lin Mu exclaimed and jumped up in joy. The 8th stage of the body tempering realm was a bottleneck. After breaking through it, a qualitative change happened in the body. The muscles that are tempered in the early stage of the body tempering realm become stronger and tougher, but they can't exert their full potential as they don't have the required supply of blood. A similar situation occurs with the skin during the middle stage of the body tempering realm, but when a person finally enters the 8th stage of the body tempering realm, his vessels can finally provide the blood required to the muscles and skin. A person who enters the late stage of the body tempering realm can exert greater strength, has increased speed and agility. Let's see what I can do. Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu started sprinting and found that he could run twice as fast as before. He then withdrew the large rock from the ring and let it fall on the ground. He tried lifting it but could not, it was still too heavy for him. Lin Mu then tried pushing it and was able to push it with some effort. At least I can push it now. Lin Mu thought out loud as he wiped the sweat on his brow. Now to try the boulder collapsing fist, thought Lin Mu. Lin Mu entered the horse stance and used the breathing technique. Once his breath harmonized, he started the fist routine. As soon as he reached the perfect coordination, he executed the boulder collapsing fist. A stream of energy entered his right arm and started spinning, forming a stable spiral. Lin Mu willed it and punched forward. A powerful gust of wind shot forward, shaking the trees and bushes. Leaves fell down from the trees and a whistling sound could be heard. Lin Mu had finally mastered the boulder collapsing fist. After he executed the boulder collapsing fist, the energy that was coursing through Lin Mu's body faded away and was replaced by numbing fatigue. Lin Mu slumped down on the ground in exhaustion. He did not expect that a severe exhaustion of energy would be accompanying the successful use of the boulder collapsing fist. Why is the exhaustion of vital energy harsher than before? Lin Mu wondered as he laid down on the ground. Lin Mu thought that the exhaustion of energy was due to the boulder collapsing fist not being mastered and losing energy in the process. He did not know that once he mastered it, the exhaustion would only increase. Before he mastered the martial technique, he was able to execute it twice. But now that he had completely mastered the martial technique, he was only able to use it once before being nearly incapacitated. I will have to use the boulder collapsing fist only in the situations when I'm sure of my victory or when I have no other choice left. Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu laid on the ground for half an hour before he was able to recover some part of his stamina. He then stood up and decided to hunt. He returned later in the evening just before the sunset. He had been able to hunt a hook-winged swan and a six-pronged stag. Lin Mu would never have been able to catch up with an adult six-pronged stag had it not been for the increase in his speed after reaching the 8th stage of the body-tempering realm. He was able to outrun the six-pronged stag with ease and swiftly ended its life with one swing of his short sword. After coming back, he cleaned and prepared both of the beasts before eating some dinner. Lin Mu then continued his practice with the different weapons he had bought yesterday till midnight and the spatial rift finally opened. He found a torn piece of a silk ribbon in the spatial rift this time. Lin Mu examined the torn piece of silk but found it to be ordinary, so he kept it in the ring. He then went to sleep and entered the sleepscape. In the sleepscape he practiced the boulder collapsing fist. Now that he had mastered the boulder collapsing fist, he didn't find practicing it to be of much use, as he did not know where he could improve more. The booklet mentioned that the advanced stages of the boulder collapsing fist involved increasing the number of energy spirals when using the technique. Lin Mu remembered. Lin Mu could not practice the martial technique fully in the sleepscape, as he could not use the vital energy in his body. He could only practice the form and coordination. I wish I could practice using the weapons at least. Lin Mu complained to himself. Lin Mu had no more things he could do in the sleepscape anymore, unless he could find a new technique to learn. After understanding that he couldn't do much about it, Lin Mu just sat down and thought about things that he can improve on. By the time he had woken up from sleep, Lin Mu had made an entire mental list of goals he wanted to complete. First of all, he wanted to become a chi cultivator. Second, he wanted to obtain enough money to buy back his property that was seized from him. Lastly, he wanted to explore and experience the world. Lin Mu's desire for exploring the world came from his mother, who used to tell him stories from the travelogues and books she had read. She told him of breathtaking places, ferocious beasts, dazzling kingdoms, and beautiful princesses. Though the stories that caught Lin Mu's attention the most were the ones about immortal cultivators and their legends. All of his goals were linked and completing one goal would beget others. Becoming a cultivator would allow him to obtain a lot of money, which would allow him to buy his property back. He would be fulfilling his filial duty of taking care of his ancestral property and also the familial graves that were located there. Once Lin Mu completed these two goals, he would be free to wander and explore the world. He was looking forward to seeing the places he had heard in the stories. After waking up, Lin Mu started preparing his breakfast and practiced the boulder collapsing fist. He tried forming two spirals while using the technique, but could not, as the vital energy would dissipate as soon as he tried pulling another strand to form the second spiral. Lin Mu stopped practicing the martial technique after multiple failures and ate his breakfast. He chanted the calming heart sutra and assimilated the vital energy as always. He could tell that the rate of absorption had gone up by at least 20%, and he could absorb even more vital energy. After he was done with the assimilation of vital energy, he practiced using the different weapons. While practicing, Lin Mu came to the conclusion that he was more comfortable with swords, daggers, and the spear. He practiced with the axes but found them to be awkward to use, and the shields did not matter much, as all he could do with them was defend. While with the gauntlets, he found that he could use them in tandem with the boulder collapsing fist. The gauntlets were made of tough and hardened leather that was studded and reinforced with metal plates. They were okay to wear during a fight, but Lin Mu couldn't bring himself to wear them all the time, like he was doing with the leather armor he had looted from the thief. While Lin Mu was training, he was reminded of something now that he was in the 8th stage of the body tempering realm. He stopped and withdrew the grape-sized purple spirit fruit he had obtained by risking his life. As soon as he withdrew it, he could feel the dense spirit chi stored in it. The spirit chi was much denser than the spirit apples and was comparable with the spirit stones. It should be fine for me to eat it now, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu had been waiting to enter the 8th stage of the body tempering realm so that he could become a cultivator. Even though he would need a cultivation manual to become an official cultivator, he could still eat a spirit fruit now. Lin Mu made up his mind and proceeded ahead. He took a deep breath and popped the small fruit into his mouth. He bit the fruit in his mouth and felt a pleasant sweetness spreading in his mouth. After savoring the fruit for a moment, he swallowed it. Since the fruit was only the size of a grape, it was gone in one bite and gulp. For the first minute after eating the fruit, Lin Mu did not feel anything, making him think whether he was mistaken, and it was a fake spirit fruit that he just ate. But after a minute passed, it was time for him to be in agony. A scorching pain rose from his stomach and spread through his body. It coursed through his blood vessels, muscles, and skin until it reached the bones and touched his marrow. That was when he screamed out in pain. Ag! Lin Mu's agony-filled scream echoed through the forest, scaring the birds into flying away. The spirit chi spread into what Lin Mu thought were his blood vessels until he determined they were something else completely. These vessels were similar to blood vessels and were located along with them side by side, with some spreading away from them as well. Lin Mu finally understood what these vessels were. They were none other than the spirit meridians he had heard about from the stories and other people. The pain coursed through his meridians and reached his abdomen, where it settled for a moment before rising up again, forming a cycle. Lin Mu was too exhausted to even scream now. He was covered in sweat from head to toe and his gray clothes were drenched wet. After a few minutes of agony, he could sense the vital energy that was stored in his body multiplying. The spirit chi from the fruit was being absorbed by his body and used as a fuel to generate vital energy. At this point, Lin Mu was finally able to gather some of his will and chanted the calming heart sutra. Inside the mysterious ring, there existed the ethereal altar that was made of mystical runes. The altar had been glowing ever since Lin Mu had eaten the spirit fruit and was becoming brighter and brighter by the minute. When Lin Mu chanted the calming heart sutra, the ethereal altar started resonating and gave out its own pulses of energy. Suddenly Lin Mu could heart-thundering chants of 1,000 monks in his head. The esoteric chants were incomprehensible to Lin Mu, yet he could somehow understand their underlying meaning. Under the influence of the thunderous chanting, the rampaging spirit chi was finally tamed and stabilized. The spirit chi stopped being unruly and settled down in Lin Mu's abdomen. He felt that the place it settled down was 2 inches above his navel and felt like it was intangible. Lin Mu was able to determine that the place was his dantian. The grueling process was finally completed after an hour, at the end of which Lin Mu could not maintain his consciousness anymore and was pulled into the sleepscape. Once he was in the sleepscape, he could not feel the fatigue and was free. Though as soon as he entered the sleepscape he was in for another storm. Currently, the sleepscape was undergoing a great upheaval. The ethereal altar within the mysterious ring was still pulsating with energy. This time the energy was rising from the ring and reaching the sleepscape. The sleepscape was no longer dark, instead a dazzling blue sky had replaced the pitch-black sky and grass had sprouted on the ground. Lin Mu was left in awe upon witnessing all the events. The grass was spreading around from where Lin Mu was standing, and so was the blue sky. Lin Mu started walking towards the front as he saw a sapling grow into a tree within the blink of an eye. He got closer and examined it, as he found it to be rather familiar. It was but a moment later that he understood why. This was the very same apple tree he had been playing around since he was a child, had fallen asleep under when he left the town, and found the mysterious ring on. The same tree had somehow grown in the sleepscape. He went ahead and touched the trunk. The rough bark of the tree felt real, and so did the rustling of the leaves. Lin Mu walked around the tree and tried to get a measure of the place. He touched the grass and tried pulling it out. The grass was pulled out but soon disappeared from his hand. Even the place from where the grass was pulled out from returned back to as it was before. So I can't change the environment here. Lin Mu thought out loud. As he wandered and explored, he figured out the characteristics of the sleepscape. He found that the radius of the entire sleepscape was roughly around 200 meters. If he kept on walking ahead, he would just end up in front of the apple tree. He took the apple tree as the center and mapped the place in multiple directions, but found the result to be the same. I end up in the same place after walking straight. So this place should be a circle, no, a sphere to be more accurate. Lin Mu concluded. Only after he had explored the entire place, did he realize the biggest distinction that existed between the sleepscape and the actual world. He looked up and noticed the absence of the sun in the sky. There were no clouds in the sky either, yet somehow the sky was still blue. Will there be night in here? Lin Mu wondered to himself. The only way he could figure out if the night would fall, would be to just wait and observe. Lin Mu waited and waited, but still could not see the day turn into night. Eventually, his consciousness disappeared from the sleepscape and returned to his body. Lin Mu woke up in a daze and looked around to check his whereabouts. He was still at the same place he had passed out from exhaustion. He looked at the half-moon that was staring him in the face and broke out in a light laugh. Things just get more and more exciting for me, don't they? Lin Mu spoke to himself. He tried to stand up and found that his entire body felt sore. Lin Mu was drenched in sweat before and felt sticky, so he wanted to clean up. He stumbled down to the stream and took a bath that felt comfortable to him, even though the water was icy cold, a sign of the approaching winter. While bathing, his gaze wandered to the apple tree. So it's still there. I guess the tree in the sleepscape is just a replica. Lin Mu thought. After he was done bathing, he walked up to the apple tree just to verify his claims. He touched the tree and plucked some leaves and apples. Unlike before, these did not disappear and stayed with him. After he had verified his claims, Lin Mu walked back to the hunting shack. He was no longer stumbling like before, even though he still felt sore. After he reached the hunting shack, he set some meat to cook on the stove as he was starving. While he waited, Lin Mu tried to remember the distinct sensations he experienced after eating the purple spirit fruit. He was able to remember the different paths the spirit chi had taken, which helped him figure out the pathways of his meridians. He focused on his abdomen and sensed the faint wisps of spirit chi floating inside his dantian. Lin Mu tried to see if he could control them or not. In the early attempts, Lin Mu could not even make the wisps of spirit chi twitch, but later on, he was able to command them to move within his dantian. Only now was he able to understand the size of his dantian. If he considered the wisps of spirit chi as locks of hair, then his dantian was roughly comparable to the size of the hunting shack. Lin Mu did not know if this was considered as large or small, as he had no one else to compare it with. Neither did he have proper information about the subject. His dinner was ready while he was playing around with the spirit chi. As Lin Mu felt like he was starving before, he ate his dinner with gusto and devoured all the meat he had prepared. After he was done with the dinner, he followed his usual routine and started chanting the Calming Heart Sutra to assimilate the vital energy. It was now time that Lin Mu experienced the next shock of the day. The vital energy that was absorbed from his stomach assimilated entirely within 10 minutes. The process which used to take him 45 minutes now only took him 10. Only when all the vital energy was absorbed did he figure out the reason for it. Lin Mu's blood vessels had expanded a little bit and had become way tougher than before. He examined the density of vital energy within his body and found it to be nearly twice as dense as before. I'm in the 9th stage of the body tempering realm. That too at the very peak. Lin Mu exclaimed out loud. The vital energy in his blood vessels was saturated to the very limit, signaling his imminent progress to the 10th stage of the body tempering realm. He didn't know how long it would take for him to enter the 10th stage, but he knew that he will surely be entering it. Before Lin Mu ate the spirit fruit, the only expectation he had was to enter the 9th stage of the body tempering realm and never higher than that, as he would focus on finding a cultivation manual. But now that he was already in it and was even close to the 10th stage, he could not believe his fortune. An hour later Lin Mu calmed down and was able to think straight again. I can try and see if the Calming Heart Sutra can help me control the spirit chi wisps. Lin Mu thought. Acting on his thoughts, Lin Mu sat down cross-legged to chant the Calming Heart Sutra and focused on his dantian. The Calming Heart Sutra helped him focus and gain clarity. After a few more failures, Lin Mu was able to pull out a single wisp of spirit chi out of his dantian. But as soon as Lin Mu pulled the wisp of spirit chi out, he lost control and the wisp traveled into his right arm and was sucked by the ring. The mysterious ring hummed, and before Lin Mu could think of anything, he disappeared from the shack. When Lin Mu's vision returned, he found himself staring at a dark sky that was filled with flickering streaks of silver and gray color. In the far distance, he could see a familiar glow. I'm back in the ring. Lin Mu questioned himself. He walked towards the glowing light and reached the ethereal altar that was made out of mystical runes. The altar was thrumming with power, as if it was beckoning Lin Mu to come and touch it. Lin Mu responded to the altar's yearning and walked closer. As he progressed step by step, Lin Mu could see the altar glow more and more as if it was responding to Lin Mu's presence. Soon Lin Mu was in the very front of the altar, which had turned nearly corporeal due to the intense glow it was emitting. But as soon as Lin Mu touched the altar, it stopped pulsating and became silent. In the very next moment, it glowed with an even more intense light and a cacophony of chants sounded within Lin Mu's mind. Sharpen thy will as a blade, slay your mortal bindings and become unyielding in the face of worldly tribulations, behold the Severing Heart Sutra. Creators. The second part of the 9 Divine Heart Sutras was finally unlocked. The esoteric chants of the Severing Heart Sutra were currently being carved in Lin Mu's mind. As the chants resounded within his head, a sharp stabbing pain accompanied them. For Lin Mu, it was as if every passing second was equal to a day. When the entire process was complete, Lin Mu could not figure out how much time had passed, for the intense pain had robbed him of his sense of time. When the pain subsided, Lin Mu could see that the ethereal altar had dimmed down considerably. It was still pulsing, but not as intensely as before. He once again felt like he needed to touch the altar, and that's what he did. Lin Mu had braced for the next bout of pain that could be arriving, but it did not. Instead, a very gentle stream of energy was released from the altar that traveled to the mysterious ring and then to Lin Mu's head. Once the energy entered his head, additional new information appeared in his mind. There were only two things that were transmitted to him, and these two were skills. They were called flicker and blink. Lin Mu understood that the mysterious ring had transmitted the information about these skills to him and had told him that these were some of the innate skills that originated from itself. Why would I receive these skills only now and not before? Could it be because of spirit chi? Lin Mu wondered. After receiving the skills, the ring hummed again, expelling Lin Mu into the hunting shack. He looked around and confirmed his location. Lin Mu had experienced too many shocks today, thus he sat down to chant the Calming Heart Sutra again to get his thoughts in order. After half an hour, Lin Mu was able to make the heads and tails of the entire situation. I unlocked the Severing Heart Sutra, and the ring imparted the two skills called flicker and blink to me. Lin Mu concluded in one sentence. The first thing Lin Mu wanted to test was the Severing Heart Sutra. He wanted to see how it compared to the Calming Heart Sutra and if it could help him in his cultivation. So, in order to test it, Lin Mu sat down cross-legged and began chanting the Severing Heart Sutra. The chants of the Severing Heart Sutra were different from the Calming Heart Sutra. While the Calming Heart Sutra made one feel tranquil, the Severing Heart Sutra made one empty. The closest way Lin Mu could describe his feelings was as nothing. He felt completely devoid of everything. He did not feel any desire, nor did he feel any emotions. He focused on the vital energy within his body and found it to be the same as before. It did not enhance his perception as it did with the Calming Heart Sutra. Lin Mu then tried sensing the spirit chi within his dantian. Before he was able to control a single wisp of spirit chi with the help of the Calming Heart Sutra, but he could not exactly measure how much spirit chi he had in his dantian. But once he used the Severing Heart Sutra, he found that he only had around 5% of his dantian filled with spirit chi. He tried to count the number of spirit chi wisps he had and estimated them to be around 100. He could not get an exact number as the spirit chi mixed and melded together. If only 5% of my dantian is filled, then it means that I can store nearly 2,000 wisps of spirit chi. Lin Mu thought. After this, he tried to control a wisp of spirit chi and was able to do it successfully. He tried going further and controlled the spirit chi to move towards the meridians. He willed it, and the wisp of spirit chi entered the first meridian. Getting the spirit chi into the meridians was the hard part for Lin Mu. Now that it was in the meridians, it only had one path to follow. Soon under the control of Lin Mu, the wisp of spirit chi completed its first complete circulation cycle. After Lin Mu successfully completed the first cycle of chi circulation, he could feel his body's pores open, as a tiny amount of energy was absorbed from the air and refined into a new wisp of spirit chi that settled down in his dantian. Is this how a person is supposed to cultivate? Lin Mu questioned himself. Lin Mu did not know, but what he had just accomplished would have shocked any other cultivator if they knew about it. He had successfully refined spirit chi without the use of a cultivation manual. Even though it was a minuscule amount and was not comparable to the efficiency of an actual cultivation manual, this single feat of his was still earth-shaking. Lin Mu stopped chanting the Severing Heart Sutra and stood up. Once the effects of the sutra wore off, all his emotions returned. Only now did he understand how disturbing it felt to be devoid of emotions. This feeling, or the absence of it, is unexplainable. Lin Mu thought to himself with a perplexed expression on his face. The next thing Lin Mu wanted to test was the two new skills he was imparted by the ring. He instinctively knew how to use these skills. The first skill Lin Mu tested was the skill called flicker. He knew how to use it but did not know what it actually did. He would have to experience it himself, to understand it. Thus Lin Mu took a deep breath and triggered the skill. Automatically a small wisp of spirit chi rose from his dantian and entered the ring. After the spirit chi was consumed by the ring, nothing happened, which made Lin Mu confused about whether he was making a mistake or not. He tried again and another wisp of spirit chi was consumed, with no results. He tried again and again with no sign of success until he noticed his hands when he used the skill. Lin Mu observed that whenever he used flicker, his hands would turn blurry for a moment. To test his hypothesis, he tried it again and indeed found it to be true. In his later attempts, he found that not only were his hands turning blurry, but his entire body was also turning blurry. A stroke of insight struck Lin Mu, and he remembered his first fight with the two thieves. A similar thing had happened then, and the attacks of the two men had passed through his body as if it was made of air. So it was this skill that saved my life then. Lin Mu exclaimed. He wanted to test the skill out further, so he held the table with his hand while he used flicker. As soon as he used the skill, Lin Mu's hand passed through the table as if it were air. Lin Mu was awestruck and stared at his hand. He tested it out with many things and found it to work the same. But while testing, he also found the limitations of the skill. The skill only turned his body immaterial for a second, after which it solidified. While it was possible for his hand to pass through thinner objects such as the table, it could not pass through the wall of the shack, or of course the ground itself. A handful of soil and small stones could fall through his hands when he used the skill, but he could not push his hand through the earth. But if the limitation of the skill depends on the thickness of the objects, how was I able to dodge the axe of that thief? Lin Mu wondered with a puzzled look. Lin Mu thought for a bit and understood that there may be more factors that influenced the skill. He withdrew the short sword and held it in his hand while he used flicker. He had expected it to fall through his hand, but it did not. He then held it flat against his left hand and swung at it. This time it passed through his left hand but was still held in his right hand. So the thickness of an object, as well as the speed at which my body moves through it, decides whether the skill would work or not. Lin Mu concluded and felt proud of himself inwardly. At only this point did he notice that he had depleted nearly all of the spirit chi in his dantian. This also gave him an idea of how many times he could use the skill, flicker. He consumed one wisp of spirit chi to use the skill once, thus could use it at least 100 times before stopping. Guess I'll have to test the second skill tomorrow then. Lin Mu thought. After all the experiments, Lin Mu had once again become tired and sleepy. He laid down on the bed and fell asleep. This time though, Lin Mu did not enter the sleepscape but instead fell asleep normally. When Lin Mu woke up, it was already the afternoon. He felt much better as this was the first time he had slept normally in a long time. He stretched to relieve the stiffness and walked out of the hunting shack. The bright sunlight blinded him for a moment, making him cover his eyes. A moment later, when his eyes got used to the brightness, he was able to see the difference in his vision. Everything he looked at, whether it be trees, clouds, flowers, or the grass, looked vivid to him. Lin Mu also found out that he could look at faraway objects much more clearly now. Is this the effect of spirit chi? It enhanced my vision too. Wait, that's not it. My sense of smell is enhanced as well. Lin Mu spoke out loud. Lin Mu was able to smell the fragrance of flowers that were far away in the forest. He could even smell the very faint smell of the grass beneath his feet. It was a completely surreal experience for him. Lin Mu then started his morning routine, but instead of training, he sat down to sense his dantian. He saw that nearly half of his spirit chi has been restored. A part of my spirit chi is restored every time I sleep, it seems. Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu wanted to restore as much spirit chi as he could before he tested out the second skill he got from the ring. Thus he sat down and chanted the Severing Heart Sutra. The loss of all emotions made Lin Mu feel empty, but it also made his perception sharper. His consciousness entered his dantian and took control of a wisp of spirit chi. Lin Mu guided it into the meridians and circulated it according to the path he had discovered. The first cycle was completed in 2 minutes. The single wisp that he had circulated had become more refined, and another wisp of spirit chi had been absorbed from the air and condensed into his dantian. So not only does circulating the spirit chi condense more wisps, but it also refines the previously existing spirit chi. Understood Lin Mu. In the qi refining realm, a cultivator primarily increases the amount of spirit qi they have and then refine it to make it more pure and condensed. The qi refining realm is divided into 4 stages: early stage, mid-stage, late stage, and peak stage. In the early stage of the qi refining realm, a cultivator condenses spirit qi and fills up half of their dantian. In the mid-stage, their entire dantian is filled with wisps of spirit qi. In the late stage, a cultivator starts to refine the spirit qi wisps into liquid form, while in the peak stage they would completely fill their dantian with liquid spirit qi. Lin Mu completed multiple circulation cycles and found out that the more he circulated, the faster he got. An hour after he started, his efficiency had nearly doubled. He continued cultivating for another hour, after which he had completely recovered his spirit qi and had actually exceeded it by a small amount. Lin Mu stopped at this point and let out a breath of foul qi, ending his first proper cultivation session. He could feel his improvement and understood that this was the path he had to follow. Lin Mu heard his stomach rumble and went to eat his breakfast. After eating breakfast, he chanted the Calming Heart Sutra and assimilated the vital energy from the meat he had eaten. Another thing he noticed was that in addition to vital energy, a minuscule amount of qi was also being absorbed into his body. Does beast meat have spirit qi in it too? Or is it because I'm eating the meat of a 9th stage body-tempering beast? Lin Mu pondered. Now that he had eaten his breakfast and his qi was replenished, Lin Mu was ready to test out the second skill he had obtained from the ring. The second skill was called Blink. Lin Mu triggered the skill and in an instant, 10% of his entire qi reserve was consumed, but nothing happened. He looked at his body to see if there was a change or not, but could not deduce anything. Lin Mu used the skill again, consuming another 10% of his qi. This time he focused on his body to see if there was anything different. He could not sense anything different from his body again. He used the skill for the 3rd time but focused on the environment. In this attempt, he was successful and found out that his vision turned hazy for a moment when the skill was triggered. Why did my vision turn hazy? But it did not do that when I looked at my body, though. Lin Mu questioned himself. In the quest to find out the function of the skill, Lin Mu used it multiple times until his entire dantian was empty and exhaustion filled his body. He stopped as he was out of qi and rested for an hour. Lin Mu chanted the Severing Heart Sutra once again to cultivate more qi, but discovered that the vital energy in his body was being converted to spirit qi. He focused deeper and sensed that the ratio of conversion between vital energy and spirit qi was highly unequal. It took a large amount of vital energy to produce a single wisp of spirit qi. Around half of Lin Mu's vital energy was depleted before it stopped being consumed. This means that once I deplete my spirit qi, my vital energy will be consumed to produce it. Lin Mu learned. For cultivators who were in the qi refining realm, it was difficult to recover spirit qi once it was entirely depleted. They needed at least a single wisp to be able to produce more spirit qi. Thus, in order to recover spirit qi, a cultivator's body would consume its own vital energy to replenish it. Only when a cultivator entered the core condensation realm, could he freely absorb spirit qi from the air. Upon gaining knowledge about the aspects of spirit qi, Lin Mu was enlightened. He understood that he cannot deplete his entire store of spirit qi or it will debilitate him in a battle. Now that he had some spirit qi in his dantian, Lin Mu continued chanting the Severing Heart Sutra and circulated the spirit qi. After 2 hours, Lin Mu had nearly replenished his spirit qi up to the previous capacity. He opened his eyes and saw the darkness had descended. The sky had turned black, with the clouds hiding the stars and the moon. It's already night, and I did not even notice. Is this what the legends mean when they say, time is but dust to cultivators, can't notice it until it settles down? Lin Mu spoke to himself. Lin Mu stood up and felt his stomach groan with hunger. He had consumed half of his vital energy to regenerate spirit qi, thus he was feeling quite ravenous. He took out the remaining portion of the 9th stage body tempering beast's meat and slathered it with spices and condiments. Then he set it on the big stove outside the shack and let it roast. In 15 minutes the meat was ready, and Lin Mu could not hold back anymore. He ate it like a beast and did not even notice when he had consumed all the meat. There were no bones in the meat, thus it was very easy for him to eat the meat. Once he was done with his meal, he sat down to assimilate the vital energy within it. While he was chanting the Calming Heart Sutra, Lin Mu heard a rustling sound coming from behind him. The sound came from far, yet it was as if he had heard it right beside him. Spirit Qi had enhanced his hearing as well. Lin Mu stopped midway and opened his eyes. He snapped back in a flash and glared at the source of the sound. He was able to see much better in the dark due to Spirit Qi and observed that there was a silhouette of a small four-legged beast standing amongst the bushes. He rushed forward, but the beast had noticed him the moment he had turned around and had run away. If it ran away due to me looking at it, then it should not be a strong beast. Lin Mu figured. Pushing the disturbance to the back of his mind, Lin Mu continued chanting the Calming Heart Sutra. His speed of assimilating vital energy had increased by a large margin ever since he broke through to the 9th stage of the body tempering realm, thus he was done after 15 minutes. All the vital energy that he had depleted was replenished, and the total capacity was also increased by a small amount. It would not take him much longer to break through to the 10th stage of the body tempering realm. By now the clouds had been blown away by the wind, and Lin Mu could see the half-moon in the sky. He observed its position and estimated that it should be around 8 p.m. I didn't get the chance to go hunting today and I've finished the 9th stage body tempering beast's meat as well. I still have the steelback wolf's meat left so I can eat that, but I'll have to complete testing the skills before it's finished too. Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu wanted to gain a complete understanding of his skills before he enters the forest, as he wanted to be prepared for any unexpected situation. He had already become slightly paranoid ever since he saw the Razormaw ox and killed the coyote beast. He knew that he would not be this fortunate every time. If he encountered a spirit beast by any chance, it was likely that it would spell doom for him. Lin Mu withdrew his short sword and started practicing with it. After the short sword, he practiced with the other weapons he had bought as well. He practiced all the way until midnight when he suddenly remembered something. The spatial rift, it has been more than a day. Why has it not opened yet? This has not happened before. Lin Mu wondered. Ever since Lin Mu obtained the mysterious ring, the spatial rift has opened every day. Sure, it opened at different times, but it was never more than a day. Lin Mu was confused and did not know the reason for this. Could it be? Is it because of Spirit Qi that the condition for it to open changed? Lin Mu questioned. As Lin Mu thought about the spatial rift, he lifted his right hand and observed the ring on his middle finger. But as he was observing it, he noticed a small black dot hovering in front of him. Lin Mu was surprised and focused his attention on it. When Lin Mu focused on it, the small dot started expanding. But along with the expansion of the dot, Lin Mu's spirit Qi was also being consumed. When almost 5 wisps of spirit Qi were consumed, the small black dot had turned into a spatial rift. Lin Mu's eyes were wide open, as he saw the newly formed spatial rift. He noticed the difference this time, though. Unlike before, his hand was not pulled towards the spatial rift, neither was it sucked into it. He did not feel any compulsion to touch it either. Why is it different this time? Lin Mu thought as he approached the spatial rift. Lin Mu put his hand inside the spatial rift and searched around for whatever object that was hiding inside the spatial rift. He had searched for nearly 10 minutes when the spatial rift started to destabilize. After the rift started shrinking, Lin Mu pulled his hand back in defeat. For the first time ever, he was unsuccessful in finding anything inside the spatial rift. The spatial rift has never closed like this before. It only closed when I found the object hiding inside it. Lin Mu thought. Reeling from his failure, Lin Mu was about to return to his practice, when he saw another black dot floating in the distance. The black dot was hard to spot due to the flickering of the flames from the stove. Thus Lin Mu picked up a burning branch and used it as a torch. He walked towards the flickering black dot with the torch in his hand and gasped. "Can it be?" Lin Mu whispered as he extended his right hand towards the black dot. Lin Mu's guess was right, as the black dot started expanding into a spatial rift. Another 5 wisps of his spirit chi were also consumed in the process. He put his hand inside the rift and tried finding something inside it again. 5 minutes later his hand touched something small, and the item was stored in the ring. Lin Mu pulled his hand out and observed the spatial rift. Usually, the spatial rift would stay open until he found something and then immediately close. But right now the spatial rift was still stable and showed no signs of closing. Lin Mu decided to wait and see, for how much time would it stay open. It was not until 5 minutes later that the spatial rift started to close up. It seems that the spatial rift will now stay open for around 10 minutes, whether I find something in it or not. Lin Mu assumed. After the spatial rift had closed, Lin Mu withdrew the object he had found inside the rift. The object he had found was a small nail that looked very mundane and normal. Observing that it was another useless item, Lin Mu stored it back into the ring. I seem to be finding more and more useless items. Lin Mu thought as he continued practicing with the weapons. While practicing he had moved a little farther away from where he had started. Lin Mu was thrusting the spear when he saw another black dot in front of him. He was surprised by this and got closer. By now, Lin Mu had gotten an idea about how to open the spatial rift after doing it twice. But he did not open the spatial rift as his attention was pulled towards another black dot that was floating to his right. An idea struck his mind, and he pulled out a branch from the ring and lit it up. With the help of the light from the burning branch, Lin Mu searched around for more black dots in the surroundings. Lin Mu must have scoured a radius of around 100 meters, within which he found 7 floating black dots. He could actually see more of them in the distance but did not bother checking them as he had already understood the situation well. So the ring now allows me to see the spots where I can open spatial rifts. Though it does not seem like I will be able to find objects hidden in every spatial rift. Lin Mu concluded. Lin Mu had the idea of opening every spatial rift he could find, but then rejected that idea as it would require him to consume his spirit chi. Right now Lin Mu's first priority was to gain an understanding of the new skills, and for doing that, having sufficient spirit chi was a must. While Lin Mu had discovered another new function of his ring, the disciples of the star-catching peak of the Sky Precepts sect were currently in shock once again. In the star-catching peak, disciples could be seen rushing around with anxiety on their faces. They had detected multiple spatial disturbances a little while ago and were currently trying to pinpoint its location. A black-robed elder with the insignia of star-catching peak embroidered on their chest could be seen standing at the head of a large formation array. 100 other disciples could also be seen sitting in their respective positions on the formation array. Sweat could be seen on the faces of all the disciples, and even the black-robed elder seemed to be distressed. Elder Feng, the disciples can't hold on much longer. We need to ask the other elders to support the formation. The head disciple who was sitting near the black-robed elder spoke. A hint of annoyance along with helplessness could be seen on the black-robed elder's face upon hearing the head disciple's words. The black-robed elder faced towards the head disciple and spoke. You think I don't know that? I would have already contacted the other elders if it was possible. The head disciple was not the least bit bothered by the black-robed elder's chiding and still had a staunch look on his face. Elder Feng noticed this and let out a long sigh. The other elders are currently in the trial grounds and cannot be contacted. The communication jades don't work across different spatial planes. Though I have contacted an elder to enter the trial grounds and personally inform the other elders of our peak. Elder Feng revealed. The head disciple nodded in acceptance and returned his attention towards the formation array while muttering. Let's hope they are able to return before we lose the trace of the spatial disturbance. The black-robed elder heard the head disciple's mutterings and let out another sigh. Back at the hunting shack, Lin Mu was currently lying down on the bed. He was waiting to fall asleep and enter the sleepscape. He had a few ideas that he wanted to try out in the sleepscape, now that he had spirit chi. A few minutes later Lin Mu fell asleep and appeared in the sleepscape. The sight of the blue sky, green flowing grass, and the apple tree in the distance made Lin Mu feel a sense of belonging. He walked up to the tree and observed that it was different than before. An apple could actually be seen hanging from one of the branches. The apple's color was a mix of red and green, with green being the more prominent. The fruit looked juicy and succulent to Lin Mu's eyes, making him desire to pluck it. Lin Mu jumped up and easily plucked the apple, the height of the tree no longer a restriction to him. But as soon as Lin Mu had the apple in his hand, it disappeared. Thinking that it was probably returned to where it was, Lin Mu looked at the place from where the apple previously hung. It's not there. Where did it go? Lin Mu wondered. The last time Lin Mu had come to the sleepscape, he had tested out its characteristics. The main thing that he found out was that any change he made to this place would automatically be restored to the state it was before. Seeing that the apple did not return to the tree, he wondered if there was something he missed. Lin Mu remembered how the items from spatial rifts would be automatically stored in the ring when he touched them and wondered if it was the same in this case too. He thus willed the apple to be withdrawn from the ring, and it appeared in his hand. Seems like I was right. Lin Mu spoke to himself. Lin Mu studied the apple and did not find anything wrong with it. He then tried to eat it, but the moment he took a bite out of it, the apple disappeared and was then restored to its original form in his hand. So I can't eat it. Maybe it's only because I'm in the sleepscape, and I'll need to be awake to eat it. Lin Mu thought. But wait, if the apple can be stored in the ring, can I withdraw other items as well? Lin Mu speculated. Desiring to verify his hypothesis, Lin Mu willed for his short sword to appear in his hand. In the next moment, the short sword had materialized in his hand. Excited at this discovery, Lin Mu tried the same with the other items from the ring. I can now practice in the sleepscape as well. Lin Mu said with an optimistic tone. Thus Lin Mu continued his weapons practice in the sleepscape. He practiced all the way until he felt mentally tired and wanted to sleep normally. When Lin Mu thought this, his body faded away from the sleepscape but did not appear in the actual world. Lin Mu was now sleeping normally. He had just discovered another function of the sleepscape. A few hours later, the sun had risen, and Lin Mu had just woken up. He was feeling refreshed and clearly remembered the practice he had done in the sleepscape. I now have more time to practice and improve my weapon skill. Lin Mu thought. He then stood up and prepared his breakfast. He had consumed the 9th stage body tempering realm beast's meat and was now using the steelback wolf meat as it was the next better option. While the meat cooked, he tried whether he could withdraw the apple from the sleepscape. Lin Mu willed it, and indeed the apple appeared in his hand. He then brought it close to his mouth and took a bite. The rich juices from the apple spread in his mouth, giving rise to a sweet and sour taste. He savored the taste and then felt a warmth spread from his abdomen. Lin Mu was surprised by the warmth as he could tell it was spirit chi. Is that tree in the sleepscape a spirit apple tree? Lin Mu wondered. He then finished the entire spirit apple and sat down to chant the Severing Heart Sutra. He guided the spirit chi through his meridians into the dantian. Once all the spirit chi was stored into his dantian, Lin Mu estimated that he had obtained nearly 20 wisps of spirit chi from the fruit. Lin Mu was delighted by this result and figured that if he could get more of these spirit apples from the sleepscape, he could very well use them to recover his spirit chi if it was ever completely depleted. The only problem in this equation was that Lin Mu did not know if or how long it would take for another spirit apple to be formed in the sleepscape. It had been around 15 minutes, the meat was now fully cooked and emitted a delicious aroma. Lin Mu ate the roast meat and then sat down to assimilate the vital energy. With his improved speed of assimilation, he had completed the entire process within 10 minutes. Lin Mu then looked within his dantian and sensed the spirit qi present within it. He found that the quantity of spirit qi had increased to nearly 150 wisps. His dantian was now at 7.5% of its total capacity. This was the result of the spirit qi from his yesterday's cultivation session combined with the spirit apple he ate today. I should continue testing out the second skill, blink, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Lin Mu stood up and triggered the skill. He focused all his attention on his body for any change that would be happening. He found that his body did turn blurry for a moment when the skill was used, but could not find the reason for it. Lin Mu continued using the skill multiple times and in different conditions. After 10 more tries, he had nearly depleted all of his spirit qi, thus he sat down and chanted the Severing Heart Sutra to refine more spirit qi. 3 hours later, Lin Mu had restored all of his spirit qi. He had a capacity of 150 spirit qi wisps and could use blink 14 times before needing to rest and replenish it back again. By now the sun had reached the top of Lin Mu's head, showing that it was noontime. I'll try it a few more times before eating lunch. Lin Mu decided. Lin Mu had to try it a few more times until he learned a bit more about the skill. He found out that his body only turned blurry when he was out in the open and not in a restricted space like the hunting shack. But if he used the skill in the hunting shack with its door open, his body still turned blurry. It was not until the 23rd try that Lin Mu was able to successfully use the skill. When Lin Mu used the skill in that attempt, he gazed at a location a few meters away from him and found himself suddenly appearing there. Because of the sudden movement Lin Mu lost his orientation and fell down, but he did not wince in pain but rather laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, I've got it! Lin Mu exclaimed. Lin Mu could be seen disappearing from one place to another. He would fade from one location and materialize a few meters away from the previous location. Blink, the second skill that Lin Mu had obtained, allowed him to teleport over short distances. He discovered that he could teleport up to a maximum distance of 10 meters in a single use of the skill. He also learned that he could only teleport to a place that he was able to see with his eyes. For example, he could not teleport to a place behind him, but if he turned his neck and gazed at the location, he could teleport there. Another limitation he discovered was that if there was a large object present between Lin Mu and the location he wanted to teleport to, he could not teleport. He needed to have a clear sight of the location he wanted to teleport to. Otherwise, the skill would fail to activate, even though the spirit qi would still be consumed. Lin Mu had to unwittingly stop as he had nearly run out of spirit qi. He had been enjoying the feeling of using the skill as it was the fastest Lin Mu had ever moved. I shouldn't get carried away, I still need to check out some things. Lin Mu said to himself. Lin Mu prepared some meat to cook and cultivated until it got ready. He had learned that the more he depleted his spirit qi the faster he could cultivate and recover it. Sleeping also helped him recover some spirit qi passively, but the process was slow as only half of his qi was replenished after 8 hours of sleep. Thus compared to actively cultivating spirit qi, it was inefficient. Lin Mu also found that the maximum amount of spirit qi he could recover by sleeping was the total amount he had when he actively cultivated. He could not exceed it and had to actively cultivate if he wanted to increase the total capacity. Soon his lunch was ready, and Lin Mu started eating it. While eating he had the idea about testing out the strength of the boulder collapsing fist. It was mentioned in the booklet that boulder collapsing fist was compatible with many energies and they could also be freely combined. Lin Mu wanted to see the true might of the martial technique once he combined vital energy along with spirit qi. Though he was a little apprehensive as the martial technique would completely drain his vital energy in one use, he did not know if it would be the same with spirit qi. A few minutes later, Lin Mu was done with his lunch and was ready to test out the capabilities of boulder collapsing fist. Let's see how this goes. Lin Mu thought to himself. Lin Mu stood in the horse stance and harmonized his breathing with the fist technique. But instead of vital energy, he controlled the spirit chi to form an energy spiral in his right arm. He carefully guided the spirit chi from his dantian into the meridians of his right arm and let it swirl. Soon a vortex was formed, but the spirit chi did not stop being absorbed. Once the spiral was created, Lin Mu did not need to consciously guide the spirit chi, as it moved into his right arm automatically. It was only when he had consumed half of his entire store that the spirit chi spiral stabilized. Lin Mu then braced himself and executed the technique. Boulder collapsing fist. Whoosh! A strong jet of air was shot forward and a sharp whistling sound could be heard, which hurt one's ears. The jet of air struck a tree that was in front of Lin Mu with a huge impact. The bark that covered it was directly stripped away, and a shallow fist imprint was left on the tree's bare trunk. The tree started swaying as the jet of air split into two and impacted more trees, making them shake as well. Lin Mu took a deep breath and relaxed his body. He was shocked by the effect of the boulder collapsing fist. If it's already this strong when I just hit the air, what would happen if I directly hit a person with it? Lin Mu wondered. And what if I combined spirit chi with vital energy, how strong it would be then? Lin Mu thought. The thought about combining spirit chi with vital energy kept on repeating in Lin Mu's mind. He had only tested the technique on air, but not on a solid object yet. He wanted to witness the power of the entire potential of the technique, as he did not know if he would ever fall into a dire situation where this technique would be his only way out. Lin Mu could no longer hold himself back and wanted to try out the technique that instant. But as he wanted to test the true potential of the technique, he had to find a suitable target to test it on. He could not test it on a person or on a beast, thus he decided to find a large boulder. What better way to test the martial technique, rather than to see if it actually lives up to its name? Lin Mu said with a chuckle. Lin Mu walked to the small stream, as he knew that there was a boulder located a short distance away from it. He reached the spot 10 minutes later, after which he checked the surroundings for any people or beasts that could disturb him. He especially did not want to expose the technique to other people. Once Lin Mu confirmed that there was no person nearby, he stood in front of the boulder which towered over him, being more than 3 meters tall. He then entered the horse stance and harmonized his breathing with the fist technique. Now came the hard part. Lin Mu had to combine the spirit chi with the vital energy. He had not done this before, so did not know if he would be successful in the first try. Lin Mu first allowed the vital energy within his body to form an energy spiral within his left arm. He chose his left arm, as it was his non-dominant arm, and would not bother him too much if it was injured. He knew that he would get slightly injured whenever he used it on a person or a beast. Though he would soon recover in a few hours after that. Soon most of his vital energy had started spinning within his left arm. He then guided the spirit chi through the meridians into his left arm. He had originally thought that it would be a difficult process and he would not succeed in the first try. But reality showed him that he was wrong, as the spirit chi merged with the vital energy with ease and assimilated into the energy spiral. Lin Mu observed that the energy spiral within his arm had started to undergo a certain kind of metamorphosis. The energy spiral was getting more and more condensed. Soon, from a gaseous form, the energy spiral had turned into a liquid form. Lin Mu could sense the raw power that was stored within the liquid energy spiral. It was completely unlike he had ever felt before. When the energy spiral finally stabilized, Lin Mu had depleted all of his vital energy as well as his spirit chi. He knew he only had this one chance, thus he took a deep breath and executed the technique. Boulder collapsing fist. Phew, kaboom. This time there was no whistling sound, no jet of air, only raw power that was shot forward. The moment Lin Mu's fist connected with the surface of the boulder, the energy spiral within his left arm transferred into it. It was as if the world had turned still, but in the next instant, the boulder that was in front of Lin Mu disappeared along with a large exploding sound. The sound of the explosion spread through the sky and could be heard far away. The boulder had turned into small stone fragments and had pelted the entire area that was behind it. The impact of the stone fragments broke the trees that were close directly, while those that were far had been embedded with the fragments. Some unrecognizable masses of meat could also be seen lying around. These were the unfortunate birds and small animals that had borne the impact of the fragments. The noise of the exploding boulder had drowned out the sounds of the forest as it continued echoing. A few kilometers away, deep in the forest, a group of people were currently fighting a spirit beast that looked like an oversized pangolin. They were moving with great agility, and their every attack had immense power within it. One could clearly tell that all of them were chi cultivators from an elite mercenary team. They were engrossed in fighting the spirit beast when suddenly the sound of an explosion echoed from afar. The sound of the explosion made the mercenaries as well as the spirit beast wary. The spirit beast halted for a moment, as if it had sensed something terrifying. The pangolin spirit beast could not bear it and curled up, rolling away with extreme speed, leaving the mercenaries behind. "What was that sound? Why did it scare the spirit beast away?" one of the men asked. It was not just the sound, there was spirit chi contained within it, extremely strong spirit chi. A woman that was wielding a whip spoke. Estimating the distance the sound traveled, and the spirit chi that was contained within it, I would say it was a cultivator at the peak of the chi refining realm, if not the core condensation realm. Spoke a man that looked to be the leader of the team. "Should we investigate it, leader?" Another man asked. "No, it is not our job. Leave it." The leader spoke with apprehension in his eyes. Back at the site of the explosion, Lin Mu was writhing on the ground, holding his left arm. The noise of the explosion had not only suppressed the sounds of the forest, but it had also drowned out the screams of Lin Mu. Creators. It was not until a minute later that Lin Mu's screams became audible. By now the echoing sound of the explosion had faded away and the forest had become silent once again. Clearly the explosion had scared most of the beasts of the forest, thus one could not hear any more sounds. Lin Mu was screaming in pain, but he could still think. His left hand was severely injured, with his fingers broken and his arm bones popping out of his elbow. Blood could be seen dripping out of his lacerated flesh. The force exerted by the combination of vital energy and spirit chi was too much for his body to handle, which resulted in his current predicament. Lin Mu forcefully gained a semblance of his sanity and instinctively withdrew the bottle that contained the 4 vessels restoration pills. He then used his mouth to pull open the cork and popped a single pill into his mouth. As soon as the 4 vessels restoration pill touched Lin Mu's tongue, it melted and was swallowed by him. When the liquefied pill entered his stomach, a cooling feeling spread all over his body, relieving him of his anguish. The pain faded away as if it was never there. The flesh of Lin Mu's left hand started wiggling and itching. The bones that were popping out of his elbow were slowly being pulled back into their correct place. Lin Mu's fingers that were broken in multiple places were also being mended. His flesh that was torn and cut slowly started healing. After 10 minutes, Lin Mu's hand was completely healed and as good as new. Heavens! I can never do that again. I don't want to feel that kind of pain ever again. Lin Mu said out loud. If another person saw Lin Mu right now, they would see that he was drenched in sweat and was panting heavily. The effect of the 4 vessels restoration pill is even more amazing than I guessed it would be. Lin Mu thought. Suddenly, Lin Mu felt a scorching feeling spreading throughout his blood vessels and meridians. Arg! What is this? Why has the pain not stopped? Lin Mu shouted. Lin Mu felt as if his blood vessels and meridians were being scraped and pulled apart. This scorching feeling lasted for a few minutes, after which a comfortable warmth replaced it. Lin Mu could sense spirit chi flowing through his meridians. He sat down and chanted the Severing Heart Sutra so that he could clearly sense the condition of his body. Lin Mu peered into his dantian and found out that his depleted spirit chi was replenished, and even increased by a large amount. Lin Mu observed his spirit chi and estimated it to be around 500 wisps. My spirit chi increased by such an enormous amount. This is definitely the effect of the 4 vessels restoration pill. Lin Mu thought. But the man in the restaurant never mentioned that the pill also has the effect of increasing one's cultivation. Lin Mu wondered. Pushing the unwanted thoughts to the back of his mind, Lin Mu instead chose to just take joy in the benefit that he had just gained. He then walked back to the hunting shack, as he had depleted the vital energy within his body. Lin Mu reached the hunting shack after 10 minutes and withdrew a large amount of beast meat, which he then set on the stove to cook. He was feeling very tired, so did not even bother to season the meat with spices. After the beast meat was cooked, Lin Mu first ate it slowly and then increased his speed as he gained more of his vital energy back. All the meat was soon consumed by Lin Mu and was being digested by his body. Lin Mu had sat down to chant the Calming Heart Sutra, so that he could restore his vital energy. While he was assimilating the vital energy, Lin Mu finally saw the changes within his blood vessels. They had expanded and looked much more tough than before. Did I break through to the 10th stage of the body-tempering realm as well? Lin Mu wondered to himself. Only after Lin Mu had completed assimilating all the vital energy from the beast meat, did he confirm that he had entered the 10th stage of the body-tempering realm. So not only did the 4 vessels restoration pill increase my spirit chi, but it also pushed me into the 10th stage. Lin Mu muttered to himself. Now that Lin Mu was back to his optimum condition, or rather one could say better than before, he finally pondered on his previous misfortune. Lin Mu understood that he had managed to obtain benefits through his misfortune and that he was incredibly lucky to have the 4 vessels restoration pills with him. If he did not find them in the spatial rift that day, he may not have been alive today. I can't use the combination of vital energy and spirit chi again. At least not until I can figure out a solution for it. Lin Mu concluded. Even the normal form of the boulder collapsing fist is very strong for me to use in most situations. Lin Mu thought. After Lin Mu had organized his thoughts, his attention was pulled towards the black dots that were floating around. Since I have more than enough spirit chi, I may as well open and check all these spatial rifts. Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu then stood up and walked towards a black dot that was a few feet away from him. He reached out with his right hand, as the black dot expanded into a spatial rift. He put his hand inside the rift and tried to find something. Lin Mu's first attempt resulted in failure, as he did not find anything inside the spatial rift. He did not lose hope and went towards another spatial rift. This time he found something inside the spatial rift. Lin Mu withdrew the item from his spatial ring and found it to be a small broken piece of metal. It seemed like it was part of something bigger, but could not be determined what. Lin Mu checked all the black dots in his surroundings and only stopped when he could not find any more of them. He had opened a total of 17 spatial rifts that had used up around 100 wisps of spirit chi. Lin Mu discovered that some of the spatial rifts took more than 5 wisps of spirit chi to open. After he had checked all the spatial rifts, he was left with 8 objects. Although all of them were useless to Lin Mu, some of them looked interesting to him. The most peculiar item he had found in a spatial rift was a fully preserved bolster. Creators. Lin Mu was currently in the sleepscape practicing with his short sword. He had decided that while he was in the actual world, he would cultivate and train his skills, and once he entered the sleepscape, he would train with the weapons. This was the most optimal way, he figured out, that made the best use of his time. The first thing Lin Mu checked was the spirit apple tree in the sleepscape. He scanned it and saw that another spirit apple growing on one of the branches. But this spirit apple was still small and did not look ready, thus Lin Mu left it on the tree to ripen. His practice with the weapons was going well for Lin Mu, but he still thought it was lacking something. He felt like he needed a proper weapons manual or a teacher who could teach him the proper way to use the weapons. Perhaps I can buy the manuals from Jing Wei's Emporium. Though they will probably be expensive. Lin Mu thought. After Lin Mu felt mentally tired, he thought about leaving the sleepscape and left it. He had understood that if he left the sleepscape, he will just sleep normally. While Lin Mu is in the sleepscape, he does not feel physically tired, but if he trains for a while in there he will become mentally tired. A few hours later, Lin Mu woke up feeling refreshed. He lifted his head from the soft and comfortable bolster which he had found yesterday. Although at first he thought all the items he found were useless, but later, while he was about to sleep, he figured that he could at least use the bolster as it was originally intended to. The bolster was one of the best quality items Lin Mu had found in the spatial rifts. It was soft, white-colored and its cloth seemed as if it was made from high-quality silk of the eastern lands. Using the bolster as a pillow to rest his head on, made his sleep even better. After Lin Mu woke up, he cooked his breakfast and cultivated using the Severing Heart Sutra. By the time the breakfast was ready, his spirit chi had increased by 25 wisps for a total of 525 wisps. Yesterday, Lin Mu was only able to restore his spirit chi back to its previous amount and could not cultivate it further on. Lin Mu ate his breakfast and then sat down again to chant the Calming Heart Sutra. While assimilating the vital energy, he sensed that the ability of his body to store vital energy had increased by a large amount. He could not even estimate how much vital energy he would have to absorb and assimilate, in order to progress to the next stage of the body-tempering realm. Although it was no longer necessary for Lin Mu to continue training in the body-tempering realm, because he was already considered a cultivator, he still wanted to continue training it, while he could as vital energy was still usable for the boulder collapsing fist. But he would not be using the combination of vital energy and spirit chi anytime soon, though. I should go hunt some beasts. Now that I'm in the 10th stage of the body-tempering realm and also a cultivator, I should be able to hunt some high-tier beasts with little problems. As long as I take some precautions, of course. Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu then walked towards the trail where he had set up some traps. He got some thorn-tailed rats from the snares, which he would be using as bait now. After this he changed his route and walked towards the deeper parts of the forest. While he was on the way to the depths of the forest, Lin Mu observed that the population of animals and beasts seemed to have returned. In the past few hunting trips Lin Mu had taken to the forest, he had a little difficulty hunting due to the lack of prey. The population of the beasts was reduced because of some unknown reason, but now it seemed to be back to normal. If there was something scaring the beasts, it seems to be gone now. Lin Mu muttered to himself. Lin Mu started searching for some beasts to hunt once he reached a suitable place. He wanted to hunt mid-tier beasts if not high-tier, as the meat of any beasts lower than that would not fill his belly. Also, hunting higher-tier beasts would only yield him more money in the form of beast materials. Soon enough, Lin Mu found his first prey, which was a stone-hoofed deer. He had seen some stone-hoofed deers before, but did not dare hunt them as they lived in herds. If he somehow spooked the entire herd, they would mercilessly trample him beneath their hooves that were as hard as stones. But now that he was in the 10th stage of the body-tempering realm, along with being a cultivator, it would be very easy for him. Lin Mu chose a beast that was relatively far from the herd and silently approached it. When he was only 2 meters away from the beast, he withdrew the spear from the ring. Lin Mu stimulated the spirit chi in his dantian and guided it into the meridians within his legs. Once the spirit chi reached his legs, it boosted the strength of his leg muscles, thus improving his speed. Lin Mu gathered strength within his legs and shot forward. He aimed the tip of the spear at the head of the beast. With the increased strength from the spirit chi, Lin Mu easily ended the life of the stone-hoofed deer. In the next instant, he touched the corpse of the beast and stored it in the ring, so that the scent of the blood does not spread. Lin Mu looked around and found that the beast herd was not alerted. I may as well hunt more of them. Lin Mu thought. 30 minutes later, Lin Mu had hunted 3 more stone-hoofed deers. But when he was about to hunt the 5th one, the other beasts finally saw him and ran away. The 4 pelts should net me at least a gold coin. Lin Mu guessed. Now that the stone-hoofed deers had run away, Lin Mu started his search for the next prey. It took him an hour before he was able to find his next prey. The prey this time was a beast that looked like a lynx. It had 3 tails with a small horn sprouting from the middle of its forehead. This was the first time Lin Mu had seen this type of beast and thus did not know its name. Lin Mu saw how easily the lynx beast killed a red snout boar, thus he estimated it to be at the 8th stage of the body tempering realm. Lin Mu followed the beast for a while until he was sure that it was the right location for him to hunt it. He did not want the beast to run away, even though he doubted the beast would do that. Lin Mu reached a narrow, small path that funneled towards a cave. He guessed that this was most likely the den of the beast. Lin Mu pulled out the spear and strengthened his legs with spirit chi. He then pounced on the lynx beast and managed to stab it in the leg. The lynx beast had smelled his scent, thus was able to avoid getting stabbed in the head. The beast cried out in pain and retreated. Lin Mu approached the beast and attacked once again. This time Lin Mu missed the beast, but did not mind it. He instead left the spear stuck in the ground and rolled to the side of the beast. As soon as he was at the side of the beast, Lin Mu withdrew the short sword and stabbed it in the beast's ribs. The short sword passed through the ribs and pierced the heart of the beast, killing it. Phew! Lin Mu let out a breath as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. Lin Mu continued his search for more beasts and only stopped after 4 hours. He had hunted 3 mid-tier beasts and 2 high-tier beasts in this time span. Lin Mu peeked through the canopy of the forest and spotted the sun. He guessed it to be around 3 p.m. Lin Mu returned to the hunting shack. He then went towards the stream, so that he could dissect and prepare the beasts. He was done in an hour and walked back to the hunting shack, after storing the carcasses and materials in the ring. While he was walking back, he noticed the black dots that had returned. He counted 7 of them just on the way back, and once he reached the shack, he saw even more of them floating around. In fact, he found that their numbers had nearly doubled. "Let's see what I find today," Lin Mu said with a chuckle. Lin Mu opened every spatial rift one by one and searched for the items hidden within. After 3 hours he had searched all the spatial rifts. He counted that he had opened 28 spatial rifts today. Though he actually only obtained 3 items from all of them. Why are there so few items today? Lin Mu wondered. The 3 items he found were an old shoe, a broken staff and a roof tile. All of them seemed useless to Lin Mu again. While he was examining the 3 items, he felt that the air had suddenly changed direction. He looked around and saw that the wind was moving towards one direction, as it was carrying dried leaves and dust along with it. Lin Mu curiously looked further and suddenly saw the leaves and dust swirling around something. He went to check and found that the leaves and dust were swirling around a black crack that was about the length of his palm. "What is this now?" Lin Mu said out loud. Lin Mu was circling the black crack with curiosity. It was completely unlike anything he had seen before. The wind which brought along leaves and dust spun around the black crack and then disappeared after a few seconds, depositing the leaves and dust below it. Lin Mu watched the black crack for 30 minutes and observed that a few gusts of wind would come every few seconds and disappear after swirling around the black crack a few times. After 30 minutes he saw that a small pile of dust and leaves was created below the black crack. "This is rather peculiar," Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu then searched the surrounding area to see if there are any more black cracks. He searched a radius of 200 meters yet could not find any more of them. He was intrigued by the black crack and was lost in thought. "I'll wait and observe this black crack for some more time. I want to gain a certain level of understanding before I try to do anything to it," Lin Mu decided. Lin Mu then returned to the hunting shack and sat down to chant the Severing Heart Sutra. Lin Mu cultivated for 4 hours, during which he first restored the spirit chi that he had depleted in opening the spatial rifts and then increased his overall store of spirit chi. At the end of his cultivation session, Lin Mu measured the spirit chi within his dantian and estimated that it had increased to around 600 wisps. Lin Mu then cooked some meat for his dinner and ate it. While eating his dinner, Lin Mu once again saw the small four-legged silhouette spying on him from the bushes. Determined to catch the silhouette this time, Lin Mu strengthened his legs with spirit chi and shot towards the small silhouette. It only took Lin Mu 3 seconds to cross a distance of 100 meters, yet to his surprise, the small silhouette seemed to react much faster than him and disappeared into the forest. That beast is very fast for its size. Though it doesn't look very strong. Lin Mu muttered to himself. Lin Mu then returned back to the shack to continue eating his dinner. After he was done with that, he sat down and chanted the Calming Heart Sutra. This time it only took him 10 minutes to assimilate all the vital energy from the beast meat, even though he had increased the meal's portion. Lin Mu did not feel much difference in the vital energy within his body. It was as if he had finally reached a bottleneck and would need a long time to progress any further. After Lin Mu was done assimilating vital energy, he thought about how he could increase his proficiency with the new skills. Although he knew how to use them instinctively, he still won't be able to use them at the right time during a battle. I need to make a training regimen to increase the proficiency of my skills. Lin Mu thought. The primary use for the first skill, Flicker, is to dodge attacks. So I need to somehow simulate attacks. Lin Mu spoke to himself. After tackling some ideas, Lin Mu finally decided upon a method he could use to train the skill. The first thing he needed to improve upon was to get the timing of the activation right. As the skill only lasted for a second, it was absolutely necessary that Lin Mu triggers it at the right moment. The idea Lin Mu thought upon was that he could make a few swinging dummies that would simulate attacks by slamming into him. He would then have to avoid them by activating the skill at the right time. After figuring out what he was going to do tomorrow, Lin Mu felt tired and decided to sleep. He laid down on the bed and rested his head on the soft bolster. This bolster is proving to be pretty useful. Lin Mu thought. After a few minutes, Lin Mu fell asleep and entered the sleepscape. When Lin Mu appeared in the sleepscape, he was facing the spirit apple tree. He observed the spirit apple hanging on it and saw that it had fully grown. So it takes around 2 days for a single spirit apple to mature. Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu jumped up and plucked the spirit apple, storing it into the ring. He then withdrew his weapons and started his training. He trained with the 10 weapons he had bought. He left out the 2 shields, as he would need a partner to practice using them. Wait, I can use the swinging dummies for practicing with the shields. Lin Mu spoke out loud. Lin Mu continued his practice for a few hours until he felt mentally tired. He was just about to leave the sleepscape and enter normal sleep when his gaze wandered over to the spirit apple tree. Lin Mu walked over and saw that another spirit apple had already started growing on one of the branches. The spirit apple was completely green and quarter the size of a fully grown spirit apple. That was fast. Lin Mu said with raised eyebrows. After this, Lin Mu thought about leaving the sleepscape and slept normally. In the morning, Lin Mu was woken up by a chilly wind that had risen out of nowhere. He rose from the bed and saw that the door of the hunting shack was completely open and the wind was blowing in from it. Did I forget to close it last night? Lin Mu wondered. Lin Mu stood up and walked outside to a frosty morning. Although it was not snowing yet, the temperature had fallen a few notches and the dew on the grass was frozen. I guess winter will be here any day now. Lin Mu thought. Just as Lin Mu was about to turn around to cook his breakfast, he saw a sight that left his jaw wide open. An enormous pile of leaves and dust along with some small twigs and feathers could be seen below the black crack. The pile was 2 meters tall and around 4 meters in diameter. It was almost touching the floating black crack too. How did the pile increase so much in just one night? Lin Mu wondered to himself. Lin Mu first set some meat to cook before going to check the black crack. He observed the floating black crack and saw that it was the same size as before. It did not change its location either. As he was looking at the black crack, Lin Mu noticed that he could not see any black dots nearby. Where did all the black dots go? Lin Mu wondered. By now the breakfast was ready, thus Lin Mu went back to eat it first. After finishing the breakfast, Lin Mu assimilated the vital energy and then went on to search for the black dots. Lin Mu searched around a radius of 200 meters and did not find any black dots. Thinking that they had just not regenerated again, Lin Mu walked towards a direction in a straight line. He kept searching for the black dots, yet could not find one, even after walking for 1,000 meters. Is it because of the black crack that all the black dots disappeared? Lin Mu pondered. Wanting to investigate further, Lin Mu walked up to the floating black crack. He got a similar feeling to that of a black dot, from the black crack. He understood that it was the ring telling him that he can expand the black crack into a spatial rift. Lin Mu moved the pile of dust and leaves from below the black crack and extended his right hand. Then the spirit chi started draining from his dantian but didn't stop after 10 wisps like normal. What's happening? Said Lin Mu with confusion. 10 wisps, 20 wisps, 50 wisps, 100 wisps, 200 wisps, the spirit chi kept on being consumed. With every wisp of spirit chi that was consumed, Lin Mu got more and more nervous. When 500 wisps of spirit chi were depleted, the mysterious ring shone and the black crack suddenly started expanding. The sound of air being torn could be heard by Lin Mu. It was a shocking sound for him and hurt his ears a little. The black crack kept expanding and was soon 5 times bigger than Lin Mu in size. Unlike the spatial rifts, which were about 1 meter in diameter and circular or oval in shape, the expanded black crack was of an irregular shape and could be described as a hole in a broken window. Suddenly a massive suction force came from the expanded black crack and sucked Lin Mu inside it, along with a ton of dirt and debris from the surrounding. "No!" screamed Lin Mu, as the expanded black crack swallowed him. Lin Mu fainted and woke up after an unknown amount of time. He stood up and looked around, trying to get a sense of things. Where am I? What is this? Lin Mu questioned himself in confusion. Lin Mu looked at the floor and saw that it seemed to be made out of a certain kind of translucent substance. He looked up and saw silvery gray streaks of light flickering in the sky. If one could call it sky, as the rest of it was pitch black. Even below his feet, he could still see the silvery gray streaks of light through the translucent floor. Those streaks of light look similar to the ones I saw inside the ring. But these ones are much smaller. Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu looked ahead of him and saw countless white pillars of different thicknesses crisscrossed across the entire area. The thinnest ones were smaller than a hair, and the thickest ones were as thick as 100 men combined. Lin Mu touched the pillars and found them to be soft at first, but then the pillars turned translucent and his hand passed through them. Lin Mu withdrew his hand in alarm and saw that the pillars returned to solid after a few moments. Bizarre was the only word that came to Lin Mu's mind. Lin Mu continued forward on the path and observed that the white pillars only got more dense and complex as he walked further. While walking, he suddenly felt a gaze on him and looked around for the source but could not find it. A frightening idea abruptly struck him, and his face turned pale. With great courage and dread, he looked up, only to find 10 golden yellow eyes staring at him. The 10 eyes were of different sizes, but even the smallest was thrice as big as Lin Mu. Lin Mu swallowed his saliva as he cursed the heavens. F***ck. Lin Mu felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest, because of the immense fear he was feeling. He could not bring himself to stop staring at the 10 golden yellow eyes. The fear had rendered him frozen and unable to move at all. Lin Mu was stuck in a limbo and only snapped out of it when he heard the voice. The voice seemed ancient and rumbled inside of his head. "You've been staring for an awful long time, human." The creature said. You what are you?" Lin Mu asked while stuttering. You're the one who came here, and you ask me what I am. The creature replied. I don't know what you are, and I don't know how I came here either. Lin Mu said. There is no chance that you don't know how you came here. Especially you, a human who's barely a cultivator. Even celestials would not dare come here. The creature spoke with an emotionless tone. Lin Mu could sense the crushing raw power emanating from the creature above him. Knowing that there was no use hiding anything from a being this powerful, Lin Mu decided to tell the complete story. I came here through some kind of spatial rift. It originally appeared as a black crack and sucked me in, when it expanded later on. Lin Mu answered. Upon hearing Lin Mu's answer, the creature hummed, as if it was thinking. After a couple of minutes, the voice spoke again. The most likely reason for your arrival here seems to be an artifact. That too an immensely strong artifact, as only those would be able to open a spatial rift to the grand void. The creature said. Upon hearing the creature's words, Lin Mu subconsciously stared at the mysterious ring on his right hand, and then the mysterious ring buzzed, as if it reciprocated with his thoughts. This action of Lin Mu's did not go unnoticed. The 10 golden yellow eyes were studying Lin Mu's every move. Ah, so I was right. That ring on your right hand seems to be the real cause. The creature spoke but then suddenly stopped. What is this? Such pure and strong spatial energy. The creature muttered. Suddenly Lin Mu felt as if the pressure on his body was doubled and a stabbing pain arose in his head. He felt as if he was being covered with some kind of veil. But when the veil reached the mysterious ring, it reacted violently and a burst of chi repelled the veil. When the veil was completely repelled, the pressure on Lin Mu disappeared and the pain stopped as well. Oh, it's much stronger than I thought, and it's even bound to your soul. The creature said. Lin Mu was lost at the creature's words and did not understand what they meant. What do you mean? Lin Mu asked. Seems like you had a fortunate encounter. That ring you're wearing, it's a very strong artifact. The likes of which I've never seen before. The creature answered. Yes, I know that, it's a magical artifact. Lin Mu naively answered. Ha ha ha, perhaps you're the only person who would call it a magical artifact. It's much more than that. Just the pure spatial energy it's emanating is enough to make millions of cultivators covet it. The creature said. However, the ring had been bound to your soul and cannot be removed or transferred to another person. It's likely that even if you die, the ring will just disappear and search for another owner. The creature continued. Perhaps because Lin Mu had talked with the creature for a while, he no longer felt as terrified as before and had calmed down. Curiosity arose in his mind and he asked what was bugging him the most. What are you? I don't know of any creature like you that looks like 10 floating eyes. Lin Mu asked. You can't even see me. Ah, you have not refined your spirit sense yet. The creature replied. After listening to the creature's words, Lin Mu was finally able to see its true form as it revealed itself to him. The creature's body was the size of a mountain and the 10 golden eyes were located on its head. Lin Mu had to turn his head from one side to another to get a complete view of the creature. The more Lin Mu looked, the greater the shock he received. After observing for a minute, Lin Mu was able to perceive that the creature was a humongous spider. It had 8 legs that were so long that he could not see where they ended. Its entire body was bony white, except for its 10 eyes that shined like lanterns. I am what you humans call a void weaver spider. The creature answered. My name is Lin Mu. An awkward silence descended when Lin Mu cut in and gave out his name. Both of them stayed silent until Lin Mu spoke again after he could not bear the silence. Can you tell me how to get back to my home? Lin Mu asked. I can, but what can you give me in exchange? The Void Weaver Spider replied. Lin Mu was at a loss for words upon hearing the Void Weaver Spider's answer. He did not know what he could offer to the spider. He did have a lot of stuff in his ring, but he did not think it would be worth anything to the spider. I don't know what to offer you. I have some pills and spirit stones if you would accept them. Lin Mu said. Those things are only of use to humans, not to beings like me. The Void Weaver spider replied. Then can you tell me what would be acceptable? Lin Mu asked. Yes, we can make a deal. What I want is the ring, or more specifically the spatial energy from that ring. The Void Weaver spider answered. But you said that the ring is bound to me, so how will you take the spatial energy? Lin Mu questioned. It's simple, I'll live inside the ring and absorb the energy there. The Void Weaver spider answered. Lin Mu was stumped, as he did not even know if the ring had enough space to fit the mountain-sized body of the Void Weaver spider. I don't think you will fit in the ring, besides there is no air in the ring, so you'll suffocate. Lin Mu replied. Haha, do you think I need air to live? Beside there's no air here either, normally. The Void Weaver spider spoke with a chuckle. Lin Mu felt weird upon hearing such an enormous being laughing and chuckling. It just felt unbecoming to him. But how am I able to breathe here then? Lin Mu asked with raised brows. What you're breathing is the air that leaked in from the spatial crack. I don't think it'll last long, so you better make your decision quick. The Void Weaver spider answered teasingly. The Void Weaver spider's revelation made Lin Mu even tenser. He didn't think he would be running out of time. Okay, I accept, but how will your huge body enter the ring? Lin Mu asked. My body will not be leaving this place, my duty here is not over yet. The Void Weaver spider answered enigmatically. Lin Mu tilted his head in confusion, but did not question further when he saw what the Void Weaver spider did. A fissure appeared between the eyes of the Void Weaver spider, and from within it, a small orb shot down. The orb gently descended and then floated in front of Lin Mu. The orb then faded away and left behind a tiny spider. The spider was small enough to fit on the tip of a pinky finger. Now, before we leave, let me tell you some things. That ring is a unique artifact, and if you don't hide it you will be courting death. The ring has been emanating spatial energy, which can be sensed by high-level cultivators. The tiny Void Weaver spider spoke. But no one has been able to see the ring until now. Not even cultivators, you're the first to be able to see it. Lin Mu answered. Is that so? So the ring can mask its presence, but it seems to be limited by your own cultivation. Anyway, you won't have to worry about it, as I'll be restricting any spatial energy that leaks from the ring. The tiny spider confidently answered. Oh, and before we leave, here's a gift for you. The tiny Void Weaver spider spoke. What gift? Before Lin Mu could complete his sentence, a vast energy doused him. The energy was released by the main body of the Void Weaver spider. The energy seemed as if it covered Lin Mu and formed an invisible shell on his body. What was that? Lin Mu asked while gasping. Something to keep you safe. It will warn any strong beings that come near you, at least for a while, during which I hope you get strong enough to handle them yourself. The tiny Void Weaver spider answered. Now, allow me inside the ring. When Lin Mu opened the spatial crack that lead into the Grand Void, the entire cultivation world of the Great Zhou Empire was thrown into upheaval. From the top sects to the myriad of kingdoms, every cultivator that was at the nascent soul stage and above was able to sense it. Sky Precept Sect, Star Catching Peak. A large pool of blood could be seen, within which hundreds of disciples were lying on the ground, their life or death unknown. The 7 orifices of all the disciples could be seen bleeding profusely. The blood from all their bodies had accumulated to form the large blood pool. This place was the formation array of the star-catching peak. For the past 2 days, the disciples of the star-catching peak had been trying to trace the location of the multiple spatial disturbance that had risen. The spatial disturbances had been increasing in frequency, because of which the elders of the peak had called in more disciples to help operate the formation array. But the elders did not know that their actions of calling more disciples would soon lead them to their deaths. 2 black-robed elders could be seen standing at the head of the formation array. They too were bleeding from their 7 orifices, but they were conscious and were currently gritting their teeth in anger. The star-catching peak can't bear such an enormous loss. The black-robed elder named Fong said to the other black-robed elder. We had no idea this would be happening, Elder Fong. We only increased the number of disciples because we were ordered to do so. The sect patriarch will definitely understand. The other black-robed elder replied. You haven't seen the patriarch when he gets desperate, Elder Gung. He will blame the peak for our inability to find out that a hidden cultivator was about to ascend. Elder Fong spoke with sorrow in his voice. But we don't know for sure that it was a cultivator that ascended, and not just another anomaly. Elder Gung replied. There is no other cause for a backlash as bad as this. The peak has old records which especially warn that the star-catching formation is to be shut down whenever a cultivator is about to ascend. The other warning stated that if that was not done, there be a loss of life due to the backlash, and even the formation array will be destroyed. Elder Fong explained with cold eyes. The other black-robed elder did not speak further and just held his silence in understanding. Elder Fong looked at Elder Gung, who was staring in the distance, and let out a sigh. Besides, it's not just us who sensed it. The entire cultivation world will soon know that another cultivator from our world has ascended to become an immortal, after thousands of years. Elder Fong said. An hour ago. In the Grand Palace of the Sky Precepts Sect, a meeting was currently underway. Tens of black-robed elders could be seen sitting on the chairs located along the hall. The sect patriarch was sitting on the head of the hall on a luxurious throne. The patriarch seemed to be lost in thought and was hearing the elders discuss the affairs of the sect. The arrangements for the trial grounds are complete and the disciples have been allocated their spots. An elder spoke after reading a scroll in his head. The emergency request for assistance that was issued by the star-catching peak has also been fulfilled. Head Elder Han spoke. The sect patriarch raised his head upon hearing the report of Head Elder Han. He had been hearing a lot of reports from the star-catching peak every day and had become interested in the whole situation involving the spatial disturbances. Did the star-catching peak have any success in narrowing down the location of the spatial rift? A purple-robed elder that was sitting at the right side of the sect patriarch asked. Yes, First Supreme Elder. They had been successful in narrowing the location down to 3 northern kingdoms. They are the Black Dawn Kingdom, the Eastern Ming Dynasty, and the Shuangqian Kingdom. Head Elder Fong replied respectfully. The purple-robed elder was the first Supreme Elder of the Sky Precepts. He was one of the 3 Dao-treading realm experts of the sect, and his authority was second only to the sect patriarch. Any updates about the Crown Prince? The sect patriarch asked. Elder Han was just about to reply to the sect patriarch, when a wave of spatial energy spread over the entire Great Zhou Empire. Every person sitting in the hall became extremely alert and a grim expression could be seen on the faces of the sect patriarch and the first Supreme Elder. Patriarch! Elder Han exclaimed. The sect patriarch stood up and a regal aura started emanating from his body. He waved his hand in the air, making a formation materialize in the air. The patriarch observed the formation on which the runes were jumping and changing every second. Seal the sect and alert every disciple of the sect. A hidden expert is currently ascending, and there will be an upheaval in the heavenly Tao. Order all elders to stop their seclusion. We will be having an emergency meeting. The sect patriarch ordered. Also send help to the star-catching peak, they have suffered the backlash. The patriarch continued after pausing for a moment. Horror could be seen in the eyes of Head Elder Han once he realized the implications of the patriarch's words. He then hurried out of the hall and flew away towards the star-catching peak. Not a single sound could be heard in the hall as all the remaining elders were silent. Even the first supreme elder was lost in thought. In the Rainbow Pill Sect. In a large garden, there were millions of flowers blooming and swaying with the wind. In the sky, one could see clouds of spirit chi floating gently. In the center of the garden there existed a small pergola, within which an old man was currently sitting. The old man was holding a pill with his left hand and controlling a pill furnace with the right. Suddenly a spatial wave covered the Rainbow Pill Sect and reacted with a formation. An extremely large formation array was revealed, which covered the entirety of the Rainbow Pill Sect. As soon as the formation array appeared, sounds of explosions could be heard coming from the many peaks of the sect. The old man sitting in the enormous garden dropped what he was doing in a moment's notice and stood up before slamming his palm in the ground. "Suppress," the old man shouted, after which the formation array calmed down and the sounds of the explosions also stopped. Tens of lights can be seen flying towards the large garden, before landing in front of the old man. The lights faded away and revealed the many elders of the sect that had just arrived. A man came forward from the group and was about to speak to the old man, but was interrupted. "I already know. Don't waste time and start repairing the stabilization formation," the old man ordered. "Yes, ancestor." All the elders replied in unison, before flying away. Situations similar to the Sky Precepts sect and the Rainbow Pill sect could be seen in all the top sects as well as the common sects of the Great Zhou Empire. In the Tricauldron Peony sect, thousands of disciples could be seen standing in a large field. They had been called to address the phenomena that had just occurred. A few men could be seen standing on the large platform in front of the field. All the disciples were facing the platform and were waiting for the announcement. One of the persons standing on the platform came forward. "Like you all must have seen, the security level of the sect was increased an hour ago. The reason for that is a unique phenomenon that was sensed by the elders of the sect. The phenomenon may be dangerous to all the disciples, thus everyone is ordered to stay within the confines of the sect, until further instructions are given." The man standing on the platform ordered. Some sounds of protest could be heard coming from the disciples, but they were soon quelled after an elder standing on the platform exerted some pressure, silencing all the disciples. Wu Lim City, the city mayor's mansion. Located deep below the mansion was a hidden cave. Only one person in the entire city knew that such a cave existed below the mansion, and that person was the city mayor. Expansive tunnels could be seen spreading from the cave, leading to unknown paths. Within the cave, a large blood pool was situated. Multiple troughs connected to the blood pool, supplying more blood to the pool. If one looked at the roof of the cave, they would see thousands of inscriptions carved into the stone. The inscriptions spread from the roof all the way to the walls and finally submerged into the blood pool. Inside the blood pool, an emaciated man was currently sitting cross-legged with only his head exposed above the blood. An eerie aura was floating around the emaciated man. Suddenly the emaciated man showed a pained look and coughed out blood. The sound of the coughing echoed inside the cave and spread out in all the tunnels. A man dressed in luxurious clothes soon appeared from one of the tunnels. The man had an anxious look on his face, upon hearing the coughing sound. He hurried towards the blood pool and looked at the face of the emaciated man. "Elder brother." The luxuriously dressed man spoke. The emaciated man opened his eyes with great difficulty and looked at the luxuriously dressed man, who had called out to him. "I'm fine, Wu Sun. I just received some backlash because I overexerted my senses," the emaciated man said. This luxuriously dressed man was none other than Wu Lim City's mayor, Wu Sun, who was anxiously looking at the emaciated man's body. He was looking at the grievous wounds that were present on the torso of the emaciated man. The wounds seemed to be trying to heal but were being corroded by a black substance. "But elder brother, why are you exerting yourself when you're still not healed?" Wu Sun asked. The emaciated man's eyes wandered over to the inscriptions that were carved all over the cave and then went towards the troughs that were carrying blood. He stared at the troughs for a bit and then scrunched his brows. You need to increase the blood sacrifices, we may need to make some changes to our plan soon. The emaciated man spoke. Yes, brother, I have already commissioned more mercenaries to hunt the spirit beasts. But why do we need to make changes at this stage? It will set our progress back by months. Wu Sun asked. Our progress has already been set back by months now. What I sensed just now was someone ascending. The emaciated man answered with a grim tone. A shocked expression could be seen on Wu Sun's face upon hearing his brother's words. He clenched his fists before asking. How did no one know of this? At least the top sects should have known if someone was about to ascend after thousands of years. Whoever it was, they were able to hide themselves very well. To escape the eyes and ears of the top sects, they must have been planning this for an extremely long time. The emaciated man answered. Wu Sun held his chin and thought for a moment before speaking. To hide for this long, could they be from the Forbidden Continent? I doubt it. If they were, we would have been informed by the clan and our plan would have also become much easier. Rather, I have my suspicions on the Eastern Ming dynasty. They have long been opposed to the rule of the Great Zhou Empire and have begun moving against them in the shadows. The emaciated man answered. Wu Sun nodded his head in acceptance and was about to bid farewell when his brother interrupted him. And Wu Sun, spirit beasts are no longer enough if we want to speed up the pace of our plan. I need cultivators. The emaciated man spoke with an emotionless tone. A vicious glint could be seen sparking in Wu Sun's eyes as he said. It will be done. Back in the Grand Void, Lin Mu was listening to the Void Weaver Spider speak. How will we be leaving this place? Lin Mu asked. The same way you came in here. The tiny Void Weaver Spider answered. Lin Mu then lifted his right hand and was about to put the tiny Void Weaver Spider inside the ring, when it spoke again. Wait, I'll enter the ring once we reach the exit. That way I can ensure that we reach the same location you came from and prevent you from getting lost. Lin Mu nodded his head in acceptance and walked back on the path he came, along with the tiny Void Weaver Spider floating beside him. While walking he thought about the giant white pillars and how this place did not seem to have an actual ground. What are those white pillars? If you don't mind me asking. Lin Mu questioned. Those are my threads, we are inside my nest. The tiny Void Weaver Spider curtly answered. Lin Mu was awed at the sheer size of the threads. If those are just threads, then how big is the entire web? I can't even imagine. Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu was looking all around the space, trying to get a feel for the place. He could not comprehend the existence of a place like this. His attention was then pulled towards the slivery gray streaks of light that flickered all around the place. Senior, what are those streaks of light? I've seen them before, but they were much bigger and brighter. Lin Mu asked. Those are the strands of chaotic spatial energy. When there is a sufficiently high density of spatial energy present in a location, it will condense into streaks such as those. I guess you've seen them in your ring before. The tiny Void Weaver Spider replied. Yes, Senior, but how did you know? Lin Mu said. As I said before, I sensed the pure spatial energy being emitted from the ring. The tiny Void Weaver Spider answered. Soon Lin Mu and the tiny Void Weaver Spider reached the location where Lin Mu first arrived. Now, stand back. The tiny Void Weaver Spider ordered. Lin Mu promptly obeyed its words and moved to stand behind it. Numerous threads materialized in front of the tiny Void Weaver Spider and attached to the space in front of it. The threads then pulled back, and the space started stretching. After a certain limit, the space could no longer be stretched and was suddenly torn apart. A white crack was created that expanded into a large opening. The tiny Void Weaver Spider floated in front of Lin Mu, then spoke. Put me in the ring and then walk through the portal. Though be warned that the journey will be a little rough. Lin Mu gulped after hearing the tiny Void Weaver spider's words and lifted his hand to put it inside the ring. The tiny Void Weaver spider lowered itself into Lin Mu's palm and then disappeared into the ring, but not before saying, "You can call me Senior Shukong from now on." After storing the tiny Void Weaver spider inside the ring, Lin Mu gritted his teeth and jumped into the white portal. For a moment Lin Mu could see millions of stars, galaxies, and planets flashing by his side, but soon he fell unconscious. After an unknown amount of time, a large spatial rift appeared near the hunting shack and spat Lin Mu out. He let out a groan as he was awakened by the pain caused by falling on the ground. Lin Mu opened his eyes, but then suddenly closed them because of the bright light shining on them. He squinted his eyes and then slowly opened them after they had adapted to the brightness. Lin Mu stood up and looked around. Once he spotted the hunting shack, he let out a sigh of relief. Till the very last second, Lin Mu was doubtful whether he will return to his home or not, but now that he was finally here, he felt as if a large burden was lifted off his back. This is certainly not what I expected. Shukong spoke inside Lin Mu's head. Lin Mu was surprised for a second, but then recognized the voice. "What do you mean by that, Senior Shukong?" Lin Mu asked. "This is a very low-level world. How did you come upon the ring in such a backward place?" Shukong replied with confusion in his voice. "A low-level world? Does that mean there are more worlds than just this?" Lin Mu questioned with wonder in his voice. "Indeed, there are countless other worlds and multiple realms in this cosmos," Shukong replied. "But what did you mean by a low-level world?" Lin Mu probed. "Depending on certain factors such as the density of qi, the progress of cultivators, the heavenly laws, and the grand Tao, a world can be divided into different levels," Shukong explained. Upon hearing Senior Shukong's explanation, hundreds of questions appeared inside Lin Mu's mind. But before he could ask them, it was as if Senior Shukong was able to read Lin Mu's mind because he interrupted him before that. "I can't tell you what the different levels of worlds or what the heavenly laws are. The restrictions of this world will not allow you to understand them," Shukong spoke. "How is that possible?" Lin Mu asked while tilting his head. "Let me demonstrate it," Shukong replied. Suddenly Lin Mu heard some words in his mind. He could hear the words clearly but realized that he did not understand them and neither could he remember them after that one moment. Sensing the immense confusion in Lin Mu's mind, Senior Shukong spoke again. "This is what I meant. The restrictions on this world will simply not allow those words to exist. That is unless of course, you have a high enough cultivation to ignore the restrictions of this world. So, how strong would I have to be, before I would be able to do that?" Lin Mu asked. "Possibly the highest cultivation realm that exists in this world. From what I can assume, you would have to reach the immortal Ascension realm or at least the Tao treading realm before you can even think of doing that," Shukong answered. Immense confusion could be seen on Lin Mu's face as he asked. What are those two realms?" Lin Mu could hear a loud sigh as Senior Shukong spoke with a helpless tone. "Seems like you have a lot to learn." Shukong never expected that the boy who had the fortune of obtaining such a powerful artifact barely had any knowledge about the cultivation world. Shukong wondered how the boy managed to even enter the qi refining realm. "Tell me, Lin Mu, what do you know about the cultivation realms?" Shukong asked. Lin Mu was unfazed by Senior Shukong's words and answered to the best of his ability. "I know that the cultivation realms start with the qi refining realm and the next realm after this is the core condensation realm. As for the cultivation realms above this, I don't know, as the strongest cultivator in this region is of the core condensation realm," Lin Mu answered. Shukong was a little disappointed and sad upon hearing Lin Mu's words. He did not think that such a great treasure would be lost in a backward place like this. But he knew that since the artifact had chosen the boy, the only way for him to take advantage of the ring was to ensure that the boy stayed alive. If I want to keep absorbing the spatial energy for a long time, I must teach this boy. If I don't, he'll easily succumb to the ruthless cultivation world and die before I'm even able to overcome my bottleneck. Shukong deeply thought. After thinking for a while, Shukong had begun planning out how he would be teaching Lin Mu. The one good thing that came out of Lin Mu being uninformed about the cultivation world is that he won't have any biases. This is one of the disadvantages of a low-level cultivation world. Most of the cultivators end up following certain concepts that are wrong or are only applicable to that world. Lin Mu, would you be willing to learn about the world of cultivation? Shukong asked. Senior Shukong's words surprised Lin Mu and rendered him speechless. Joy bloomed on Lin Mu's face after he comprehended what it would mean if he learned from Senior Shukong. He knew that his biggest drawback was that he knew next to nothing about the cultivation world, and all that he knew was figured out by stumbling and struggling. If he got a proper teacher, everything would become much easier and his progress would improve by leaps and bounds. Yes. Senior, please teach me. Lin Mu exclaimed. Let me inform you before this, I won't be able to give you any qi cultivation technique nor any martial techniques. The ones that I know are incompatible with humans or are only usable if you have a high enough cultivation. Shukong said. Lin Mu was not bothered by Senior Shukong's words and accepted him wholeheartedly. It does not matter, Senior Shukong. I'm still grateful that you are willing to teach me. Lin Mu respectfully replied. Shukong inwardly chuckled at the boy's response and thought that he may be able to mold the boy into a peerless cultivator. I have some conditions that you will need to absolutely follow if you are to learn from me. Shukong spoke. Lin Mu nodded to show his acceptance and listened to Senior Shukong's words. First, you need to strictly follow my words and ignore whatever others tell you about cultivation if I disagree with them. People in this world simply don't know about many aspects of cultivation. Second, the world of cultivation is ruthless. Thus you will have to become ruthless as well if you want to survive. Third, I want you to become patient and steady. Cultivation itself is going against the heavens, thus you need to know when to progress and when to retreat. Countless people have lost themselves to their cultivation because they could not judge well. Shukong spoke with an authoritative voice. Lin Mu carefully listened to Senior Shukong's each and every word. He pondered over them and made sure that he understood everything before speaking. I understand and accept all of your conditions, Senior Shukong. Lin Mu answered with a firm voice. Shukong inwardly nodded and was content with Lin Mu's decisiveness. Now for your first lesson, I'll teach you about the cultivation realms. Shukong said. Shukong then explained to Lin Mu about the different cultivations realms. The cultivation realms started from the qi refining realm in which a cultivator would refine and store spirit qi within their dantian. They would refine spirit qi by the use of a cultivation technique. The second realm was the core condensation realm. In the core condensation realm, a cultivator would further refine the liquid spirit qi within their dantian and condense it into a solid core. This solidified core was also known as the golden elixir or the gold core. In order to progress further in the core condensation realm, a cultivator would have to increase the size of their core. The cultivation realms that came after that were the nascent soul realm, Tao shell realm, Tao treading realm, and finally the immortal Ascension realm. Shukong did not explain these cultivation realms in detail as they would only become a hindrance to Lin Mu and would impede his cultivation. After Lin Mu finished listening to Senior Shukong's words, he felt enlightened. He also asked some questions such as how to progress in the qi refining realm. Shukong was unsure what Lin Mu meant by that. Your cultivation technique should already have an explanation about it. Shukong spoke. Lin Mu was confused as he did get any explanation when received the 9 Divine Heart Sutras from the ring. He was also confused about how the technique did not explain which meridians to be used for circulating the spirit qi. The meridian pathway that he was using right now was devised by himself and was not learned from a manual. Lin Mu wondered if he had made a mistake when choosing the meridian pathways. But senior, I did not get any explanation about that when the ring imparted me my cultivation technique. Lin Mu replied. Imparted by the ring? Is it a legacy artifact? Shu Kong inwardly spoke. What cultivation technique are you practicing? Shu Kong inquired. It's called the 9 Divine Heart Sutras. Though I only know the first 2 parts of it. Lin Mu answered. Demonstrate it for me. Shu Kong said. Nodding in answer, Lin Mu sat down cross-legged and chanted the Calming Heart Sutra. After this, he chanted the Severing Heart Sutra. Shu Kong was impassive at first, but as Lin Mu continued chanting, confusion appeared in his mind, which then turned into shock. Aura of the Buddhist path and the sword path. 2 different cultivation paths in one technique. How is this possible? Shu Kong inwardly thought. In order to resolve his thoughts, Shu Kong asked Lin Mu about the meridian pathways that he was using. Lin Mu then explained that he had figured out the meridian pathways on his own when he ate the grape-sized purple spirit fruit. The boy was able to figure out the meridian pathways on his own. Though he may be ignorant of the ways of the cultivation world, but he can be considered a genius to be able to do this. Unknowingly, this boy has comprehended the path of primordials. If those old monsters ever learned of this, I wonder if they will start another war just to accept him as a disciple. Shu Kong thought. Though eating an unknown spirit fruit was a reckless decision that he made. It was lucky that he survived and did not implode. Shu Kong further thought. Lin Mu was getting nervous as senior Shu Kong had not replied to him in a while, and he was starting to wonder if he had indeed made a mistake. I don't think the 9 Divine Sutras is a cultivation technique, or rather it's not a full-fledged cultivation technique. Shu Kong said. Then what kind of technique is it? Lin Mu impatiently asked. My best guess is that it is an auxiliary cultivation technique. Auxiliary cultivation techniques are supportive techniques and usually help in covering the flaws and drawbacks of an actual cultivation technique. Shu Kong explained. As you said, the Calming Heart Sutra enhances your perception, while the Severing Heart Sutra stills your mind, suppressing your emotions in the process. Both of these are helpful for cultivators who practice overbearing cultivation techniques. Shu Kong elaborated. Lin Mu was at a loss upon hearing senior Shu Kong's explanation. Then do I need to obtain a new cultivation technique? Lin Mu questioned with a heavy heart. No, rather you should continue practicing as you are right now. You won't understand it right now, but the method you are using right now will be advantageous to you in the future, even though your progress may be slow right now. Shu Kong replied. Wanting to confirm if the ring was indeed a legacy artifact, Shu Kong asked him a few more questions. What else did you obtain from the ring? Shu Kong asked. After hearing senior Shu Kong's question, Lin Mu went on to explain about the 2 skills he received from the ring after he broke through to the Qi refining realm and also the ring's ability to open spatial rifts. He then told him how he found the booklet for the boulder collapsing fist and many other items from the spatial rifts. This boy is just filled with surprises. Shu Kong thought with a chuckle. Shu Kong was impressed by the skills that Lin Mu had received from the ring. Just the 2 skills, flicker and blink, were already enough for any person in this world to become powerful in their own right. Although the 2 skills seemed simple, but they actually were not. Those 2 skills employed the high-level concepts from the spatial laws. A cultivator could only comprehend the preliminary laws once they reached the Tao treading realm and formed a Tao embryo. But it was nearly impossible for a cultivator to comprehend even a sliver of spatial laws, as they were one of the most complex and top-level Taos. By now Shu Kong had an idea of how the mysterious ring worked. The ring worked as a conduit and a catalyst that helped Lin Mu manipulate the spatial laws. He also felt that the ring was sentient and was tailoring the skills according to Lin Mu's caliber. As for the ability to open spatial rifts, Shukong only understood it when he started absorbing the pure spatial energy from the ring. For an artifact that could produce such pure spatial energy, it was a child's play to exploit the weak points in the space. It was even easier for the ring to tap into a teleportation channel and hijack it. When Lin Mu was telling Senior Shukong about how some spatial rifts felt different from others, he explained why. The spatial rifts which felt like still water were just gates into the lesser void. But the ones which felt like a flowing river were actually teleportation channels created by teleportation formations. Teleportation formations were used for long-distance movement and transportation. Objects as well as people could be moved a long distance within a short time with the help of such formations. Though the ones that Lin Mu accessed were minor teleportation formations used for transporting objects. When Lin Mu accessed the two before, he had basically stolen the 4 vessels restoration pills and the spirit stones from someone unknown. The good thing was the person who used the formation to send the items would not know that they were stolen either. Will the person whose items I took come after me? Lin Mu asked with a wary tone. That would be impossible. While sending items through teleportation formations is a safe method, it is not flawless. Any accident or disturbance in the spatial channel would cause the object to be lost in the void. Shukong answered. Lin Mu felt relieved that he won't have to keep looking over his back for the owner of the items coming back for payback. Demonstrate the 2 skills you got from the ring for me. I want to see your proficiency in it. Shukong ordered. Lin Mu nodded in response and demonstrated the first skill, Flicker. He first executed it while standing normally and then showed its ability to turn his body immaterial. He held his short sword and demonstrated his control over the technique. Next one. Shukong spoke. Lin Mu took a deep breath and used the second skill, Blink. He disappeared from the place he was standing and then appeared in a location 10 meters away from there. Enough. Shukong said. Yes, Senior. Lin Mu promptly responded. Shukong went silent for a minute as he thought and then spoke again. You will need to increase your accuracy while using Flicker. If you are to use it for dodging strikes, you will need to judge the exact moment to use the skill or you will just hurt yourself. Shukong spoke and then took a pause. As for the second skill, Blink, you are highly inefficient in its use. You will need to understand the skill's true potential, and from what I can see, you can only teleport to a location in your field of vision. This is the first flaw you need to amend. Shukong chided. Lin Mu already knew that he had to learn to judge the timing of the activation of Flicker, but did not expect that he was this bad with the second skill, Blink. How can I resolve the flaw, Senior? Lin Mu asked. The reason you can't teleport to a location behind you is that you haven't learned one of the most basic abilities of a cultivator. You haven't refined your spirit sense. Shukong answered. Lin Mu had heard about spirit sense before when Senior Shukong asked him if he could see his body. Senior Shukong then mentioned that he could not see it as he did not have spirit sense. You can think of spirit sense as an additional organ. You can use it to touch and feel your environment. You can see without actually seeing, with the help of spirit sense. Though I do not blame you for not knowing how to use it. You would have innately understood it if you were using an orthodox cultivation technique, but your unique situation changes things a bit. Shukong said. Shukong waited until Lin Mu fully understood his words and then continued. Now I want you to listen to my words with your complete attention. First, close your eyes and focus on the spirit chi within your dantian. Now guide a wisp of spirit chi to leave your body and let it float around your body. After speaking till here, Shukong stopped and let Lin Mu practice. It took Lin Mu a few tries before he grasped it and was able to control spirit chi to hover around his body. After a few minutes, Lin Mu found it to be as easy as lifting his finger. While he was practicing, Senior Shukong was observing Lin Mu's closely, and once he found that he had learned this step, he continued his explanation. Slowly extend that wisp of spirit chi as far as you can, then stop and hold it when you can't push it any further. After that, revolve that wisp of spirit chi in a circle around your body. Shukong spoke. Lin Mu extended the wisp of spirit chi and stopped after it reached a distance of 1 meter. He then let the wisp rotate around his body. It took Lin Mu half an hour, after which, he felt that his connection with the wisp had stabilized and did not take much of his effort to control it. Shukong inwardly nodded after seeing Lin Mu's minor success. He already has an advantage in terms of refining his spirit sense. It seems that I made the right decision about not telling him to wait till he liquefied his spirit chi. Shukong thought. Though if I did, it would take him a long time, especially since his dantian is already twice the size of a normal cultivator, and I don't think it has stopped expanding either. Shukong contemplated. Shukong then taught Lin Mu the next step in refining his spirit sense. Now, maintain your connection with that wisp of spirit chi and guide another wisp out of your dantian. Once you have it hovering outside your body, repeat the steps you had followed before, but at the very end I want you to link the 2 wisps of spirit chi together. Shukong said. Lin Mu was able to replicate the process, but when it was the moment to link the 2 wisps of spirit chi, he was overwhelmed and lost control. The 2 wisps of spirit chi disappeared into the air, leaving Lin Mu breathless. Rest for a bit and try again. Shukong consoled. Suddenly Lin Mu felt his stomach rumble and remembered that he had not eaten for a while now. Actually, ever since he returned from the Grand Void, he could not tell what the time was. When he looked at the sun, he saw that it was lower than it was before he left, prompting him to think that he had spent an entire day in the Grand Void. Lin Mu then withdrew the beast meat from the ring and set it to cook on the stove. Senior Shukong saw the sizable amount that he cooked but did not mind it at first. Only when Senior Shukong saw that he could actually finish it all, did he become surprised. It seems that his abnormally high appetite is linked with the growth of his dantian. I wonder if he knows about this. Shukong thought. Lin Mu, do you eat the same quantity of food every time? Shukong curiously asked. No, Senior, I used to eat a normal quantity of food back when I was in the 2nd stage of the body tempering realm. But ever since I found the ring and progressed to higher stages, my appetite has kept on growing. Lin Mu explained. So my suspicion was correct. The ring has been subtly changing his constitution as well. Shukong confirmed. After Lin Mu was done with his meal, he assimilated the vital energy and restarted his training. This time he was able to link the 2 wisps of spirit chi together. After linking, the 2 wisps turned into a small thread of spirit chi. Now that you've understood these steps, what you have to do next is to keep adding more and more wisps of spirit chi until they form a long thread that connects to your body. Shukong spoke. Lin Mu was overwhelmed when he heard Senior Shukong's words, but then reinforced his resolve. Determination flashed in Lin Mu's eyes as he drowned himself in the process. The sky had turned dark, and the moon was peeking from behind the clouds. Lin Mu was currently drenched with sweat, but instead of looking tired, elation could be seen on his face. After countless tries and 10 hours, Lin Mu had finally succeeded in linking all the wisps of spirit chi. The spirit chi no longer looked like a thin thread, it had instead turned into a tendril. Lin Mu had just accomplished another feat that would even shock the top sects. Shukong was happy with the progress Lin Mu had done in the past day. Not only was he able to freely manipulate the wisps of spirit chi and link them, but he was also able to completely connect them into a tendril of spirit sense. The boy has talent in spirit chi control, but I can't tell if it is innate or if this is the work of the ring as well. Shukong thought. Lin Mu was sitting on the ground cross-legged and was using his newly refined spirit sense to feel his environment. The new sensations felt novel to Lin Mu. He felt that he was able to see in a 360-degree angle with the help of the spirit sense. Lin Mu wanted to test the second skill blink and see if he could teleport to a location outside his field of vision, but decided against it as he had exhausted nearly all of his spirit chi. Every time he failed during the process of refining the spirit sense, he would lose the wisps of spirit chi that he was manipulating. The spirit sense tendril that he had refined was 1 meter long and was refined by linking 20 wisps of spirit chi. Over the multiple attempts, Lin Mu had lost nearly 500 wisps of spirit chi, leaving him with a meager 35 wisps of spirit chi in his dantian. I need to replenish my spirit chi and I also need to eat something, I'm starving. Lin Mu thought. You can continue your practice tomorrow, for now, you need to rest. Shu Kong ordered. Yes, senior. Lin Mu responded. Lin Mu cooked some dinner for himself, ate it, and then laid down on the bed. He rested his head on the soft bolster and slipped into a deep sleep. Perhaps because Lin Mu was extremely exhausted both physically and mentally, he did not appear inside the sleepscape and just slept normally. While Lin Mu was sleeping, Shu Kong was continually absorbing the spatial energy within the ring. There seems to be no end to the spatial energy in here. I had originally thought it would be depleted after I absorbed it and would take some time to be replenished. But the ring seems to be producing it at a much higher rate than I can absorb. Shu Kong thought. Although the boy has talent, he is still lacking in resources. Without resources, it would be extremely difficult for him to progress in his cultivation. I need to figure out a way so that he can gain some resources. Till then, I guess he'll have to depend on the forest. Shu Kong pondered. Several hours passed, and the sun rose up in the sky. Lin Mu woke up and stretched his body, but found that it was surprisingly not stiff. He felt refreshed and his body felt as if it was new. Lin Mu started his morning routine and cooked some beast meat. While the meat cooked, he sat down to cultivate and replenish his spirit chi. His body had already replenished 100 wisps of spirit chi while he slept, thus he had a sufficiently large amount of spirit chi to start cultivation. Although Lin Mu only cultivated for 15 minutes, he found out that the speed of absorbing spirit chi had increased again and he was able to absorb 50 wisps of spirit chi. How did my speed of absorption increase again? Lin Mu muttered to himself, but Senior Shu Kong heard him. That would be because of your spirit sense. Spirit sense not only allows you to sense your surroundings, but it also has other effects as well. One of them being an increase in sensitivity to spirit chi. Shu Kong spoke. What are the other functions and effects of spirit chi then, Senior? Lin Mu asked. Spirit chi is highly versatile and is used in things such as controlling spirit weapons and tools, creating formations and refining alchemical pills. Shu Kong answered. Lin Mu's had heard about spirit weapons before. He knew that they were much stronger than normal weapons and even had some special effects. He wondered if he should obtain one somehow. While Lin Mu was lost in his thoughts, his breakfast was ready. He then finished his breakfast and assimilated the vital energy. When he was about to start cultivating, he noticed that the black dots had returned. He was able to spot several of them in the area. Senior, the black dots have returned. Lin Mu spoke. Black dots? Ah, you mean the spatial gates. I can sense them too, but there are far too many of them here. Shu Kong replied. Too many. But I see them wherever I go. Is this abnormal? Lin Mu inquired. Yes, those black dots you see are actually the weak points that exist in the space. Normally they should be rare, but it seems that the mere presence of your ring is enough to destabilize the space. Shu Kong answered. Having satisfied his curiosity, Lin Mu sat down cross-legged to replenish his spirit chi. He cultivated for 2 hours and was able to replenish his spirit chi up to his previous levels. Lin Mu slowly extended the tendril of spirit sense and analyzed the surrounding area. He could sense each and every blade of grass and the tiny insects that were crawling on it. If Lin Mu used the Severing Heart Sutra and focused even more, he could observe the specks of dust floating in the air. Lin Mu tried to sense the area underground beneath him and found that he was only able to probe a few inches in. If he tried to go any deeper, his spirit sense was just blocked, as if there was an iron wall in front of it. Stumped at this problem, Lin Mu decided to ask Senior Shukong for guidance. Your spirit sense won't be able to pierce through solid objects for now. You will have to increase its range and strengthen it further to be able to do that. Right now you should just focus on increasing its range and leave the rest for the future. Shukong advised. Lin Mu nodded and decided to finally test out Blink. He stood up and extended his spirit sense behind him. He locked on to a location and activated the skill. In the next instant, Lin Mu disappeared from his previous location and appeared in the location he had chosen. Well done. Shukong commended. Thank you, Senior, it is all due to your guidance. Lin Mu politely acknowledged. He then continued to test out Blink in different manners. Since the range of Lin Mu's spirit sense was only 1 meter, he was only able to teleport that far behind. If he wanted to increase the distance of teleportation, he would have to increase the range of his spirit sense. While using spirit sense, he found out that he could actually teleport in mid-air. But it was only possible if he used his spirit sense and not by just using his eyes. Lin Mu could think of multiple situations where he could use this method for an ambush. Suddenly, Lin Mu remembered that tomorrow would be the day when he had to return to the town. It had been 5 days since he had booked the room at the inn. So he will have to return tomorrow. Senior, I will be returning to the town tomorrow, to live in a room at the inn. Lin Mu said to Senior Shukong. When Shukong first saw that Lin Mu was living in an old and mottled shack, he did not think much of it. For a being such as him, who has lived for countless years, he had seen people from all walks of life. Also, because he was a beast himself, he could not be bothered with humans and had a different mindset. Why have you been living here in that shack and not in a human town? Shukong finally asked. Lin Mu then went on to narrate the story of how he was punished and his house was seized. Shukong silently listened to the story and let Lin Mu speak. Only after Lin Mu had finished speaking did Shukong respond. So I guess you want to buy back your property? Shukong asked. Yes, Senior, and once I do that, I'll pay my respects at the grave of my parents and ancestors, before leaving the town to start my journey. Lin Mu answered with determination in his voice. Good. A true cultivator can only progress when he experiences the worldly tribulations. Your choice of leaving the town behind and journeying will only bring you benefits in the long run. Shukong spoke with a sagely voice. Lin Mu was lost in thought after listening to Senior Shukong's words. He then remembered the esoteric chants that he heard while receiving the Severing Heart Sutra. A sudden wave of enlightenment spread in his mind and he was washed away in it. Seeing that Lin Mu had closed his eyes and seemed to be lost in his thoughts, Shukong called out for him. But suddenly alarm bells started ringing within his mind and he became apprehensive. Then Shukong saw a blinding glow appear in front of his eyes and felt a feeling he had not felt for millenniums, terror. The altar within the mysterious ring was currently glowing with a blinding light. A peculiar energy was being emitted by the altar, which was leaking out of the ring. Even the barrier created by Shukong could not stop it. The energy was so strong that it had spread out in an area of 100 kilometers. Shukong, who was inside the ring and also the closest to the altar, was bearing the full brunt of the impact. The feeling of terror filled every speck of his body and paralyzed him. Especially since his current body was only an avatar and did not have the cultivation base of the main body, he felt much worse than normal. What is this aura? Even those old monsters would not come close to this level. Shukong thought. A minute later, the aura changed from being cold and overwhelming to sharp and deadly. Shukong now felt as if he was in the presence of a peerless sword immortal. He had to use every bit of his will to resist the sharp aura, otherwise he felt as if his soul would be severed in an instant. In the northern town, there was a large courtyard that was hidden from the eyes of mortals. Within this courtyard, a manor existed, in the front of which a beautiful garden full of fragrant spirit flowers was spread. In this garden, 2 people were currently sitting inside a pergola. These 2 were none other than the pair of grandfather and granddaughter, Jing Wei and Duan Ku. Jing Wei was drinking a cup of aromatic tea while Duan Ku was reading a jade scroll. Suddenly both of them felt as if freezing water was poured over them and they dropped the items in their hands. The elegant cup fell from Jing Wei's hand and shattered, while the jade scroll dropped on the table and made a clinking sound. Once the freezing feeling passed, it morphed into a sharp and deadly aura. They felt as if thousands of swords were pointed at them and would be cutting them into a million pieces in the next instant. This overwhelming feeling lasted for a minute, after which it disappeared. Duan Ku collapsed on the ground and was left breathless. Blood could be seen dripping out of the edge of her lips. Jing Wei was no good either. He was able to hold on to the table and plop down onto a chair. "Grandfather, what was that?" Duan Ku uttered between her breaths. Jing Wei stayed silent for 5 minutes before he was able to gather his wits. He let out a breath of foul qi and spoke. "That was sword intent. A hidden cultivator ascended 2 days ago, and now this, I don't even know what to make of this anymore. That was sword intent. Is there even a single expert in any of the top sects that can have such an overbearing sword intent?" Duan Ku exclaimed out loud. "No, I'm afraid not. Even the sword intent of the previous ancestor of the Centennial Sword Sect cannot compare to this." Jing Wei said. In Wu Lim City, a shocking phenomenon could be witnessed. The commoners saw one cultivator after another collapsing on the ground. Some could even be seen bleeding from the 7 orifices. Inside the mayor's mansion, Wu Sun was also struggling to stand. He could not understand what was happening right now either. After the overwhelming aura vanished, he immediately popped a pill into his mouth and rushed through a hidden entrance. He later appeared inside a cave deep underground. Wu Sun walked into the cave with the blood pool and saw that the inscriptions carved into the roof and the walls had crumbled into dust. Wu Sun walked over to the blood pool with an anxious expression and saw his elder brother sitting there safely. Seeing that his elder brother was fine, he let out a breath of relief. "If you are fine, then everything will be fine," Wu Sun muttered. This day would later be called as the Day of the Fallen. Back at the hunting shack, Lin Mu was still sitting on the ground cross-legged. A tranquil expression could be seen on his face, completely unaware of the phenomenon that had happened. The day had turned into night when Lin Mu finally woke up. So there's more to Severing Heart Sutra than just enhanced spirit chi control. Lin Mu muttered. "You're finally awake." Shukong spoke. "How long was I out for?" Lin Mu asked. "Look around. You've been in a state of enlightenment for the past 12 hours. Shukong informed. Lin Mu looked at the sky and found that it was indeed late. He had not expected that time would pass so fast. For him, it was only a few minutes. While for others, hours had gone by. "What did you gain from your enlightenment?" Shukong curiously asked. This question had been picking at Shukong's mind ever since the overwhelming aura had disappeared. He wondered what kind of concept could it be, that it would cause such a massive impact. From the aura that he experienced, Shukong could tell that it was similar to sword intent yet different. One thing was sure though, that it was related to the sword path. Lin Mu thought for a moment and recalled all that he had learned. The Severing Heart Sutra, it's not as simple as it appears. It has numerous methods of application, and I've only been using one. It also has different stages of comprehension from what I understood. Lin Mu answered. So that aura was from Lin Mu gaining enlightenment about the Severing Heart Sutra. I already knew that it was related to the sword path, but now I'm sure it's some kind of immortal inheritance. Shukong thought. So, what are these different stages of comprehension that you've understood? Shukong questioned. The stage I'm in right now is the second stage of external comprehension. But this is for the Severing Heart Sutra only. For the Calming Heart Sutra, I'm still in the first stage of external comprehension. Lin Mu answered. In the first stage of external comprehension, I'm only able to use the 9 divine heart sutras on myself. While in the second stage of external comprehension, I'm able to use it on others as well. As for the stages beyond this, I will only know them when I progress further. Lin Mu further explained. Seeing that Senior Shukong was not speaking anymore, Lin Mu just decided to continue training. He estimated it to be midnight, thus he first cooked some dinner and ate it. Then he cultivated for a while and then decided to sleep. Lin Mu appeared in the sleepscape in front of the spirit apple tree. He saw that there wasn't only one spirit apple on the tree, but rather 3 of them. 2 of those apples were ripe and 1 was still growing. Wait, 2 spirit apples. Oh no! I think I spent much longer in the grand void than I thought. Lin Mu exclaimed. Well, I've already paid for the room in advance, so it shouldn't cause much of a problem for me. Lin Mu thought out loud. Lin Mu then plucked the 2 spirit apples and stored them in the ring. Can I bring out Senior Shukong in the sleepscape? Lin Mu wondered. When he was in the real world, Senior Shukong had informed him that he will not be able to come out of the ring, as the world's restrictions would not allow him to exist there. To test this out, Lin Mu actually tried it and indeed found it to be true. No matter how much effort he put, he could not pull out Senior Shukong from the ring. To satisfy his curiosity, Lin Mu willed it and the tiny body of Senior Shukong appeared on his hand. Shukong seemed dumbstruck when he suddenly found himself in a different place. He saw that he was on Lin Mu's hand, and the place that they were in seemed unnatural. He did not speak and looked around for a bit before speaking. Where are we? Shukong asked. In my sleepscape, Senior. Lin Mu informed. Your sleepscape? Shukong muttered. Lin Mu then realized that in all that happened, he had completely forgotten to tell Senior Shukong about the sleepscape. Even yesterday, because he was extremely tired, he did not enter the sleepscape. Thus he did not get the chance to speak about it beforehand. Seeing that Senior Shukong was waiting for his explanation, Lin Mu described the circumstances behind the sleepscape and what its characteristics were. He told him how it was originally a dark and gloomy place and how it later turned into this. He told him about the spirit apple tree and the size of the entire location. Shukong digested the entire information and searched his own memories, as well as his bloodline memories for an answer to this enigma of a place. After a few minutes of searching, he was able to reach a conclusion. For a place that exists within a person, can accommodate my avatar and seems to be able to support some rudimentary laws, there's only one answer that comes to my mind. Shukong concluded. A garden of karma. Shukong uttered.